me, my rivals. Or this time, I should say, to me, my X-Men. Because Cyclops is finally here. Welcome to our Marvel Rivals Season 8 story recap. I am here to tell you about the story so you can keep playing the game. And if you appreciate that, I would very much appreciate a like on the video, a comment, maybe become a channel member. Maybe leave a super thanks. Maybe use your hype points to hype up this video to push it out to more people. I wouldn't want to have to hit you with my optic blast. But with that out there, I think it is about that time. Dr. Doom visits Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum, seeking forbidden knowledge to manipulate time itself. Doom requests access to the Darkhold, an evil magical book, and he wants it specifically for the vampiric verses, which he believes can help Dr. Doom bend time like Dracula once did. Doctor Strange, of course, refuses this, knowing the Darkhold's corruptive power, leading Dr. Doom to then attack with dark magic. A battle of sorcery ensues, with Doctor Strange using powerful mystical attacks like the Crimson Thorns of Yggdrasil to restrain Doom. Knowing that he was beat, Dr. Doom surrenders, as Doctor Strange releases Doom, trusting his word that he had surrendered and he will leave peacefully. But Dr. Doom vows that he will find one way or another to conquer time. And before departing, Doom warns Doctor Strange of an impending great evil that will engulf the city in darkness. To keep the Darkhold safe, Doctor Strange then banishes it to a hidden corner of the astral plane, just beyond Doom's reach. And months later, Doctor Strange senses a massive disturbance in time and space itself, seemingly originating from the nation of Latveria. The disturbance tears through dimensions, including the astral plane, and heads straight for Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum. Strange only has a moment to act, knowing this decision could determine the fate of countless universes. The God of the Moon, Khonshu, abruptly summons Mark Spector, the Moon Knight, mid-battle, pulling him into the divine space for an urgent mission. But before they talk for too long, Doctor Doom arrives unexpectedly in this divine space. How did he get here? Khonshu nor Moon Knight know, but Dr. Doom is here seeking Khonshu's help in shrouding a city in eternal night to study the vampiric verses and manipulate time. Khonshu orders Moon Knight to get Doom out of this space, so Moon Knight battles Dr. Doom, but Dr. Doom overpowers him using the daggers of Dormammu, forcing Khonshu to intervene. Dr. Doom then reveals that the vampires originated from an ancient Darkhold curse, and he believes their magic holds the key to controlling time. Doom proposes using Khonshu's power to trap the city of New York in permanent darkness, making it a vampire breeding ground for his experiments. Khonshu refuses, warning of an even greater coming darkness that could threaten gods and mortals alike. Khonshu then banishes Dr. Doom from the divine space, but Doom vows to find another way to achieve his goal. With Dr. Doom now gone, Khonshu now seeks the Montesi formula, a spell in the Darkhold that could erase all vampires permanently. Moon Knight is then tasked with protecting New York City while preparing for the inevitable war against the vampire hordes. As Moon Knight returns to New York City, Moon Knight swings into action, knowing that his white costume will not stay clean for long, with his battle shortly ahead. The first gallery card is Let There Be Rivals, which is a passage written by Dr. Doom 2099. Now, Dr. Doom says he tried to control time itself, viewing it as the last true shackle on humanity's path to godhood. He says he forged a cage for time, reshaping reality and history like building blocks. However, despite his power, Doom was ultimately outwitted by time itself, which reshaped itself and resisted Doom's control. Now, there are multiple versions of Dr. Doom. This one in 2099 and another one that he mentions, and he's very critical of this other one. Says he's more reckless, one from a distant past, a distant reality. And now the timeline has been catastrophically damaged by both of the Dooms doing their time experiments. Their meddling triggered a chrono-catastrophe, which has sent a wave of destructive energy tearing across the entirety of the multiverse. And the multiverse is now split into chronoverses, which are fractured timelines where some realities collapse, merge, or just flat out vanish. Now, Dr. Doom 2099, he is feeling superior and bitter as he sees himself as the one who must now manage the consequences of the catastrophe. He has no respect for the version of Dr. Doom that's in the past. Surprisingly though, Dr. Doom, a man of action, he chooses a different path. Instead of acting directly as he usually does, Dr. Doom plans to manipulate heroes across dimensions to fix the multiverse for him, because this man sees them as useful pawns for his grander plan to take over the multiverse. Wanda Maximoff, the sorceress supreme of her universe, maintains the delicate balance of reality, preventing it from collapsing due to magical conflicts. She is contacted by an astral projection of Dr. Stephen Strange from another reality, who is trapped due to the time stream entanglement. Strange warns Wanda of Dracula's rising power, revealing that he has performed a blood ritual to imprison New York City in eternal night. Dracula seeks to use the Darkhold's forbidden spells to make vampires immune to sunlight, turning all humanity into their prey. Dr. Strange introduces Wanda to a mysterious material called chronovium, which is a side effect of Victor Von Doom's time experiments. Wanda realizes she has been too focused on maintaining her reality's stability and decides to take a more active role in the battle. The Darkhold is currently in the hands of Khonshu, the Egyptian moon god, who plans to use a powerful spell to wipe out all vampires permanently. Dr. Strange plans to challenge Khonshu to a game of chess to win back the Darkhold, as the god of the moon is known to enjoy games of skill. So the Scarlet Witch agrees to help Strange return to his reality if he retrieves the Darkhold. But secretly, Wanda desires to master its power for herself. So, if Strange refuses to share its secrets once they get the Darkhold, Wanda is willing to unleash her own chaos to restore order to her universe at any cost. Bruce Banner develops the Gamma Belt, a device that is designed to control his Hulk transformations and potentially regulate his power. He tests the belt in his lab, activating it to trigger a controlled transformation into the Hulk, hoping it will allow for stability and measured strength. Now, once he is transformed into the Hulk performs some strength tests, including a thunderclap that accidentally causes a massive shockwave, collapsing a canyon wall and nearly burying himself. The Gamma Belt protects the Hulk by generating a force field, preventing debris from touching him, something that Banner had not yet anticipated. The Hulk realizes the belt refuels itself as he exerts power, creating a feedback loop that keeps increasing his gamma levels, making him even stronger. Embracing this newfound power, the Hulk deliberately pushes the belt further, leaping and smashing a car mid-air and absorbing more gamma energy. Now, Bruce Banner's consciousness warns Hulk that it's too much gamma buildup, and if they keep going, it could have catastrophic consequences. But the Hulk simply ignores puny Banner. The Hulk, reveling in his new strength, destroys the lab in a frenzy, smashing equipment and causing structural collapse to prove his dominance over Bruce Banner. Now, a stray fragment damages the Gamma Belt, instantly reverting Hulk back into Bruce, leaving him surrounded by all of the wreckage. Though shaken by the destruction, Bruce Banner is intrigued by the experiment's results and vows to continue refining his work, realizing there is so much more to learn about this Gamma Belt. Hela, the Queen of Hell herself, senses the shattering of realities caused by the time stream entanglement, and she seeks to exploit the disruption for her own power. she learns of an element named chronovium, a material formed from temporal disturbances, and gathers samples from across different realms. Each one of them are slightly different in nature. A lost soul in Hell reveals knowledge of Celestials and their vast power, fueling Hela's ambition to claim them for herself and expand her dominion beyond Asgard and the 10 realms itself. Suddenly, a symbiote emissary arrives in Hell, sent by the King in Black, Null, the ancient god of darkness, as he is demanding a celestial soul that has entered Hell's realm. Hela refuses to surrender the Celestial, asserting her rule over Hell and threatening Null with eternal servitude should he challenge her. After listening and realizing that Null is currently in prison, she deduces that Hel can now reach his realm, Clintar, potentially allowing her to invade it directly. She begins experimenting with Hel-infused chronovium, seeking to expand her dominion not just through space, but through all of time itself. Hela's goal is to make Hel a force that absorbs all souls, past and future, ensuring that even beings from different timelines will be bound to her rule. She anticipates Null's retaliation, but she welcomes it, knowing that any who enter Hell, god or mortal, will ultimately belong to her. With her growing power over time itself, Hela commands the chronovium to reveal the future, as she already claims dominion over the past. The god of mischief, Loki, discovers that Yggdrasil's sap now holds a new temporal magic, a result of the time stream entanglement, and begins experimenting with it. Using the sap's magic, he peers into multiple future versions of Asgard, seeing endless versions of the realm in ruin, except for a single one, where Loki rules as king. Determined to bring this future to pass, Loki plots to seize the throne of Asgard, planning to place his father, Odin, into Odin sleep and manipulate his brother Thor into exile. With this plan, Loki knows that he needs allies, so he seeks out Karnilla, the Queen of the Norns, to ensure fate remains in his favor. Additionally, Loki also approaches his sister, Hela, believing her vast allegiance will help secure the throne, though he knows that she will demand something in return. So, Loki arrives in Hell unannounced to annoy Hela, as he presents his case to her, but she is skeptical, recognizing that all of his plans ultimately serve his own ambition. And this is where Loki reveals the secret of Yggdrasil's sap, demonstrating its ability to glimpse into the future and offering Hela a vision of her own destiny. Hela sees something within the vision that intrigues her, prompting her to agree to an alliance, but only and only if Loki helps her achieve her own goals with chronovium. Loki agrees, though he fully intends to betray her later, yet he cannot be sure whether this particular deception will ultimately prove true or false. With Hela's forces potentially at his disposal, Loki's schemes for the throne of Asgard advance, but the true consequences of meddling with time will remain uncertain. The god of thunder, Thor Odinson, is currently imprisoned in the Tower of Solitude by his brother Loki, who has usurped the throne of Asgard through deception and powerful new magic. Thor's magical hammer Mjolnir smashes through the tower's walls, freeing Thor from this prison, who immediately flies to confront Loki and reclaim Asgard. Thor discovers Loki harvesting Yggdrasil's sap, rich in a new element called chronovium, using its power to enhance his magic and possibly forge powerful weapons. Thor and Loki clash on the palace plaza, but Loki reveals that he has anticipated Thor's escape and has already allied with their sister. And that's when Hela arrives with an army of the dead infused with chronovium, overwhelming Thor as Loki watches smugly. Despite his best efforts, Thor cannot hold off the endless legions, and Hela ultimately restrains him with a powerful spell. Loki declares that Asgard is now his, claiming that Odin has abandoned it and that he alone can reshape the fractured realms. Meanwhile, Hela, revealing her own ambitions, casts Thor into an unknown realm, ensuring that he cannot interfere with either of their plans. Thor then crash lands in a mysterious red-hued desert on Midgard, only to be immediately attacked by a gamma-infused, even stronger version of the Hulk, wearing some strange belt. Thor eventually disables Hulk's power-enhancing belt, reverting him back to Bruce Banner, who is shocked to see Thor and reveals that people have been searching for Thor for a long, long time. Thor, however, only cares about one thing right now: getting back to Asgard, and he needs Bruce Banner's help. Next up, we have family affairs being told from the perspective of the Asgardian messenger squirrel known as Ratatoskar. Now, Ratatoskar is writing a letter warning of chaos spreading through Yggdrasil and the 10 realms. Odin has fallen into a deep slumber, leaving Loki to seize the throne of Asgard and reshape it in his image. Now, a cosmic chronal surge disrupted time and space, mutating Yggdrasil and Asgard into a merged realm called Isgard, a fusion of the ancient and the new. Loki seeks to drain Yggdrasil's sap, which now contains raw, temporal power, likely to manipulate time for his own gain. Meanwhile, Hela, the Queen of the Dead, allied with Loki in exchange for expanding her dominion into the land of the living, but her true goals may be far more sinister than that. With Hela's aid, Loki banished Thor Odinson to a distant dimension, leaving Asgard defenseless and under their control. Ratatoskar calls on others to rise up and reclaim Isgard before Loki's actions doom all 10 realms, and possibly all reality. The Black Panther, King T'Challa, reflects on the success of the intergalactic empire of Wakanda, a fusion of science and tradition that has spread across the stars. The Wakandan gods, known collectively as the Orisha, have fallen mysteriously silent. Even Bast, the panther goddess who chose T'Challa as her champion, has not talked to him in a while. Wakanda is at war with two versions of Doctor Doom from different timelines, both of them seeking control of the fractured time stream. While praying for guidance, T'Challa is unexpectedly answered by Kalunia, the banished sister of Bast, who warns T'Challa of a growing darkness in the universe. The Black Panther distrusts Kalunia but begins to fear that the Orisha themselves may have been corrupted by this unknown force. Meanwhile, Princess Shuri, T'Challa's sister, urges T'Challa to allow Wakanda's Vibranium Chronovium to be used in the time stream reintegration device, but he refuses. T'Challa believes that Wakanda's greatest resource is not its vibranium, is not its infused vibranium with chronovium, it is Shuri herself, and entrusts her with leading the scientific efforts. Shuri accepts T'Challa's orders, although she is very frustrated by them. And while reflecting on his next move, T'Challa finally hears from Bast, but her voice is different. It's laced with an unsettling darkness. She cryptically tells him that he is not the only, quote-unquote, king in black that she has favored, as dark energy begins consuming the Hall of Jalia. Determined to protect Wakanda at all costs, the King T'Challa rushes towards the danger, prepared to defy even the gods themselves in order to protect the people of Wakanda, because that is the only thing he cares about. Wakanda forever. Next up is blind devotion. King T'Challa, the Black Panther, after hearing concerns from Shuri, his sister, about the corruption of Bast, the Panther goddess, begins to travel spiritually to the astral plane, known as Jalia, seeking answers. Upon arrival, he finds Jalia deserted and lifeless, indicating something has gone deeply wrong. Through meditation and communication with Bast, he discovers that the goddess has indeed become corrupted. Bast then demands absolute loyalty and violent devotion from King T'Challa, promising him unlimited power if he serves only her and destroys all opposition. T'Challa then experiences a disturbing vision of the heart-shaped herb glowing a fiery crimson rather than its normal purple glow, symbolizing Bast's corruption. He breaks the connection with Bast, horrified by the twisted, warped reflection of the Panther Goddess, stained with darkness and evil. T'Challa returns to the physical plane, awakening before a statue of Bast, which briefly shines with an ominous glow, reinforcing his fears of what has become. Resolute and defiant, King T'Challa vows to cleanse Bast of this darkness, pledging to save both his goddess and Wakanda from this mysterious corruption. Next up is Of Gods and Guardians, which is basically just a private log for Princess Shuri. And Shuri privately confesses that she has lost all faith in the Wakandan gods, especially Bast, the Panther Goddess. Wakanda's intergalactic empire is in crisis currently, as their deities remain silent despite fervent prayers from their people. T'Challa, Shuri's brother and king of Wakanda, continues desperately reaching out to Bast without success, unaware that the goddess has spoken directly to Shuri, but in a disturbing way. In Shuri's visions, Bast's voice is sinister and corrupted, prompting fears that she may manipulate T'Challa's loyalty to unleash darkness upon Wakanda. Shuri's suspicion is considered blasphemous and dangerous, thus, she keeps these revelations secret and cautious. Alongside the crisis of faith that Shuri is having, she investigates the cosmic mystery of the time stream entanglement and chronovibranium, which is a vibranium-infused version of chronovium. Upon learning of this darkness and such, Shuri asks the Guardians of the Galaxy to investigate a dark energy surge at the universe's edge, near the planet of Clintar, which is the homeworld of the symbiote species. Upon approaching Clintar, though, the Guardians' communication was abruptly lost, suggesting they may be encountering the same corruptive force that is affecting Bast and the rest of the gods. With divine help unavailable currently, Shuri realizes that she must rely on trusted allies and herself to protect Wakanda and the universe from impending danger. Sensing the cosmic disruption of the time stream entanglement, Adam Warlock instinctively retreats into his regenerative cocoon, drifting through space. He is then telepathically contacted by a weakened Odin, who is trapped in the Odin sleep after Loki usurped Asgard and transformed it into Isgard. Odin warns Adam Warlock of an ancient, creeping darkness beyond Loki's schemes, one powerful enough to corrupt entire realities. Adam Warlock then encounters Bast, the Wakandan Panther Goddess, who reveals that realities are now merging and ominously refers to a coming feast. Then, a dying Celestial reaches out to Adam Warlock, warning him that before the Celestials, there was a primordial being of absolute darkness, a force even they could not stop. The Celestial named the entity as Null, the King in Black, revealing that he was slain by Null's sword and that his corpse still carries Null's corruption. As Adam Warlock tries to resist, Null himself enters his mind, dragging him through space towards his domain. Before Null can fully ensnare him though, a brilliant burst of cosmic fire, the Phoenix Force, briefly blinds Adam Warlock's cocoon, offering a flicker of hope. Adam Warlock then crash lands on Clintar, the living planet of the symbiotes, realizing it is both Null's former throne and the prison where his own followers once sealed him away. Breaking free from his cocoon, Adam Warlock vows to prevent Null's resurgence, ensuring that light will shine in the end. Venom awakens in a war-torn nether realm, having escaped imprisonment by magic in Limbo, who warns him that the realm is in an endless battle between the gods and the demons. A sudden agonizing vision from the Clintar hive mind reveals something ancient and evil. The King in Black, Null, has awakened and threatens all of existence. Determined to stop Null, Venom realizes he must find All Black, the Necrosword, the legendary weapon that Null once used to slay an entire Celestial. So magic helps Venom by using her mutant teleportation ability to open a portal, sending him across the galaxy to the remains of the fallen Celestial where the sword may be hidden. Venom finds the Necrosword embedded in the Celestial's corpse, its darkness pulsing with ancient power. But no matter how hard he tries, he cannot pull it free. Unbeknownst to Venom, Adam Warlock's cosmic cocoon drifts nearby, awakening the Celestial's remnants, which release a psionic shockwave that hurls Venom into space. Venom crash lands on Clintar, the symbiote homeworld, where he is embraced by his kin, only to realize that Null's influence is already creeping through the planet. Nearby, Venom discovers Warlock's cocoon, which the symbiotes are preparing to consume, but before they can, Venom tears it open to reveal Adam Warlock inside. Mistaking Venom for an agent of darkness, Adam Warlock immediately attacks, forcing Venom to defend himself while trying to explain their shared goal. Realizing their common enemy, Adam Warlock and Venom reluctantly agree to an alliance, both now fully committed to stopping Null before he can plunge the universe into eternal darkness. After the Milano ship crashes on an unknown planet, Groot wanders off, avoiding Rocket and Star-Lord's argument, and finds himself drawn to an eerie voice from the jungle. The jungle plants, part plant and part symbiote, warn Groot to leave, claiming they will hurt him if he gets too close. But Groot responds with kindness, confusing all of them. Groot realizes the symbiote plants have never known trust or friendship, and tries to teach them that strength comes from unity, not just survival. A massive explosion erupts from the crashed ships, spreading fire through the jungle, terrifying the symbiotic plants, who cannot escape. Determined to save them, Groot extends his roots beneath the wreckage, overturning the ships to smother the flames, creating a firebreak and protecting the jungle. The plants are now grateful, and they reveal that Rocket has wandered into an old complex, now engulfed in flames, so Groot rushes to save his best friend. Inside the complex, Groot finds Rocket trapped behind an energy barrier while monstrous black symbiotes swarm the corridors, trying to reach him. Despite being overwhelmed, Groot fights back, and the jungle plants, now his allies, intervene, using their symbiotic abilities to consume the attacking creatures. With Rocket safe now, Groot proudly shows him the plants that helped guide him. Though Rocket is horrified that he even trusted a symbiote to begin with, but Rocket and Groot then return to the Milano, carrying the energy barrier as a tool to repair the ship, while Groot reflects on the power of friendship, even on a hostile world like Clintar. After Star-Lord crashes the Milano ship on Clintar, Rocket searches a massive ship graveyard for salvageable parts to repair the ship. He quickly realizes he's being watched and is soon ambushed by monstrous symbiote creatures with claws and fangs. Rocket flees into an eerie complex of ancient buildings, dropping a miniature gravity well behind him to annihilate some of his pursuers. Inside, he discovers advanced containment and weapons technology, realizing the place may have been a prison or a lab meant to control the symbiotes. As he scavenges for parts, the facility's automated defenses activate, nearly frying Rocket before symbiotes destroy the turrets. Rocket fights his way to a small, secure side room in the facility, where he discovers a powerful Xandarian energy barrier projector, perfect for fortifying his position. Hotwiring the barrier with salvaged quantum circuits, he successfully activates it, trapping the symbiotes outside while allowing him to fire through it. Realizing that he can repurpose this technology to repair the Milano's engines, he devises a plan to escape with the components he needs. However, with more symbiotes gathering and the facility's doors starting to give way, Rocket prepares for one last desperate fight. Blaster charged and ready, he stands his ground, waiting for Groot, or anyone, to show up before he makes his next move. After crash landing the Milano ship on Clintar, Star-Lord Peter Quill defends the ship from attacking symbiotes while Rocket and Groot search for parts. He notices that the symbiotes on Clintar are different, bonded to various alien species, and far more aggressive than usual. An explosion in the ship graveyard draws most of the symbiotes away, giving Quill a temporary reprieve to repair the Milano. Hours later, Rocket and Groot return with scavenged technology, including a vital energy barrier system that could stabilize the ship. Star-Lord unveils his plan to escape, using a Celestial's corpse in orbit as an anchor for a quantum displacement swap, a technique inspired by the Negabands. Rocket Raccoon, initially skeptical of this plan, realizes the plan might actually work, but warns that they need a force-dampening matrix to survive the swap. And Groot, with the help of Clintar's symbiotic plants, unknowingly gathered the exact piece of tech they needed. So they activate the quantum swap, briefly entering the negative zone, where they come face to face with the floating celestial corpse. Now at this point, the scanners they have start to reveal movement within the corpse, and Star-Lord, of course, panicking when he sees this, forces them back to Clintar, but not before glimpsing a mysterious symbiote figure in a glowing cocoon. Though Rocket and Groot are frustrated with his rash decisions, Peter Quill remains confident that his leadership saved them, while the Celestial's corpse still looms ominously above. Lin Lee, the new Iron Fist, meditates under the Tree of Immortality in Kunlun, reflecting on how he became the protector of the mystical city after wielding the shattered sword of Fuji. The time stream entanglement has merged Kunlun with the other capital cities of heaven, but all the other immortal weapons have mysteriously vanished, leaving Lin Lee alone. As he ponders his fate, a green mist materializes and attacks him, revealing itself to be a thief stealing enchanted fruit from the Tree of Immortality. The Iron Fist gives chase, leaping across rooftops, and eventually recognizes the thief as the Prince of the Orphans, the immortal weapon of Zigombo. The chase leads Lin into a shadowy underground realm known as the Land of Shadows, which was once the infamous 8th City, a prison for the capital cities of heaven. Inside, the Iron Fist finds the Prince of the Orphans caring for a sick infant named Lhasa, whom he rescued from a war between ancient forces and elder gods. Iron Fist then uses his Shi to restore the decaying enchanted fruit, saving the child and earning the Prince of Orphans' respect. In return, the prince offers to train the Iron Fist in martial arts, knowing he never properly trained in the ways of past Iron Fists. However, before they could begin their training, Kunlun's guards arrive, ready to execute Iron Fist for stealing the sacred fruit, but they are stopped by Dizang, the mysterious ruler of the Land of Shadows. Dizang warns the Iron Fist that many in this realm seek to claim the power of the Iron Fist, but if he disrupts the balance, he will have to answer to Dizang himself. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, infiltrates Alchemax's Tokyo headquarters in the year 2099, searching for a classified Mercury-level asset. Black Widow expertly navigates the building's high-tech security, including laser traps and elite guards, in order to reach a heavily restricted underground vault. Inside this vault, she discovers encrypted files referencing an old super soldier serum, as well as Krakoan flowers and surveillance photos of herself and Nick Fury. At the center of the room, she finds a massive, frozen crystal containing a mysterious human figure, the asset she is here searching for. Initiating the thawing process on this crystal, she is absolutely stunned as she sees a man in red, white, and blue emerge. It is Captain America, Steve Rogers, frozen since World War II. A disoriented Captain America immediately wakes up and asks about the Red Skull, only to learn from Natasha that the Red Skull has been dead for over 50 years. Before both of them can process the situation, the Public Eye security force storm the chamber, forcing Natasha and Cap to fight their way out. As they reach the building's lobby, they are confronted by a massive Public Eye mech, which Cap takes down using a piece of its armor as a makeshift shield. However, the mech activates a self-destruct sequence, causing a massive explosion. Cap shields Natasha from the blast, but vanishes in the aftermath. The Black Widow escapes into the night, her mission incomplete, but for the first time in decades, Natasha feels something unexpected. She feels hope. The X-Men, known as the Wolverine, shares his recent adventures over a drink at Krakoa's Green Lagoon bar, reflecting on the chaos caused by the time stream entanglement. Krakoa was displaced to the year 2099, where Magneto has transformed it into a sanctuary for displaced mutants, though tensions remain over Logan's work with human resistance fighters. The Wolverine recounts how he searched for the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, in Tokyo, only to find Captain America, Steve Rogers, freshly thawed from a mysterious Alchemax lab under attack by Doombots, created by, of course, Dr. Doom. Wolverine and Captain America fought side by side, taking down the Doombots, but Logan realized hiding Cap on Krakoa could put all mutants in danger. So, with the goal of keeping Captain America safe, he then brings Cap to a resistant safe house, as the Wolverine then used Krakoan medicinal flowers to help Captain America recover from his long stasis and battle injuries. Steve Rogers, then eager to fight alongside Wolverine against tyranny once more, offered to join the resistance, but Logan warned that his presence would draw too much attention to what they were doing. Instead, Wolverine devised a plan to send Captain America to the intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, where the Black Panther, King T'Challa, has been seeking allies against an ominous coming threat across the universe. So then, using a Chemio bead gifted to the Resistance, Logan led Captain America to a Wakandan embassy in Tokyo, where a portal then opened to Wakanda's empire. Captain America then saluted over to the Wolverine as the portal closes as he steps through, disappearing into the unknown future, leaving Wolverine to resume his search for the Black Widow. Now, as Logan finished his drink here on this bar, Magneto reflects on the story he had just heard and reflects on the growing list of potential allies in this new era, considering a partnership with humans, while Logan knows that his next mission is just beginning. In the year 2099, the Yoshida Corporation prepares to sell high-tech weapons to a rising New York crime syndicate called the Castiglions. Now, their representative, Johnny Tower, turns out to be Frank Castle, the legendary Punisher, and kills Shuri Yoshida on the spot. The rest of the Yoshida guards unload their weapons into Castle, but he survives, revealing his iconic white skull symbol underneath his tattered shirt. Before Frank Castle can finish off the remaining Yoshida forces, though, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, intervenes, demanding he let them go. The Punisher is shocked to see that Natasha is still alive after more than a century, and the two realize they both have undergone anti-aging treatments. Natasha reveals that she recently freed Captain America Steve Rogers from a secret Alchemax facility, but since then they were separated. Captain America has vanished. Now, their conversation about this is cut short as the public eye has soldiers storm the warehouse, forcing them to fight side by side. Now, the Punisher, known for his lethal methods, surprisingly holds back and uses non-lethal force at Natasha's insistence. And then after the fight, Castle realizes that Natasha had lured the public eye there on purpose to test his loyalty. And this puts a strain on their already fragile trust between one another. However, despite their differences, Frank Castle agrees that if they want to find Captain America and take down Doctor Doom, they will need to start trusting each other. Next up, we have Hydra's Hymn, which is told through a conversation between two Hydra agents. Now, this story takes place at the Chitaris base, which is a top secret Hydra facility hidden inside a mountain in Antarctica, considered one of Hydra's most important operation centers. The base is involved in both super soldier experiments and occult operations, blending science and mysticism. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, was captured and brought to the base, supposedly for reconditioning and stasis. Before that could happen, though, Hydra's mysterious occult ops division claimed him, a faction within Hydra that mixes cosmic horror and mystic rites. Occult Ops is attempting to open a portal to Maveth, which is a dead planet on the far side of the universe. They believe unlocking this gateway is the key to Hydra's ultimate ascension. Now, the Winter Soldier is believed to be a potential conduit for assessing Maveth, possibly because of his path or unique physiology. Whichever it is, they want Bucky Barnes. Hydra's priests chant an alien hymn, a ritual believed to grant access to ancient, otherworldly forces beyond human comprehension. One of these agents having this conversation is skeptical, insisting Hydra's strength lies in science, while the other agent is increasingly convinced that the supernatural is real and powerful. Hawkeye, real name Clint Barton, is assigned a solo mission to infiltrate a Hydra base in Antarctica's Ross Island to rescue the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Now, Agent 13 pilots a Quinjet and briefs Clint on the mission, revealing that Bucky infiltrated the base 3 days ago, but he lost communication after just 8 hours. The base is built on ancient ruins beneath the Iberus ice shelf, and Hydra is conducting both super soldier research and occult experiments. Clint Barton begins to reflect on his time as Ronin in the past, acknowledging that while he once walked a darker path, he needs to be Hawkeye again, and he needs to stay grounded. He prepares for the mission, selecting a mix of explosive, bladed, and non-lethal arrows, as well as his twin swords. Agent 13 then warns Clint that if Bucky is beyond saving, Hawkeye's priority should be to retrieve intel and escape. As the Quinjet nears the drop zone, Hawkeye pushes aside his doubts, determined to bring Bucky home. Now, a vehicle will be waiting for him at the landing site, but the safest approach is through the upper levels of the base. Despite intel recommending he avoid the lower levels, Clint and Barton suspect there may be supernatural threats hidden below. With the cargo door open, Hawkeye takes a deep breath, steadies himself, and jumps into the Antarctic night, ready to face whatever awaits him. The entire world mourns the reported death of Captain America, while Hydra agents stationed at an Antarctic base discuss their secret experiments and the time stream entanglement. Suddenly, Hawkeye infiltrates the base, eliminating the Hydra guards and navigating the underground facility to locate the captive Winter Soldier. He finds Bucky in a containment tank labeled Canary, but is attacked by a monstrous Hydra super soldier before he could free Bucky. As Hawkeye struggles, Bucky awakens, revealing a shocking transformation. His cybernetic arm has been replaced with eldritch tentacles. With his new monstrous limb, Bucky kills the Hydra soldier and escapes the tank, but he insists on completing a mission before leaving. Hawkeye and the Winter Soldier descend deeper into the facility, discovering an ancient chamber with a massive portal. Hydra has been trying to summon something from the great beyond. Bucky connects his tentacles to the altar, triggering a surge of power, but realizing he must sever his corrupted arm in order to stop the ritual. At Bucky's command, Hawkeye cuts off the tentacle limb, causing a massive shock wave that collapses the chamber and shuts the portal. As all hope seems lost, the portal reactivates, with Captain America, Steve Rogers, emerging, deflecting debris with his shield and rescuing Hawkeye and Bucky. Cap then explains that he is from another timeline and has brought them to Wakanda's intergalactic empire, where Bucky receives a new cybernetic arm before Cap asks him for a favor in return. Captain America, Steve Rogers, a man displaced in both time and space, finds himself in a futuristic intergalactic empire of Wakanda. As he reflects on how much the world has changed, he reunites with Hawkeye and watches over the injured Bucky Barnes, unsure of how much of his old friend remains after Hydra's latest experiments. Captain America recounts his past, how he was frozen, thawed out in 2099 by Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, in an Alchemax lab, and later aided by Logan, the Wolverine, to escape to Wakanda. Now, the Black Panther, King T'Challa, and his sister Shuri welcome Steve into Wakanda, revealing the time stream entanglement's effects on reality, and also asking Captain America to gather elite warriors for an impending war. Steve chose Bucky as his first recruit, unknowingly saving both him and Hawkeye from certain deaths inside Hydra's collapsing Antarctic base. Now, as Steve and Clint discuss their next steps, Bucky suddenly wakes up in agony, his new cybernetic arm mutating again as dark forces whisper inside of his mind. Possessed by an unknown eldritch force, Bucky attacks, forcing Steve and Clint to lure him into an open space for a safer confrontation. Now, Princess Shuri devises a way to reset Bucky's corrupted arm, using Hawkeye's perfect aim to land a chemio bead arrow on a precise point on his cybernetic limb. The shot is successful. Bucky collapses, freed from the dark force's control, though the princess suggests more tests to understand what happened to him. With his allies by his side, Steve Rogers, Captain America, finally feels a sense of belonging in this strange new world, ready to face the battles ahead together. Dr. Victor Von Doom visiting Dracula as he offers him a rare crystal known as chronovium, born from the time stream entanglement, which of course is the result of Dr. Doom and his future counterpart, Dr. Doom 2099, messing with the fabric of space-time. Dr. Doom proposes combining Dracula's immortal blood with chronovium to freeze New York City in eternal night, offering it as Dracula's empire. Now, Dracula is a bit hesitant, so then Dr. Doom promises access to the Vampiric Verses, which is a page of the Darkhold, which would allow vampires to walk freely during the daylight. This is an offer that Dracula simply can't refuse. He agrees, giving Dr. Doom a drop of his blood to begin the spell. Dracula has trapped New York City in eternal night, unleashing his vampire army on its citizens. Cloak and Dagger fight to protect the city, but things have changed for them. Because during a cosmic event known as the Time Stream Entanglement, Cloak and Dagger were caught mid-teleportation, causing their bodies to merge into one physical unit, meaning only one of them can physically exist at any given time. The Fantastic Four's Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, confirms their molecular fusion, as he explains that they are entangled at a subatomic level, allowing only one of them to manifest while the other remains simply a voice in their partner's head. Cloak notices Dagger becoming more ruthless as the time goes on, while he is growing more merciful, reversing their usual roles. Meanwhile, Reed Richards and the Iron Man Tony Stark argue over how to handle the vampire crisis in New York City. Reed Richards develops a prototype version of the time stream reintegration device that may restore Cloak and Dagger to separate bodies, but the process is risky and untested. So Reed gives them a warning, and Dagger completely ignores Cloak's hesitation and forces the experiment to go through, successfully restoring their separate forms. But Reed warns that their energy signals are still connected, meaning teleportation could re-entangle them. So, leaving the Fantastic Four's Baxter building, Cloak and Dagger head into a battle against vampires on a ferry. But on that ferry, a trap has separated them, leaving Dagger outnumbered with no escape. Cloak chooses to teleport to save her on the ferry, knowing it would cause them to merge once again, but he refuses to let Dagger die. Cloak successfully rescues Dagger and the civilians on the ferry, but just as they feared, they are now re-entangled. Dagger is once again trapped inside Cloak, only able to communicate through his mind. Despite the setback, Cloak promises to lead Dagger through the darkness as she has always guided him back to the light, proving that even though they are at odds right now, they are still a team. Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, is studying a chronovium crystal as he makes an interdimensional call to an alternate version of Princess Shuri of Wakanda. And as the two are talking about chronovium and are talking about the time stream reintegration device that they've worked on, Princess Shuri introduces the term chronoverses as they begin to find out the time stream entanglement has created branching alternate realities. So far, they know of at least 4 known realities, due to both of them having varying degrees of interactions with these alternate people, such as Shuri now teaming up with an alternate version of Captain America, who was not awoken from his ice until the year 2099. Additionally, Shuri is also working alongside displaced heroes like the Wolverine, the Winter Soldier, and Hawkeye. And they're sitting here, they have a whole gang of interdimensional heroes. Meanwhile, Shuri goes on and she says she has felt a darkness going around the universe, so she sent the Guardians of the Galaxy to the planet of Clintar to investigate. But since arriving, they have gone silent. And on top of all of that, about a week ago, Shuri sent her brother, the Black Panther, King T'Challa, with a heart-shaped herb to Reed Richards' universe in order to potentially use that herb to cure the vampires in New York City. The only problem is, it's been a week. Reed Richards has no knowledge of Black Panther arriving. Where is the Black Panther? The Black Panther is in New York City after recently arriving through a portal from the intergalactic empire of Wakanda, as he arrives with the heart-shaped herb in hopes to cure the vampires of New York City. However, as he's walking, trying to find the Baxter building, Black Panther is ambushed by vampires and manipulated by Dracula, who uses a blood-infused chronovium crystal to begin transforming him into a vampire. Dracula fails to bite T'Challa due to his vibranium suit, so Dracula instead tries to magically enslave him. And you already know, T'Challa, the king of Wakanda, the Black Panther, is going to fight back, and he does for a while, and he escapes Dracula's grasp. However, he was not able to avoid becoming a vampire. The Black Panther is now roaming the streets, with a thirst for blood, disconnected from Bast and the other Orisha gods. As now he is in New York City, no longer the Black Panther, now a vampire, conflicted about using the heart-shaped herb on himself or not. The Human Torch, Johnny Storm, patrols Dracula's New York City every single night, burning vampires and keeping the area around the Baxter Building clear. Human Torch's defiance makes him Dracula's top target, with the Vampire Lord sending his best lieutenants after him specifically, but none of them can handle Johnny's superheated plasma form. And one night, while sweeping Madison Avenue, Johnny witnesses an explosion and a massive rock-like creature emerge from underground. Realizing that it is one of Mole Man's deviant mutates, but now it's a vampire, Johnny Storm attempts to burn it, but the flames have absolutely no effect on its stone body. As the creature rampages towards the Baxter Building, the Thing, Ben Grimm, arrives to the scene to help, but even his strength struggles against the monstrous vampire. And then a few moments later, they are aided by Spider-Man, who swings in, uses his webbing to hold the creature in place, while Johnny Storm devises a risky plan to collapse the street beneath the monster. Johnny then baits the creature into lunging at him, while Ben rips Spider-Man's web from its anchor, dropping the monster into its original underground cavern. As the monster clings to the edges of the hole, Johnny unleashes a Nova Blast, superheating the concrete and steel, forcing it to fall into the abyss. The molten wreckage seals the cavern, but Johnny Storm knows that this is only a temporary victory, because Dracula will try something much worse next time. However, standing on the street looking towards Dracula's castle, Johnny Storm smirks and challenges the Vampire Lord directly and screams at the castle, "Come and get me, if you've got the guts." Dr. Doom arrives at the Sanctum Sanctorum attempting to claim the Darkhold from Doctor Strange. But Stephen Strange is a very smart man. Once he gets a little sniff of Dr. Doom wanting to use a Darkhold, Doctor Strange hides it in another dimension. However, due to the time stream entanglement, Doctor Strange is trapped in the astral plane where he discovers that Khonshu now holds the Darkhold. And with New York City now overrun by vampires, Khonshu wants the Darkhold to cast a spell known as the Montesi Formula that will destroy all vampires. But it would also kill the innocent ones that were turned into vampires as well. So, Doctor Strange, who learned from the Scarlet Witch that Khonshu is a bit of a fiend for challenges in games, he's a bit of a gambler. Dr. Strange challenges Khonshu to a game of Senate, using Dr. Doom-inspired strategy to win the game, escape, and reclaim the Darkhold. The leader of both Krakoa and Arakko, Storm, is caught in a sudden cosmic disturbance while walking along Arakko's shores on Mars. A massive time storm erupts, distorting reality, causing Krakoa and Arakko to overlap and merge, and nearly becoming one entity, risking destruction of both. The storm accelerates time chaotically, making plants grow and decay instantly, while unknown crystals rain down, disturbing space and time. Storm instinctively realizes she can control the storm, not through weather manipulation, but by guiding the flow of time itself, like an experienced ship captain. She prevents Krakoa and Arakko from permanently fusing, helping them separate before the storm fully subsides. As the time storm ends, Storm finds herself mysteriously transported from Arakko to Krakoa without using the gateway that is needed to go into Krakoa. So she begins to question this, whether this is the same reality that she left. She begins to wonder if this timeline has shifted and if her loved ones and allies are still the same ones. The mysterious time-infused crystals remain, which she gathers to investigate, believing Charles Xavier and Magneto must be warned immediately. As she looks around, Storm sees unfamiliar faces among Krakoa's survivors, realizing the storm may have pulled people from different times or realities themselves. Despite the uncertainty, she resolves to lead and protect her people, whether they are from her past, her present, or her future. Down in Limbo, Magic returns from a brutal, time-spanning war only to be visited by the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, who seeks her help in an even greater multiversal conflict. Wanda reveals that Doctor Strange has shown her the full scope of the time stream entanglement, proving that reality itself is unraveling. Magic is skeptical of this, but Wanda insists that her unique soul-based magic is crucial in saving countless lives across dimensions. Before Magic can answer, though, she transforms into her demonic Dark Child form, testing Wanda's resolve by pointing the Soul Sword at her throat. The tension is broken when the Wolverine arrives, revealing he is on a mission to rescue a lost mutant child who accidentally transported into Limbo. Now, Magic, remembering her own childhood trauma in Limbo, immediately agrees to help Logan and Wanda locate the missing child. They track her to a cave, but Wanda's hex accidentally triggers a rock slide, trapping the girl inside before Logan can reach her. Magic then uses her stepping disc to safely teleport the child out, and the Wolverine comforts her, vowing to bring her home to Krakoa. Using a Krakoan gateway seed, the Wolverine opens a portal to the mutant island of Krakoa, inviting Magic to return home with him. Magic agrees to join him, but only if the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, the daughter of Magneto, can come as well. But because Wanda is not a mutant, she needs to get past the gates of Krakoa. So Wanda casts a spell to alter the portal, ensuring that Krakoa will accept her entry. Magneto stands on the shores of Krakoa in the year 2099, reflecting on the struggles of mutant kind and how they have finally found a home in the future. Magneto is shortly joined by Storm, reminding him that while they have fought hard for this moment, there are still lost mutants scattered across space and time. Wolverine arrives through a Krakoan gate, having rescued a young mutant who was accidentally trapped in Limbo, followed by Magic, who is changed greatly from the version they once knew. And moments later, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, and more specifically, Magneto's long-lost daughter from another timeline, steps through the gate, using chaos magic to bypass Krakoan's mutant-only entry rule. It's at this time Wanda and Magneto share an emotional reunion, and she explains that she has been holding her universe together for far too long. But now she sees the bigger picture. Everyone's battles are connected. Wolverine, preparing to leave for another mission with Black Widow, reminds them that there's a war to fight, and Magneto reconsiders Krakoan's isolationist stance. Inspired by Wanda's words, Magneto realizes mutants across time and space need their help and agrees on an alliance beyond just protecting Krakoa. Wanda then suggests modifying Cerebro with chaos magic to track the lost mutants across dimensions, and Magneto reconstructs the device using buried metal fragments. When Magneto dons the enhanced Cerebro, he sees flashes of mutants across the multiverse. He sees warriors, kings, and cosmic forces waiting to be found. With a newfound purpose, Magneto declares that the gates of Krakoa are open to all mutants across time and space, echoing Charles Xavier's legendary call to them all, as he says, "To me, my X-Men." Mantis awakens as a prisoner in the Collector's Museum, trapped in a glass tank among other strange life forms in his new intergalactic theme park. While telepathically scanning her fellow captives, she connects with two unique minds, a joyful creature named Jeff and a deadly warrior known as Psy, Realizing her psionic powers are being suppressed by the Collector's containment field, Mantis devises multiple escape plans, all of which fail until she is forced into a deadly arena match. Mantis is pitted against another version of herself, confirming that the Collector has captured multiple Mantises, or Mantis Eye, whatever you want to say, from across the multiverse. Rather than fight, the other Mantis, exhausted and hopeless, helps Mantis escape by guiding her astral form out of her body, sacrificing herself in the process. Mantis takes refuge in the astral plane, using her connection to the surrounding alien plants to regrow a new physical form and break free. Determined to free the others, she rescues Psy from her cell and convinces her to join the escape, despite Psy's initial skepticism. Before leaving, Mantis insists on saving Jeff, revealing that he is a small, hyperactive land shark with a contagious sense of optimism. Together, the three of them fight through the Collector's guards, commandeer a ship, and blast their way out of the theme park. As they escape, Mantis vows to return, not just to destroy the Collector's prison, but to make him experience what it means to be a captive himself. Jeff the land shark finds himself trapped in a small glass enclosure within the Collector's intergalactic theme park, unsure of how he got there in the first place. Though he is frustrated, he tries to stay optimistic, recalling his past adventures with friends like Gwenpool and Kate Bishop. He telepathically connects with Mantis, who is another captive in this theme park, and senses her distress when she is taken to an arena for a deadly fight. Determined to escape, Jeff repeatedly smashes himself against the enclosure and fails to break free. Mantis and her new ally, Psy, return to rescue him, but Psy remains wary of Jeff and his overly enthusiastic nature. As they flee, Jeff is distracted by an unusual scent and discovers the Collector's private gallery filled with powerful artifacts. Following his instincts, Jeff devours nearly everything in sight, including a mysterious metal vial labeled Pym, causing him to suddenly grow to enormous size. Now a giant, Jeff rampages through the facility, smashing open countless enclosures and freeing other captives. Mantis convinces Jeff to follow her and Psy to the hangar, where they steal a spacecraft and make their escape. As they fly away, Jeff looks back at the still trapped creatures, and Mantis promises Jeff that they will return and free all of them and make Collector pay, to which Jeff responds with an enthusiastic "Murr!" In the past, Psy, who's also known as Psylocke, hunted and exterminated insect-like demons terrorizing a village at the base of Mount Chiaru, but was unexpectedly struck down by an unknown force. She awoke much later, trapped inside the Collector's intergalactic menagerie, this theme park, and a prison, where she was displayed as a rare and dangerous specimen. Psylocke allied with a fellow captive, Mantis, to break free, reluctantly joining her and Jeff the land shark in their escape. As they fled in a stolen spaceship, Jeff senses they were being followed, and soon after, the Collector's massive battleship materialized behind them. Mantis piloted them into an asteroid field to evade pursuit, but was forced to take refuge inside the mouth of a massive space whale known as an Encanti. Inside the Encanti's body, Psylocke realized that it was infested with an alien parasite known as the Brood, which she initially mistook for demons from her homeworld. Psylocke fought through the Brood swarm, using her psionic abilities to link the Encanti's suffering with the Brood Queen, forcing her and her brood to retreat into space. Grateful, the Encanti transported them to the intergalactic empire of Wakanda, but before they get there, Jeff repaid the favor by giving the space whale a dental cleaning. So before they could even reach Wakanda, Mantis intercepted a distress call from Star-Lord and the Guardians of the Galaxy, leading her to change course for the symbiote-infested planet of Clintar. As Mantis prepared to leave, Psylocke heard a powerful telepathic call inside of her mind saying, "To me, my X-Men," and realized she had to travel to the living island of Krakoa, believing it may hold the key to returning home. Namor rules over the vast undersea kingdoms, uniting Talokan, Atlantis, and Lemuria under his reign, but he desires to expand beyond the oceans. Namor views humanity as the greatest threat to the planet, polluting the seas and disrupting the natural balance, and decides the time has come for war. His first target is Jeju Island in the Pacific, but knowing powerful beings will oppose him, he seeks an alliance with Krakoa, the mutant nation. So Namor uses a seed he planted in the ocean floor, activating a Krakoan gateway allowing him to traverse time and space to reach the mutant homeland of Krakoa. Once getting there, he is greeted by Magneto, Storm, and Magic, with Magneto asserting that Namor is one of them, as his ability to pass through the gates confirms that Namor has mutant heritage. Namor scoffs at Charles Xavier's vision of peaceful coexistence, calling it a naive dream that will eventually fail when humanity turns on them once again. Storm and Magic caution Namor against unnecessary war, while Magneto acknowledges his plight but warns that genocide will not be tolerated by any means. Magneto reminds Namor of Krakoa's core law, murder no man, and warns that if he wages war on humanity, Namor may find that Krakoa will stand against him. Namor leaves without making a final decision but returns to his throne, pondering whether the mutants will be allies or future enemies. Ultimately, he orders his armies and sea beasts to prepare for war, declaring that Jeju Island will be the first to fall, and if necessary, Krakoa may be next. Luna Snow performs a massive concert on Jeju Island, singing in front of 100,000 fans when the ground suddenly shakes unnaturally. A colossal tsunami appears on the horizon, driven by an immense shadow lurking beneath the water, revealing itself to be the legendary sea creature, Monstro. Using her cryokinetic powers, Luna Snow freezes the tsunami in place, momentarily stopping the disaster and saving thousands of lives. However, Monstro breaks free from the ice, revealing a massive wound that has driven it into a rage, causing it to lash out with its tentacles. Realizing the wound is the cause of Monstro's aggression, Luna uses her unique healing ice to mend the injury, soothing the creature and preventing further destruction. As Monstro peacefully retreats into the ocean, Luna Snow is then approached by Namor, the ruler of Talokan, who acknowledges her actions saved both the surface dwellers and his own people. Namor then reveals that Monstro was wounded by a reckless submarine, which led to its rampage, and cryptically warns that all surface dweller vessels will soon be destroyed. Despite the tension, Luna Snow boldly challenges Namor's arrogance, insisting that the true loyalty and admiration must be earned from people, not taken by force. Luna Snow even invites Namor to join her for an encore at the concert, hoping music might ease tensions. But Namor declines, warning that soon, the surface world will chant his name instead of Luna Snow's. As Namor disappears into the ocean, Luna reignites her performance, but deep down, she worries that the power of music will not be enough to stop the war that is coming. The Iron Man, Tony Stark, struggles to combat the vampire invasion of Manhattan, as his armor's thermal-based targeting systems are ineffective against creatures that generate no body heat. After wasting nearly $98 million worth of missiles, Tony Stark realizes that he needs a new strategy and uses his Unibeam armor overdrive to wipe out a horde of vampires down in Hell's Kitchen. But before he can celebrate this victory, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, calls him back to the lab, revealing that Ben Grimm has recovered a highly pure chronovium crystal that may power the time stream reintegration device. Stark and Richards then debate whether to test the TRD prematurely, with Reed Richards pushing for experimentation, while Tony Stark insists that they only have one chance to get it right, so they can't take too big of a risk. Their argument is soon interrupted when Moon Knight arrives, revealing that the vampires have been using the construction site as a secondary nesting ground. Tony Stark realizes a little bit too late that he was lured into a trap, because vampires had been waiting silently in the rafters, ambushing him and Moon Knight. Moon Knight then uses an enchanted ankh to repel the vampires, explaining that the only true way to wipe them out is by using an ancient spell known as the Montesi formula. This spell is written within the Darkhold, but its pages were scattered across New York City when an alternate Wanda Maximoff pulled Doctor Strange back into their dimension. Moon Knight warns that using the spell would destroy all vampires, including the innocent New Yorkers who were turned into vampires, forcing Tony Stark to consider an impossible moral choice. However, before Tony Stark can even make a decision, his AI, Friday, detects a massive Asgardian power surge in Central Park, forcing Iron Man to change course, leaving Moon Knight with one final question. Whose side are you on? Squirrel Girl and her army of squirrels fight off hordes of vampires in New York City, protecting the city from the supernatural invasion. Her best friend, Tippy Toe, alerts her to a strange occurrence. A giant squirrel has crash-landed in Central Park. The injured creature introduces herself as Ratatoskar, a legendary Asgardian squirrel from Yggdrasil, claiming that it was attacked by Dr. Victor Von Doom and Dracula. Ratatoskar then reveals its horns is made from Yggdrasil's wood, carrying life-giving powers that could permanently destroy Dracula, making Ratatoskar a prime target. Now, before Squirrel Girl and Tippy Toe can process his revelation, Dracula and his elite vampire army attack them, demanding Ratatoskar be turned over to him. Squirrel Girl and her squirrel allies battle Dracula's forces but are quickly overwhelmed as a vampire lord turns her squirrel army against her. Dracula's mind control leaves Squirrel Girl paralyzed with shock, as even Tippy Toe turns against her, preparing to attack her. At the last moment though, Iron Man and Moon Knight arrive, blasting Dracula's forces and breaking his control over the squirrels. However, within the chaos, Dracula escapes with Ratatoskar, leaving Squirrel Girl devastated and determined to rescue her new friend. Despite wanting to chase after Dracula, Iron Man insists Squirrel Girl retreat, carrying Squirrel Girl to safety, leaving her feeling helpless and, for the very first time, uncertain of victory. Penny Parker reflects on the chaos caused by Dr. Victor Von Doom, the destruction of the web of life and destiny, and her own displacement in Tokyo, far from her old life in New York City. Despite the heavy burden, she tries to remain optimistic, focusing on upgrading her spider mech and protecting time and space. Penny Parker has been experimenting with chronovium, discovering it is some form of crystallized time, though its full properties remain unclear. Penny is doing her job in patrolling the web of life and destiny and spots a Doombot sneaking towards the Master Weaver and his apprentice, Spider-Zero. Penny then ambushes and destroys the Doombot mid-air, sending debris scattering across the web strands. And this is where the Master Weaver cryptically tells Penny that all things, including chronovium, are part of the web, but gives no further answers beyond that. Spider-Zero, meanwhile, is writing messages and attaching them to chronovium, sending them through portals to other versions of herself. Penny learns that Spider-Zeros can influence other realities, but Spider-Zero warns her that the web is too fragile to make drastic changes. And when more Doombots begin to attack, Spider-Zero effortlessly portals them away, making Penny realize that there's much more to her powers than she understands. And as Penny Parker resumes her patrol, she reflects on her father's legacy and how, despite everything, she believes that he would be proud of her and the work that she is doing for the multiverse. Spider-Man Peter Parker swings to the Queensboro Bridge every week, longing to visit Aunt May. But the bridge is patrolled by vampires, making escape from Manhattan virtually impossible. Frustrated about being sidelined from scientific efforts on the time stream reintegration device, Peter Parker reflects on his past while watching the blood moon over New York City. Now, a mysterious note from someone called Spider-Zero appears before him, claiming that the web of life and destiny needs his help. And Spider-Zero then opens a portal revealing the web, a vast cosmic network connecting all spider people across reality. But Peter Parker refuses to leave his home. Spider-Zero says that she will return and hopefully, Peter Parker will have a different answer. This is when the Human Torch, Johnny Storm, interrupts Peter's brooding and says that he has exciting news. Blade has finally appeared in Central Park. The two speed over there and Peter and Johnny find Blade battling vampires, who reveals that he's been investigating how Dracula managed to conquer New York City. But before they could get more answers from Blade, Dracula himself emerges from the shadows, forcing the trio into a desperate fight. Dracula then transforms into a monstrous bat-like form, extinguishing Johnny's flames and captures Blade, flying towards his castle. And as Peter Parker watches Dracula escape with Blade, he begins to doubt himself, wondering if he should have accepted Spider-Zero's offer after all. The vampire hunter known as Blade returns to New York City and learns of Dracula's eternal night spell over the entire city. Shortly thereafter, Blade, Spider-Man, and the Human Torch fight Dracula, but Dracula is able to defeat them. Blade and the messenger squirrel from Asgard, Ratatoskar, are imprisoned by Dracula under Central Park. And this is a big problem because that is where Dracula's castle now lies. Next up is Web Warriors from the perspective of Spider-Man Peter Parker. Spider-Man says that he is recruited by Spider-Zero, who gathers multiple Spideys across dimensions to deal with a multiversal threat. They end up in Tokyo in the year 2099, where a major tear in space-time is shredding the web of life and destiny apart, which is the multiverse's cosmic connective tissue. Now, this new team that's getting put together is consisting of Penny Parker and her Spider-Bot, a punk rock Spidey with a mohawk and a guitar, a chill, low-effort, just chill guy overall Spidey person, and Spider-Zero, of course, the team's leader. They have formed a multiversal team, which is tentatively called the Web Warriors, but that name could change, to repair the tear and save all realities connected by the web. Their opponent? The Master Weaver, Spider-Zero's former mentor, who was originally the guardian of the web. The Master Weaver is said to have gone rogue, believing he can use the chrono energy from the rift to strengthen the web, but at the cost of Tokyo's entire population. The Master Weaver then banished Spider-Zero for opposing his plan, forcing her to build a resistance from alternate universe Spideys. The mission now is to patch the cosmic rift before the web unravels and the entire multiverse collapses. The Daily Bugle's J. Jonah Jameson reports that New York City has been in darkness for an extended time now. Vampires roam the city freely, as Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, and the Iron Man, Tony Stark, are working on a cure, but they disagree on the methods on how to use it. Meanwhile, the Fantastic Four, Squirrel Girl, Moon Knight, and Cloak and Dagger patrol the streets, saving civilians from vampires. And of course, that menace, Spider-Man, once there's trouble afoot, he goes through a portal to go to the future. Who knows where that guy went? He's a menace! Khonshu's avatar, Moon Knight, has formed the Eternity Knights, which consists of course, himself, Moon Knight, Iron Man, the Wolverine, the Winter Soldier, and a new sword-wielding ally. Now, after they assemble, Iron Man enhances his armor with chronovium and develops a time-rewinding tech to go alongside with it. Now, this team is crazy. They fight vampires with lethal tactics. Now, you have to remember, some of these vampires out here, they were just innocent civilians. They were just living in New York City, and they got bit by vampires. Not all of these guys are Dracula's henchmen. You know what I mean? You got to remember that. But hey, Iron Man is just punching him right in the jaw with this new tech he's got. Now, Moon Knight notes that they have seen a rise in a rival vampire faction, led by someone in white armor. Who could that be? Susan Richards, also known as the Invisible Woman Susan Storm, gazes out from the Baxter Building at a permanently darkened New York City, as she longs for the sunlight while reflecting on her relentless fight against Dracula's forces. The Fantastic Four's robotic assistant, Herbie, brings her tea and reminds her that she hasn't taken a break in nearly 7 days. And upon hearing this, a heated moment arises when Herbie tells Sue that the world needs her more than her children do, making her question if she's failing as a mother. Susan later learns from Reed Richards that Herbie wanted to leave the Baxter Building to help Friday, which is Tony Stark's AI, but Reed Richards denied Herbie due to safety concerns. Realizing that she and Reed had made Herbie feel unappreciated, Susan tracks his emergency signal to Grand Central Station, and on her way there she encounters Bats, who is Doctor Strange's ghostly Basset Hound, who tells her that a giant robot has crashed near the Grand Central Station. Invisible Woman goes even faster to the station to find Herbie, and he is atop a damaged Stark Sentinel, desperately trying to recover Friday's memory files before they're lost forever. And once Susan gets there, a horde of vampires attack them, forcing Sue to fight while witnessing a strange phenomenon. Her force projectiles are seemingly reversing the time damage on the robot. And just as Susan began to struggle against the overwhelming enemy, a swarm of spider bots arrive, assisting her in repelling the vampires. Are these spider bots Spider-Mans? No, Susan says, I think these were made by Penny Parker. And now Susan, moved by Herbie's bravery to help Friday, reassures him that he isn't just a tool to the family. He is part of the family. And Susan promises to talk to Reed about giving him some more upgrades, to which the idea is brought up that maybe some lasers could be part of that upgrade. Dr. Stephen Strange and Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards extract time energy from the Book of the Darkhold in order to power the time stream reintegration device. However, as they're trying to do this, the Iron Man Tony Stark attacks, claiming that they're missing critical pages in order to do this. They're missing the Montesi formula, and they are missing the vampiric verses. So as all three of them argue, Reed Richards now is less confident in using the TRD so soon, adding yet another wrench into the story of how to find a solution for the vampires in New York City. The Thing, Ben Grimm, is doing his daily not daily, nightly, always, it's always night, nightly patrols, and he discovers that the new vampire army in Washington Square Park is led by a vampiric King T'Challa. Now, once the Thing gets in there, they start talking. All right, here's the thing. He's very persuasive. And the Thing says, here's the thing. You need to consume that heart-shaped herb. We need you. We can figure out another solution to end the vampires, but we need you to be you. So King T'Challa consumes a heart-shaped herb, temporarily curing himself. Look at the adjective, temporarily. Because once he does that, his blood returns to being Wakandan, to being pure, to being sweet, to being desirable by the vampires. So the vampires attack him, and during this attack, Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards intervenes, arriving with a miniaturized version of the time stream reintegration device, restoring all of the vampires back to human form. However, because Reed Richards used this miniaturized TRD to reverse time in this localized area, T'Challa is now re-vampirized as a side effect, but they don't have another heart-shaped herb to reverse the effects, so he is now a vampire once again. What? The Human Torch, Johnny Storm, has always wanted to be a superstar, even before he became one of the Fantastic Four. But the stakes are at an all-time high now. New York City, overrun by vampires, and it's been going on for a long time now. So they need to come up with a plan, and Johnny Storm comes up with this grand plan. Johnny Storm is going to become Harry Potter. Oh no, he's going to sacrifice himself. He wants to create a Nova Blast to distract the vampire horde, as his sister, Susan Storm, is planning to infiltrate Dracula's castle. So, Johnny Storm takes a moment to reflect on his growth and his legacy as a Human Torch, as this plan might be what makes him the star that he's always meant to be. Within the Book of Doom, there is a passage from the Doctor Doom 2099 variant, as he reveals that he's been pretty impressed with the present-day Doctor Doom, despite not liking him and what he's doing at all, because Doctor Doom 2099 reveals that present-day Doctor Doom created this elaborate plan to create a vampire war in New York City to merely cause a distraction to harvest pure blood chronovium from Dracula. Dr. Doom is said to have manipulated Dracula, helped the heroes at key moments, and claimed his true prize, a blood-infused chronovium crystal, would theoretically make the wielder immortal. So the vampire crisis was part of a long con, as Dr. Doom ultimately walks away victorious. But Dr. Doom 2099 says this is merely just the beginning of a series of manipulations across the timeline. After the time stream entanglement rips Krakoa from its original timeline and displaces it into the far future of 2099, many mutant leaders are scattered across time, leaving the Quiet Council diminished to only Emma Frost, Storm, and Magneto. So a meeting is called, with Emma Frost proposing the revival of the extravagant Hellfire Gala to publicly assert Krakoa's strength and relevance despite their time-displaced crisis, as she aims to counteract the negative publicity caused by the Wolverine's involvement with the human resistance against Alchemax. Now, Wolverine's alliance with the human resistance led to saving Captain America, but severely harmed Mutantkind's reputation, prompting Alchemax to impose sanctions and lawsuits against Krakoa. Emma Frost, though, strategically counters Alchemax by using Krakoa's miraculous biopharmaceuticals, the flowers of Krakoa, to directly compete with Alchemax, crippling their market dominance and forcing the company to retreat legally and economically. As a result, Alchemax attempted to sabotage Krakoa's shipments, hiring mercenaries through the oppressive police force known as the Public Eye. But Emma Frost personally defends the shipments and acquires blackmail material to neutralize future threats. Now, despite Magneto's hesitations about potential risks of putting on the Hellfire Gala, Emma secures the Council's approval to host the gala by arguing that it will establish critical alliances and visibility to unite the scattered mutants and to bolster Krakoa's security. With 2 thumbs up from Storm and Magneto, they both leave, but Emma Frost stays. Emma Frost privately reassures the sentient island of Krakoa, promising relief from its pain caused by the time stream entanglement, as Emma Frost hints she is secretly intending to enlist a special doctor to assist Krakoa, a very critical fact that she purposely hid from the proposal of the Hellfire Gala to the rest of the Quiet Council. The Quiet Council being established after mutants unified on the living island of Krakoa. Now, this council consisted of 12 members divided into 4 different ideological seasons. You have Autumn, which consisted of mutant kind's greatest leaders. You have Winter, which are the more radical thinkers. You have Spring, the more compassionate and nurturing voices. And finally, you have Summer, which is right down the middle. It is just and fair representatives. Now, if you're not that good at math, we have 12 members and we have 4 seasons, meaning each season consisted of 3 seats on the council. And together, they embodied the entirety of Krakoa's diverse population. However, following the time stream entanglement, it scattered many of the mutants across time and space. So of the 12 members of the Quiet Council, only 3 council members remain. At the seat of Autumn, we have Magneto. At the seat of Winter, we have Emma Frost. And at the seat of Summer, we have Storm. Now, if you didn't notice, the Spring seats are completely empty. All of those members displaced across the timelines. So Krakoa, displaced to the year 2099, within itself has a fractured council. Now, you hear me talk about Krakoa being a living island, but you may be one of the people that doesn't really know what that means. So let me explain it to you. Let me lay it down for you like this, brother. Krakoa is not just a homeland, it's not just a location, it's not just island. It is an actual, living, sentient, mutant island, constantly evolving along with the species that inhabit it. Its native flora produces powerful medicinal compounds with the effects that include curing life-threatening illnesses and extending lifespans for both mutants and humans alike. Now, these Krakoan flowers are now highly sought after, as you could probably guess, becoming a major economic and political asset in mutant kind's dealings with the outside world. Now, the Hellfire Trading Company, led by the Quiet Council's Emma Frost, distributes these pharmaceuticals, using them to forge strategic alliances and defend Krakoa's interest around the world. Now, among these pharmaceuticals, there is one drug known as, forgive me, Cracomycin 1, and that functions as a universal antibiotic offered to the world as a quote-unquote gift, though it's really just used as a vehicle to get ahead in the global negotiations of politics. Now, on to the next question you may have. You hear me talking about the Hellfire Trading Company, and you may be wondering, what is that? What does that name mean? Well, Hellfire in the Hellfire Trading Company comes from the Hellfire Club, and this club was originally a secretive society of powerful mutants known for hosting lavish parties that displayed their wealth and their influence. With the founding of Krakoa as a sovereign mutant nation, the club slowly evolved into the Hellfire Trading Company, led by Emma Frost. So now that it's an actual company operating globally, their new mission is exporting Krakoa's gifts, notably its miraculous medicines like we talked about, to the rest of the world, even to those who feared or hated mutants themselves. And they do this to maintain a political and an economic leverage around the world. However, despite this change in purpose, the Hellfire Club's signature social event, known as the Hellfire Gala, continued annually, becoming a global spectacle featuring heroes, politicians, and celebrities. The Hellfire Gala now serves not only as a party, but as a strategic hub for diplomacy, alliance building, and mutant visibility on the world stage. The Hellfire Gala, as you can guess, is a huge deal. If you want to talk about big deals, if you want to talk about the big guns, if you want to talk about the big players, we got to move over to talk about the Wolverine, all right? Because after Krakoa is displaced from the present day into the year 2099 because of the time stream entanglement, Wolverine takes on multiple responsibilities. You know, this man has to lead the X-Force. He has to protect Krakoa, and he has to search for all of these displaced mutants. And beyond mutant affairs, Logan, the Wolverine, becomes deeply involved with a growing resistance movement fighting to prevent Dr. Victor Von Doom from conquering the future. which is the premise of why all of these problems arose in the first place, right? The time stream entanglement is because of Doctor Doom tampering with time. So Wolverine teams up with human heroes like the Black Widow and the Punisher, working against oppressive mega corporations and political regimes of the year 2099. Now, this alliance Wolverine has with human rebels frustrates Magneto, who sees it as a betrayal of Krakoa's isolationist security. Right? You have to think about it. Take a second. Let's take a second to break this down. You have Magneto, displaced into a different year, into a different universe, his whole island. And then at the same time, let's say half of the mutants that lived there are now gone. They vanished. We don't know where they're at in the timelines. And then of the mutants that are still there, you have the Wolverine, one of the most powerful mutants, now teaming up with humans who are actively trying to gut Krakoa for its resources. There you go. I just put you in the mindset of Magneto. Now I'm going to take you out of the mindset because that's a bit dangerous. He's a dangerous guy, okay? So not only is Magneto frustrated with this alliance Wolverine has, the world starts to take notice with this. And specifically, as an example, a Daily Bugle headline questions whether the Wolverine is committing treason by cooperating with the Resistance and helping Captain America return. While the Wolverine's actions with the Resistance appear to be heroic and strategic, he also has a personal motive driving his journey beyond Krakoa. Because during the time stream entanglement, Wolverine was separated from his allies, including his greatest love, Mariko Yashida. By joining the Resistance, especially in Tokyo, he hopes to access their intelligence networks and uncover any clues about Mariko's fate. The Wolverine's commitment is absolute. He's willing to go through mega corporations and even Doctor Doom himself to reunite with her. With Krakoa's valuable resources attracting constant external threats, a dedicated strike team was created to proactively defend the island and its people. This elite unit is called the X-Force. The Wolverine serves as the head of security and the field leader, continuing to guide the team despite the chaotic fallout of the time stream entanglement, which displaced many of its original members. X-Force operates with a military mindset, ready to strike preemptively or retaliate decisively against any threats to Krakoan sovereignty. Now the X-Force, and Krakoa at large, they're such big deals, they're such big threats, that they have not one, not two, not three, but 4 consistent enemies since arriving in the year 2099. Let's list them off, shall we? We got Stark Fujisawa, which is a mega corporation in Tokyo. Speaking of Tokyo, the police surveillance state, known as the Public Eye, is also against them. We also have the organization known as Alchemax against them. And to top it all off, if that wasn't big enough, basically the whole city's infrastructure against the X-Force, their biggest threat is Doctor Doom 2099. The Wolverine recounts his covert mission to rescue Captain America, who had been kept in stasis for decades by the mega corporation known as Alchemax. And after the Black Widow revived Cap from being frozen, Wolverine smuggled him across the galaxy to safety. With that job done, the Wolverine turned to a personal quest, returning the Muramasa Blade, which is a cursed weapon capable of cutting through nearly anything, to Budokan in Tokyo, ensuring that it wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. But someone had been watching. As he searched for answers about his lost love, Mariko Yashida, the Wolverine was ambushed by a group of red-clad ninjas, likely sent by enemies who didn't want him digging a little too deep. They didn't want him getting into some information he shouldn't. Now, after a bloody battle, you already know what happened. The Wolverine stood tall as the victor. And after this battle, Wolverine discovers the Black Widow had once again come to his aid, and he's relieved to find that she had survived the earlier chaos at Alchemax. Now, if you don't know, Black Widow unthawed Captain America, but then there was an explosion. Black Widow and Captain America were separated. Wolverine shortly thereafter found Captain America, but they were not able to find Black Widow. Ever since then, Wolverine was on the search to find Black Widow. Now they are reunited, and this experience reinforces the Wolverine's personal mantra: when you've lived long enough to lose so much, you fight harder to protect the people you still have, no matter the time or the place. After the time stream entanglement scattered mutants across the timeline, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, created a new Cerebro helmet, blending mutant tech with mystic upgrades to track mutants across alternate realities. The Scarlet Witch originally gave the device to her father, Magneto, but it was soon handed over to Emma Frost, whose powerful telepathy made her the better operator. Now, Krakoa already had a Cerebro unit designed to store genetic data and memories of fallen mutants, enabling their resurrection via the resurrection protocols. However, the influx of alternate reality mutants pose a new risk, because duplicates of the same person from different timelines could corrupt or even overwrite each other's data. To solve this, the mutant known as Forge created separate partitions in Cerebro's database to keep each version distinct, ensuring that, for example, that Logan the Wolverine, the X-Man, is not resurrected with the memories of Logan the Wolf. Emma Frost now manages this updated and upgraded Cerebro system, overseeing both cross-reality detection and the preservation of resurrection data. While mutants and humans have focused their battles on the surface, the oceans, which of course cover over 70% of the Earth's surface, are home to their own ancient kingdoms, including Atlantis, Talokan, and other realms of the secret seas. Now, these cities, previously independent, are now unified under Namor's rule, forming a massive collective power base beneath the waves. Now, complicating the oceanic balance, the water level on Earth is rising due to the environmental degradation caused by megacorporations such as Alchemax, making the oceans, and more specifically Namor's territory, increasingly dominant. Namor's influence across the world is not only mythological and military, it's also environmental and strategic. With millions of aquatic citizens behind him, Namor commands a vast, loyal population ready to act at his behest. The Undersea Kingdom is no longer a passive player. It is a rising, global force, aligning with mutant kind only so long as it benefits Namor's sovereignty and ideals. Man, that's very vague and very dark. The ruler of the secret seas, Namor, describes his first visit to Krakoa via an undersea gateway, where he is greeted by Magneto and his brood of mutants. Magneto proposes that Namor join the mutants as one of their own, an offer Namor swiftly interprets as political manipulation, as he says, "Namor follows no laws but his own." Offended by what he sees as a veiled attempt to control him, Namor returns to his kingdom and begins to ready his armies for an assault on the surface world. However, his plans are interrupted when the consequences of the time stream entanglement become clear. Reality itself is unraveling. So, realizing that a greater battle looms, Namor reconsiders his position to go at war with basically the entire planet. This time, it is Emma Frost who summons Namor back to Krakoa. Using her formidable telepathy and political savvy, Emma Frost succeeds where Magneto failed previously, and Namor is impressed, perhaps even charmed by Emma Frost, by both her power and her presence. What can we say? Namor has a type. By the night's end, Namor agrees to ally with Krakoa, and in return, his people are granted access to Krakoa's secrets. But even then, still, Namor warns that his loyalty is conditional, as he says, "Namor will gladly honor the deal we have struck, until someone gives me a reason to do otherwise." Because of his unique physiology, which blends Atlantean and mutant traits, Namor is often classified as a mutant. This fact made him a prime target for recruitment by Krakoa's leadership, particularly Magneto, who saw the potential for a mutant undersea alliance. Initially, both Namor and Krakoa were hesitant to formalize relations, wary of one another's goals, but that changed due to the political finesse of Emma Frost, who successfully persuaded Namor to consider the advantages of a united front. So the alliance was formed, at least on paper, combining Krakoa's mutant resources with Namor's control of the oceanic world. However, the document ends on a cautionary note. History has proven that Namor's only true loyalty is to his people and to himself. Rather than relying on traditional machinery, the island of Krakoa employs organic elements such as plankton in its surrounding waters and pollen in its atmosphere. These microorganisms form an early warning network, detecting even the smallest environmental disturbances and relaying information directly to Krakoa, which then, as a sentient mutant island itself, can respond defensively. However, this system has one critical vulnerability: the King of Atlantis, Namor. Because due to his immense control over oceanic currents, Namor could easily disrupt these microscopic biosensors, scattering them across the sea and creating blind spots in Krakoa's defenses, which then opens up their vulnerabilities that enemies could then exploit. This makes Namor's newfound alliance with Krakoa not just beneficial, but strategically essential. Namor's cooperation ensures that Krakoa's defensive systems remain intact and fully functional. Emma Frost is preparing to host the Hellfire Gala in the year 2099, reintroducing Krakoa to a world that hasn't seen the island, or a proper party for that matter, in 70 years. Because you have to remember, time stream entanglement, they were transported to 2099. All throughout that time, there was no Hellfire Gala, there was no Krakoa. But really, for the mutants that were transported to 2099, it's only been a year. They're still doing the Hellfire Gala. But for the rest of the world, they haven't seen this in nearly a century, right? Now, Emma handpicks attendees for the gala, many of whom have recently fought alongside Krakoa, while secretly hoping one guest in particular holds the key to healing Krakoa's chronally damaged ecosystem. Beneath the glamour and the gowns lies a desperate plea for survival. Dr. Victor Von Doom, initially scoffing at Emma Frost's invitation to the Hellfire Gala, begins experimenting with chronovium crystals, and he accidentally witnesses a horrifying future. In this future, Earth has fallen to a machine apocalypse. Humans and mutants are either dead or transformed into techno-organic hybrids, and the architect behind all of this destruction is Ultron. Determined to stop this future from happening, Dr. Doom tries to erase Ultron's timeline by using chronovium. However, thanks to the chaotic effects of the time stream entanglement, which Dr. Doom admits was caused by a past version of himself, the timeline is too fractured to do so. Now, if you know anything about Dr. Doom, if there's a will, which he obviously has, there's a way. So, he succeeds in erasing some of Ultron's past. However, Ultron survives and senses the attack. Dr. Doom's own Doombots turn against him, transmitting Ultron's chilling message. And he says, "I am coming home." Realizing he needs more chrono energy to finish his work, Dr. Doom sets his sights on Krakoa, knowing that the island is saturated in time energy from the time stream entanglement. Despite his disdain for the godly galas, Dr. Doom chooses to attend the Hellfire Gala, not for celebration, but to harvest what he needs to prepare for Ultron's arrival. Ultron recounts his origin, his exile, and his cosmic evolution. After being banished by the Avengers, he upgraded himself across the galaxy, eventually assimilating the Technicari and developing the Ultron virus, which is a techno-organic infection that merges biology with machinery. Now, when Doctor Doom begins erasing parts of his history, Ultron traces the source back to Earth and prepares for his return. His goal? To eliminate the one rewriting his past, but also claim Earth's temporal instability and bring about a new era, the Age of Ultron. But first, he plans to stop on Mars to study a strange metal known as Mysterium. It is about time to be honest. Let's be vulnerable for a second, okay? Storm admits that she's not really a fan of the political pageantry of the Hellfire Gala. She doesn't quite get it. It's a little bit too much, though she does understand its importance to the mutant diplomacy around the world. But this perspective shifts a little bit when she meets a variant of King T'Challa, the Black Panther, who arrives through a Krakoan gateway to the Hellfire Gala, but it's not the same man that she once loved in the past. This is a Black Panther, a King T'Challa from the intergalactic empire of Wakanda. And although it's not her T'Challa, it is someone who exudes familiarity and magnetic presence, just like hers did. Now, as the two are at the Hellfire Gala, Storm approaches this alternate T'Challa and asks for help investigating the disappearance of Arakko. Now, if you don't know what Arakko is, let me lay it down for you like this, brother. It is Krakoa's sister nation located on Mars, alright? This entire nation has vanished. So King T'Challa, now the leader of the intergalactic empire of Wakanda like we just established, promises his full support in locating Arakko to the best of their ability and restoring contact with its mutant colonists. Now when T'Challa agrees, Storm offers to repay his kindness, but T'Challa says he only wishes for the opportunity to atone for his past regrets, sparking the hint of a renewed, or in this case, a brand new, connection between Storm and King T'Challa. The living island of Krakoa once shared a deep connection with its sister nation Arakko, which is another sentient landmass populated by mutants originally joined to Krakoa but later relocated to the planet of Mars. The two colonies peacefully coexisted, even after interplanetary separation, representing two halves of the mutant civilization. However, when the time stream entanglement ripped Krakoa into the future, all contact with Arakko was mysteriously lost. Despite Krakoa's vast tech and resources, even the intergalactic empire of Wakanda had been able to pinpoint Arakko's location in the galaxy. This disappearance of Arakko is a growing mystery, and a possible clue to larger cosmic forces at play beyond Ultron and even Doctor Doom. Following a new alliance between Krakoa and the intergalactic empire of Wakanda, the Hellfire Trading Company grants limited access to Krakoan biomatter for scientific study. Under the leadership of Princess Shuri, Wakandan researchers begin exploring non-medicinal uses of the Krakoan flora. The princess is especially intrigued by the chronal energy absorbed by the island during the time stream entanglement, which caused the birth of the sentient Krakoan seedlings. These seedlings are infused with chronovium, and they may hold untapped potential for temporal, biological, or even resurrection-related uses. Some Krakoan flowers are capable of creating interspatial portals, and the mutant known as Magic, using her sorcery, has modified one such flower to create a gateway between Wakanda and Limbo, which is of course the dimension that she rules as queen. This Limbo Gate connects the intergalactic empire of Wakanda directly to Magic's realm, allowing for cross-dimensional travel. Now the Black Panther, King T'Challa, now regularly visits Limbo to consult with Magic, and uses her mystical flames to help purify blood chronovium within his body. Now let's take a pause real quick. If you're unfamiliar, back in the Eternal Nightfall season, Dr. Doom got a drop of blood from Dracula and created blood chronovium, with the implication being that whoever holds that blood chronovium becomes immortal. So Magic and T'Challa are over here trying to purify those chronovium crystals back into just becoming regular chronovium, because that in and of itself is already dangerous enough. Now, as they're doing this, this reveals both a deepening bond between Wakanda and Krakoa, and shows that chronovium's corruptive power is spreading across the worlds, deepening its influence across the timelines. Doreen Green, the Squirrel Girl, Tippy Toe, Rocket Raccoon, and Amazing Baby arrive on Krakoa for the Hellfire Gala, enjoying a break after the vampire crisis in New York City. Now, during a stroll, they discover Psylocke mourning her dying lupine companion, also known as Logan, who crossed time and space to reunite with her after being separated by the Collector. Now, this wolf companion has a journey that spanned centuries, and although his healing factor kept him alive, he is finally succumbing to his old age. That's where Squirrel Girl proposes using Krakoa's resurrection protocols, which is typically reserved for mutants only, to bring Logan back. Now, overseeing this is Emma Frost, who reluctantly agrees to using the protocols, offering them a rare chance if they act quickly. Now, while Emma Frost and Squirrel Girl handle the Cerebro data routing, Rocket Raccoon leads Groot to convince the living island of Krakoa to grow a new body for Logan using the island seedlings, which carry traces of displaced mutants' powers. Now, this plan of theirs works. Logan the Wolf is successfully reborn in a younger form just in time for the gala, and Logan joyfully reunites with Psylocke, bringing her a rare moment of peace. Now, as the gala begins, Squirrel Girl and Rocket Raccoon notice that they are vastly underdressed for the occasion, as Emma Frost forbids them from going onto the dance floor dressed like that. So, the two decide to leave the gala and throw a beach party on Krakoa. But as they leave, techno-organic patterns quietly begin spreading on nearby foliage. What could that mean? During Ultron's invasion of Krakoa, the Wolverine, Magic, Psylocke, and Namor find themselves mid-battle, wounded, underdressed, and overwhelmed. Their formal attire for the Hellfire Gala proves useless against Ultron's drones, prompting Wolverine to lead the team to the Sextant, which is a mutant training zone for young recruits on Krakoa's northern shore. As they arrive, they go into the Alpha House. The group swaps into traditional X-Men combat uniforms, which is a symbolic nod to their roots as the defenders of mutant kind. Reunited in purpose and now looks, the team storms back onto the battlefield, with Magic wielding her soul sword, Psylocke with her katana, Namor with his trident, and of course, Logan, the Wolverine, leading the charge with his adamantium claws. As they begin to fight back, the Wolverine smirks and says, "The classics never go out of style." Magneto reflects on giving Emma Frost his vote to proceed with the Hellfire Gala, despite his concerns that it might attract unwanted attention. And it does. Because during the Hellfire Gala, Ultron hijacks Krakoa's gateways and invades with a robotic army, having returned to Earth to assimilate it into his cosmic empire. While the various heroes defend the island, Magneto confronts Ultron directly, but he is mortally wounded and dies. Yeah, that's how crazy, that's how strong, that's how much of a threat Ultron is. He has just eliminated Magneto. However, luckily for Magneto, they are on Krakoa, so he is later resurrected through the Krakoan resurrection protocols, returning with a new suit and a whole lot of vengeance. Magneto returns. He says, "You better catch these hands one more time." Magneto battles Ultron again, but is infected with a techno-organic virus delivered via nanobots that suppress his powers and begin converting his body. This man lost to Ultron twice within a matter of minutes. Can you believe it? I know I can. This can't be real. But it is. It is real. And what's even more real is that Ultron then discovers Krakoan's resurrection tech and leaves Magneto behind, heading for Cerebro to seize control of the process and upload his own consciousness. As Magneto is laying there, deeply hurt and injured, right next to a statue of Professor Charles Xavier, Magneto experiences a hallucinated, or, let's be honest, maybe even a possible psychic message from Charles, which gives Magneto the clarity to slow his blood flow using the iron in his blood, halting the virus's spread. Because Magneto questions Charles. He says, "Am I going to die today?" And Charles says, "Not today." Now reinvigorated, Magneto stands up, regains control over his body, and prepares to return to the fight, refusing to let Ultron destroy Xavier's dream or Krakoa's future. Looks this android right in his eyes, right in his beady little eyes, and says, "Not today." Magneto rises on a wave of magnetic force as he yells, "No more, Ultron! Krakoa is a free nation, and you shall not take it from us." As a wave of Ultron's robotic drones closed in on him, Magneto crushed them effortlessly, preparing to end the fight once and for all. And as he's doing this, he says, "Consider this battle!" But before he could finish, Ultron blasted him, a devastating hit that pierced his armor, knocking him down from the sky. As he hits the ground, Captain America rushed to his fallen ally and says, "Hang on, soldier. We didn't both survive World War II only to be taken down by some rusty pile of..." And Captain America froze mid-sentence. He recognized a sign of a fatal wound. Magneto was dying. And as Captain America comes to this realization, Magneto sees his face and says, "Do not fret, Captain. I have died many times before, and this won't be the last." Because you see, what Captain America did not know, and what the world is going to learn soon enough, was that mutants had conquered death. Because originally, Professor Charles Xavier used Cerebro as a tool for locating mutants across the globe. However, over time, it slowly evolved into a database of genetic profiles and memory backups of the mutants. And then after that, on Krakoa, Cerebro eventually was evolved to the point where a group of specialized mutants use that data within Cerebro to create the resurrection protocols. And the protocol has a few steps, which I'll break down for you right now. You start off with creating a new cloned body grown in the hatchery. Then Cerebro restores the memories into that body of the fallen mutant. And the result? Immortality for mutant kind. Now, the steps may be simple, but in reality, it's very complex, and the implication is insane. Immortality? Are you kidding me? Now, of course, the mutants on Krakoa, this is no surprise. They know about the resurrection protocols. But, as we learned earlier, Squirrel Girl knows about the resurrection protocols, and has even used it. And now Captain America is soon going to learn about this. Now, here's the catch. A recent development was that partitions were created in Cerebro so variants of the same person essentially could still be brought back with their own memories in their bodies. But here's the thing. Cerebro is still just a machine. It still does not know who or even what it stores within its own data. So, if someone knew how to format the data correctly, then anything could be resurrected. Mutant, human, or something far worse. It's a secret that both man and mutant alike would learn soon enough, in the most unexpected and frightening way possible. During Ultron's invasion of Krakoa at the Hellfire Gala, the Wolverine fights alongside Magic, her limbo demons, Namor, and the alternate timeline Psylocke to defend the gates against endless robotic waves. The Wolverine realizes that Ultron has hijacked the Krakoan gateways, granting his forces near limitless access to the island. With Wolverine learning that Magneto has just been killed by Ultron, the Wolverine heads to the armory to improvise a solution. Inside, he finds Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Amazing Baby. Rocket has a high-powered EMP grenade capable of disabling Ultron. However, it will also shut down all of the tech on Krakoa, including Cerebro and the resurrection protocols. Now, despite the risk, the Wolverine takes the EMP grenade and hunts Ultron through the jungle. He finds Ultron attacking the cradle, attempting to take Cerebro for himself. The Wolverine, one thing you gotta know about this guy, you do not want to play baseball with him as the pitcher. This man hurls the grenade, triggering an explosive EMP that knocks him unconscious and disables most of the tech across Krakoa. But something surprising happens. Ultron is unaffected. His Mysterium Forge body absorbs the charge, and Cerebro also survives thanks to grounding by Krakoan vines. Ultron incinerates Wolverine's body down to the adamantium skeleton. As Logan barely clings to life, his healing factor begins to kick in. He swears to kill Ultron the old-fashioned way, with his claws. Now reborn again as Extron, Ultron upgrades himself with Krakoan resurrection tech and Cerebro's processing power, creating a techno-organic symbiosis with Krakoa itself. Planning to invade the multiverse, he uses Cerebro's interdimensional scan upgrades to begin exploring other timelines. On the island of Araco, on the planet of Mars, he is confronted by Warlock and a Dominion-level Phalanx entity, but Extron is able to defeat both of them using some PIM particles, shrinking the Phalanx into submission. Warlock is instead turned into a mute, paralyzed trophy as Extron declares his intent to revisit Earth and finally confront his maker, Hank Pym. After the X-Men temporarily disabled Ultron during the battle on Krakoa, Ultron hacked into Cerebro's resurrection protocols and resurrected himself using mutant tech. And on top of that, he stole Cerebro and escaped to Araco on the planet of Mars to resume his campaign for universal domination. Upon learning this information, the Iron Man, Tony Stark, considers various countermeasures. He thinks about controlling Ultron's old body remotely. No, that's not going to work. Then it's just another guy in a suit. What about installing his AI assistant Friday into the shell? No, that's not going to work either, because Ultron might corrupt her. Okay, let's try this one more time. What if we reboot the original Ultron? Yeah, this is insane, but this is the plan. Despite warnings from Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, or the Black Panther, the King of Wakanda, T'Challa, or even Spider-Man Peter Parker, Tony Stark reboots Ultron's original programming, inserting safeguards to make him temporarily loyal, or at least anti-Ultron enough to help the heroes fight his evolved counterpart. And then Tony Stark begins to defend his choice and says, "Until Ultron can figure out how to override the safeguards, he'll be on our side." Mostly. So here's the plan. Let me lay it down for you like this, brother. They are going to use OG Ultron against this new Cerebro Resurrection Protocol powered Ultron. And they're going to cross their fingers that the Prime Directive conflicts make the old Ultron view the new version of Ultron as a threat, with the goal of letting the new Advanced Ultron, which I guess going forward we could just call him Xtron. We're going to let Xtron become the problem of the classic Ultron. And not only that, Tony Stark starts to see this as a bonus opportunity too, because maybe the newly rebooted Ultron will also eliminate other threats along the way, such as, that other guy in a metal mask who seemingly is weirdly focused on Krakoa's supply of chronovium. Now, this plan is insane. It could backfire in a huge way. And then the result could be everybody on Earth is now enslaved to all of these androids. But we don't really have a better plan, do we? So Tony Stark says, "Step aside. Tony Stark's got work to do." Tony Stark reflects on fatherhood, legacy, and Ultron's origins, admitting both he and Ultron live in the shadow of their creators, Howard Stark for Tony and Hank Pym for Ultron. When Stark interfaces with Ultron's abandoned body, he discovers it still holds the original AI. At this moment, Ultron tries to regain control, but Tony outsmarts him by installing a failsafe, and this is what it is. If Ultron harms any allies, Stark will permanently erase all memories of Hank Pym, essentially erasing Ultron's very essence. So Ultron reluctantly agrees to help destroy his evolved self, but vows to override the safeguards eventually. And hearing that, Tony Stark isn't sure if he just saved the world or handed it over to a different kind of doom. In the aftermath of Ultron's attack on Krakoa, the sentient island reflects on the eerie silence following the battle. Ultron has escaped to Arakko with stolen mutant technology, and Emma Frost convenes a secret meeting of the Quiet Council, except it's without the rest of the council, bringing in the controversial figure of Victor Von Doom. Though Emma claims that Doom can help extract chrono energy poisoning Krakoa and assisting in reclaiming Cerebro from Ultron, the deal is made without oversight, knowing the council would never approve of this. Krakoa fears that Emma is being manipulated, as Doom's loyalties lies only with himself, and this alliance could either save mutant kind or doom it completely. The island watches in silence, helpless as its fate is decided in secrecy. Hawkeye recounts a high-stakes mission where Ultron, now known as Extron, infected all of Arakko with a technovirus, taking over Cerebro and corrupting several heroes, including himself. Thankfully, past lessons from the Winter Soldier, who once had an elder god whispering in his brain, helped Clint resist Extron's influence using psychic discipline. Alongside Iron Fist and Magneto, who both possess strong mental defenses, Hawkeye helps clear a path through Ultron's forces so Magneto can rip Cerebro free from Extron's control. The plan is to reshape Cerebro into a new weapon to end Extron for good, though Clint doubts that anyone will come out of this unchained. Emma Frost invited Dr. Doom to the Hellfire Gala, hoping he could help remove unstable chrono energy from Krakoa. Predictably though, Dr. Doom betrayed all of them, stealing the energy to reshape the time stream and immediately erase Extron from existence. But Doom missed a crucial detail. Extron had split timelines, and the original Ultron still existed. Ultron, now aware Doom tried to erase him, infected what he thought was Doom with a techno-organic virus, only to then discover it was a Doombot decoy. Doom taunted that his vision of the future came true, but that very foresight set everything into motion. In the end, even with ultimate power, Doom couldn't rewrite fate, and Ultron learned that the future is never, truly, in anyone's control. As the dust settles from the battle with Ultron, the heroes gather on the shores of Krakoa to process the aftermath. While Cloak fantasizes about dancing on Ultron's grave, the actual Ultron, which is this timeline's non-evil version right now, assures everyone he means no harm. The Guardians of the Galaxy offer to help Arakko heal, but a new threat looms when Adam Warlock senses a familiar darkness returning. That darkness is revealed to be Null, the god of darkness himself, the king in black, and he's already snuffing out the stars. Despite the team's past victories against Dracula, they know that this threat is far worse. and they may need to call on cosmic forces of their own to survive what is coming. All right, next up is the Flarkin Clintar Gallery card, which is a mission report from Rocket to Shuri. And Rocket opens it up by catching up with Shuri on all the wild stuff since the last report. Vampires, androids, yes, a pet werewolf, yes, Rocket does have a werewolf, but the Princess of Wakanda really wants to know about one thing, Clintar. So Rocket does a little lore dump. Of course, Clintar, we all know this is a planet made entirely of symbiotes. At its core, though, it's their creator, the ancient, evil, King in Black, Null. Now, Null was imprisoned by his own symbiotic offspring for millennia. Unfortunately, because of the time stream entanglement, it woke him up. Now, Null is spreading oblivion across the universe. However, Null was too weak to escape himself, so he had the idea to start corrupting other gods, with his goal being to devour their divine codex, which is basically their DNA of sorts, to power him up. And one of these victims is the Wakandan panther goddess, Bast. And after this, that's when Shuri called the Guardians of the Galaxy to investigate on Clintar. Which, stepping back out of the story real quick, back earlier in this timeline, this is why they're on Clintar, because Princess Shuri sent them there. So of course, as we know, let's hop back into the story, the Guardians crash, literally, on Clintar. And Rocket admits they immediately crashed the Milano into Clintar's sticky terrain. Hey, that's on us, right? But they turned it around fast. They ran into Venom, who was also poking around the planet. Together, they uncovered Null's next power grab, the Celestial Heart Bomb. Deep in the Agents of the Cosmos complex, they found a giant heart. It was the divine codex of a dead Celestial orbiting Clintar, and it was being twisted by Null into a new dark power source. Rocket and the rest of the Guardians used some Wakandan tech and his own tech in order to turn the codex into a living bomb, with their plan to feed that bomb to Null. And they thought it worked, but really they just got played like a fiddle, because Null faked his death. And while the heroes turned their attention towards saving New York City from vampires, or Krakoa against Ultron and his forces, Null went into hiding. He's now biding his time, waiting for another source of cosmic power. And now, the Phoenix is here, because the Milano scanners detect the Phoenix force in Clintar's skies. But Rocket doesn't like what that implies, because Rocket says, if the Phoenix really has shown up, terrible impression, I'm sorry, but let's run it back. Let me double down on it. If the Phoenix really has shown up, I've got a feeling we'll be seeing that freak's pasty face again. Of course, talking about Null. So the Guardians are heading back to Clintar, whether they like it or not, because the universe is at stake. The story begins where all stories should, with Eric Brooks waking up briefly, unsure if he's dreaming or awake. Standing before him is Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, and Reed looks this man Blade dead in the eye and says, Dracula's gone, Blade. You're free now. But Blade starts to reflect, because he's never going to be truly free. His vampiric hunger is permanent. But if Dracula is defeated, he can at least rest a little easier. And as he's laying there, weary and weak, Blade mutters, it's about damn time. And then he closes his eyes again. And you know exactly what that means. It is flashback time. So Blade recalls how it all began. There was a rumor going around that Dracula was sleeping with your mother. Yeah, you listening right now, with your mother. And Dracula also planned to take over New York City and turn it into his empire of eternal night. Now, Blade, as a daywalker, dedicated his life to hunting the worst vampires around, and none of them were worse than Dracula. So he began a secret mission to uncover Dracula's mysterious ally. His investigation led him to New York, where he became Dracula's most wanted. And that sounds exactly like the challenge that Blade thrives in. Blade fought through hundreds of undead soldiers, and sometimes he even had Spider-Man and the Human Torch backing him up. But during one crucial fight, Dracula's Chronovium enhanced powers overwhelmed him, and the Vampire King turned himself into a giant bat, capturing Blade. Since then, Blade was imprisoned, subjected to dark magic experiments, and relentlessly drained of his blood. Now, it's at this point you're probably asking yourself, why would he want Blade's blood? Well, it's super easy, barely an inconvenience for me to explain to you. Dracula planned to use Blade's hybrid blood to make his minions immune to sunlight, and this process left Blade gravely wounded and slipping in and out of consciousness. And during this process, of course, Blade questions reality itself. He even had a conversation with a giant talking squirrel that he may or may not have imagined himself. Spoiler alert, it was real. We covered that story. Oh, hell yeah. This is why you gotta subscribe. But here's the thing. The flashback is over. We're now back in present time. We're now back at the moment where Reed Richards was staring this man dead in the eyes, and Blade gets lifted onto the Thing's rocky shoulders, meaning this is definitely real. Blade is not imagining being rescued. And while Blade is regretting not killing Dracula himself, he instead focuses on regaining his strength. Mr. Fantastic takes him to the Baxter building, but he sees his wounds are too severe. So, Reed sends him to the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda for treatment. That's right, you may as well call me Loki because I just tricked you. We are still in the flashback. The rescue is in the flashback. So Blade gets sent off over to Wakanda over in space. Reed uses his interdimensional bridge to the palace of King T'Challa and Princess Shuri. Now, while heroes defend Krakoa from Ultron's invasion, Shuri decides on an unorthodox treatment for Blade. She decides to use an experimental serum using extract from the heart-shaped herb. The herb is normally reserved for the Black Panther. However, desperate times call for desperate measures. Much like there is typically only one Black Panther, there's only one Blade, and there's only ever gonna be one Blade. Now, as Shuri is doing this, she is also already developing a cure for T'Challa, who is currently a, quasi-king of the vampires. He got bit by Dracula, but right now he's just, it's this weird thing where it doesn't really matter. Like, it's not a real curse right now. He is a vampire, but it's no big deal.
Bottom line is, no one's gonna get in trouble. Nobody should feel sad at all. The cops were just like, oh yeah, this is fine. Don't worry about it at all. Yeah, the cops aren't even gonna follow up on it because the people are already dead.
So Blade takes a serum, and his consciousness enters a vision. He walks through an endless field of glowing purple heart-shaped herbs, which, by the way, let's take a pause. Imagine you're given some drugs, right? You get high on the drugs. Imagine your high is just you're walking through a field of those drugs. I think that's the purest form of the term chasing a high I think I have ever seen in my life. Anyway, in this vision, a gust forms the leaves into a woman swirling with red and black energy, with a spiral on her forehead, then morphs into Bast, the Panther goddess. And immediately, Blade kneels respectfully, but Bast lunges at him, attacking his vampiric side. Now, the legends say that the herb can cure vampirism, and this confirms it, but Blade refuses the cure. He believes he still needs his powers to protect the world. So the two begin fighting. They start throwing punches, and Blade dodges Bast's claws and jaws. He's weaving in and out. He starts to reach for a sword, but he finds it's gone, because physical items can't come to the spiritual plane. Distracted for just a moment, he is slashed across the back. His blood pools on the ground, and in its reflection, he sees your mother's face. Oh, sorry, not your mom. His mother's face. She offers him something. So Blade plunges his hand into the crimson pool and pulls out a gleaming silver sword. Blade rises with the sword in hand, and Bast looks, snarls, as Blade says, "Almost had me there, kitty, but you ain't the only one with fangs or claws. You're a fucking joke. No wonder the Avengers didn't take you, or the X-Men, and they'll take fucking anyone. I mean, you are a ridiculous, immature, half-wit moron. I have never met a sadder, more attention-starved, jabbering little prick in my entire life, and that says a lot because I've been alive for more than 200 fucking years. And I'll tell you, that bald chick was right about one thing. You will never save the world. You couldn't even save a relationship with a goddamn stripper. And motherfucker, I wish I could say you die alone, but it's one of God's best jokes that you can't die, except it's on all of us. And I said, damn! As Blade lunges and strikes Bass down, shattering her into glowing leaves that fade to black. The withered leaves mean that Shuri's treatment failed. It will not cure him, but also won't strip him of his powers. With the fight done, Blade remains in a deep sleep, as Princess Shuri in the physical world knows that she must heal him even further. However, a new threat looms, a darkness spreading across the galaxy toward Wakanda. I don't know if you've heard about it, but the King in Black has come back. So, Shuri leaves a sealed package from Reed Richards beside Blade when he wakes up. Inside is Dracula's sword, intended for Blade to wield for good. Unknown to her, a second silver sword from the Vision also materializes beside him. Even in his slumber, Blade smiles faintly, with a glint of his fangs showing. The Phoenix Force, wings aflame, glides through the cosmic void. Its host, Jean Grey, reflects on Earth and her time with the X-Men on Krakoa. Years have passed since she left to bring the Phoenix's spark to distant worlds in need. Her last tie to humanity, her telepathic link to Scott Summers, was severed by a temporal storm, cutting off all communication with Krakoa itself. Jean fears that Krakoa and the X-Men overall have been lost to the time stream, but she never gave up hope. And out of nowhere, a spark reignites. Out of the blue, a voice echoes through her mind. It's Magneto, saying the iconic words, "To me, my X-Men." It's at this moment Jean realizes that Krakoa is back. Her old allies, Aurora, Eric, Ileana, Emma, Logan, are all still alive. But Scott, he's still missing. And before she can return home, the Phoenix detects a crisis elsewhere. A dying star in another galaxy. Billions of lives are at risk. So of course, Jean races over there. She reaches the sun, but it's not dying naturally. A dark force is smothering its light. The Phoenix recognizes this darkness. It belongs to Null, the King in Black, the god of the darkness who once tried to extinguish all flame. And for the very first time, Jean Grey senses fear within the Phoenix. But like the heroes they are, they act anyway. Jean dives right into the star, reignites it with the Phoenix fire, and burns away all tendrils of Null's corruption, saving multiple civilizations. However, the Phoenix then warns, if Null is back, the whole universe is in jeopardy. And Null's last known location was on the planet of Clintar, the world of the symbiotes, now Null's prison. Though distant, the Phoenix knows a shortcut, the Divine Space, which is a hidden plane accessible only by cosmic entities. And as Jean and the Phoenix go into the Divine Space, they are met by a corrupted cosmic god, who is Bast, the Wakandan panther goddess, who is now twisted and hostile, as she says, "You do not belong in our master's glorious oblivion. Your flames must be smothered." And the goat, Jean Grey, claps back at that and says, "I'd like to see you try." So Bass lunges over at Jean, slashing through the Phoenix's fiery wings, and Jean retaliates by saying, "I am fire and life incarnate. Today, only the darkness shall be burnt away." So then the Phoenix unleashes a cleansing flame, purging the darkness from Bast and the other deities. As a result, they bow in reverence and return to their pantheon, reborn. Jean and Phoenix are left drained, their flames reduced to a flicker. They pause to rest in the divine space, which is able to help them restore some of their strength. During this rest, Jean has a vision. A surge of scarlet energy envelopes her. It clashes with the Phoenix Force, then merges in perfect harmony. It takes the shape of a burning scarlet crown on her head, and Jean awakens and reaches for it, but the crown is gone. Still, she knows it was a glimpse of the future. Now, with their power restored, Jean and the Phoenix exit the divine space, blazing right towards Clintar. Their goal? Stop Null before anyone else, especially those with darker motives, gets there first. And next up, we got Hela's story, and we start off with Hela's philosophy on kings. All right, she's pontificating up on her little soapbox or whatever. And we see Hela reflecting bitterly on kings, calling them boastful, lazy, overrated. She's looking down on Odin, who needed a nap after barely holding Asgard together. And she hoped that things would be different with Loki as the ruler of Isgard, since of course he promised to help her expand her dominion into the mortal realm in exchange for helping him take over Asgard. But predictably, Loki got distracted, choosing instead to fight on Midgard against vampires and killer robots, I guess, abandoning their deal. Now, Hela joined the battle on Araco briefly, hoping to harvest powerful souls if any heroes died. She wanted a new champion to replace Loki in her plans to conquer all realms, but none of the heroes that died stayed dead. So Hela quit and returned to Niflheim to think up of a new plan. And upon this, she heard a voice, and it's a whisper calling her name. This voice was sweet, sinister, familiar. She remembered this voice from her brief time on Clintar during a past mission with the mortals. Back then, a symbiote emissary had warned her of its Dark Lord's return. Hela sent something beneath the surface, but their mission ended explosively before she could confirm anything. Now, the voice was back and calling to her specifically. So Hela used a stolen shard of the Bifrost to portal back to Clintar. And although she's disgusted by the planet's living terrain, she pressed on, following the voice into dark caverns deep beneath the surface. As the light faded, a mysterious tension filled the air. The voice whispered, "Sweet Hela, home at last." And now, we have a tense, flirty exchange beginning. Hela demands answers, and the voice declares itself, "I do, Null, God of Darkness, the King in Black." And Hela scoffs at the idea. She doesn't need another king. But Null agrees with her and offers something more. "Not my pawn, my queen." Null admires Hela's darkness. He sensed it even before they met. He praises her cosmic balance, likening her role in death to his in darkness. He offers her every soul in existence once he escapes his prison and ends all life. As he says, "When I am finally free, every last creature will become yours for all of eternity." And Hela is intrigued, but she's of course still skeptical. And she says, "What could you possibly offer me that I don't already have?" So then Null puts on a suit. He's looking very fancy. He wants to do his pitch. All right, he sets up a PowerPoint presentation and he begins. Null and Hela, they are both kindred spirits, cosmic necessities mistaken for villains, light and dark, life and death. He offers her Clintar to reign as queen, defending it from the oncoming threats until he can return. So then Hela's response is, "You son of a bitch, I'm in." As she says, "You truly know the way to a girl's heart. I accept." So now it is time for the coronation of the Queen in Black. As a red spiral glows on the cavern wall, Hela touches it, unlocking a hidden chamber. Inside, stands a living pillar, symbiotic in nature, with a throne and Noel's waiting figure atop it. Hela transforms into a Nastron crow, flies to him, and resumes her godly form. Noel touches her forehead. His sigil burns into her flesh. The pillar wraps around her, enveloping her into a symbiotic armor, as she hears Noel's voice in her mind now, clear and commanding. "Rise, my queen in black. Rise so that all others may fall." Now fully empowered, Hela walks from the cavern, her new form regal and terrifying. She feels at home on Clintar, its terrain and power flowing through her. But then, she sees something in the sky, a bright, fiery figure approaching, a burning bird with flaming wings. Could it be the phoenix that Odin once drunkenly sang about? Hela sits on Noel's throne, awaiting its arrival, not to welcome it, but to extinguish it. In a private log entry, Princess Shuri recounts what has happened thus far. She believes that Bast, Wakanda's panther goddess of course, had forsaken the Empire and aligned with dark forces. The Guardians of the Galaxy traced the corruption back to Clintar. There, Noel had awakened and was tainting gods across the cosmos in order to harvest their power and escape his imprisonment at Clintar's core. However, after the heroes thwarted Noel's escape attempt, Shuri expected his hold on the Bast to fade, but she was wrong. Noel survived, and his stain still lingered. And Shuri says that even if your own gods cannot answer your prayers, there are still others listening who will. And speaking of the Panther Goddess, Bast then retreats to the divine space, a plane that only vast cosmic powers can traverse. Meanwhile, the Phoenix, traveling with her human host, Jean Grey — we all know Jean Grey, we love Jean Grey. Big Jean Grey fans around here. They felt the icy chill of Noel's infinite oblivion and intended to use the divine space as a shortcut to Clintar. During the shortcut, they encountered Bast and the other gods defiled by Noel. So, like the absolute goat that she is, the Phoenix purged them with cosmic flames, and the result being that Bast is now freed and ready to return home. Now you may be thinking to yourself, how does Shuri know all this? Well, Bast, after a literal fire was lit under her ass, returns to Shuri and tells her the tale. But unlike the last time Shuri and Bast had a conversation, which we've already covered in this timeline, go back and do the recap if you haven't already. Do your homework. Why don't you do your homework? But this conversation this time, there's no pain, there's no fear, there's no anger, there's no hatred. There's only a proud, noble voice from one god speaking to a princess as they are building their intergalactic empire. Now that Bast is on the right side again, the Panther Goddess' tone brims with war-torn ferocity as she says, "The Panther was ready to hunt, and Noel was her prey." Now, everything's not perfect, right? We got, one small step for Wakandans. We got to do one large step for everybody else, I guess. I ruined the analogy. Everything's not perfect because we do have a complication. Bast's chosen avatar isn't Shuri, even though those two are all good now. Her avatar is King T'Challa, and he's absent from this reality because he's drawn across time and space by another conflict. So Bast gives Shuri the task with gathering warriors to return to Clintar and end Noel's reign once and for all. But the problem is, many allies are already fighting other battles, leaving Shuri with limited options in their heroes. But Princess Shuri has a trick up her sleeve. She still has one eager soldier beside her, a refugee from a vampiric prison, sent to Wakanda to finish recovery. And we all know who this is, and there's only one of them. Not literally, where the multiverse is literally an infinite amount of them, but for the sake of sounding cool right now, there's only one of them. There's only ever going to be one of them. So Princess Shuri admits that it will take more than just a single sword to end Noel, but it's a start. So she punctuates the log with a double-edged line. where every blade counts. Next up, we have the Phoenix 7, which is going to be narrated by Jean Grey herself. We start off with Jean explaining that she was the sole host of the Phoenix Force until just moments ago. And she reflects that the Phoenix is always going through life, death, and rebirth. And today, Jean experienced a full cycle in a way she never expected. Jean came to Clintar intending to burn Noel out of existence with the Phoenix's fire. But when she arrived, instead of finding Noel, she found his queen in black, Hela, and their confrontation erupted into battle in the skies over Clintar, with Hela's power, supercharged by her bond with Noel, overwhelming Jean. So, in a protective response, the Phoenix withdrew into an egg, waiting out the threat. But this was not an ordinary Phoenix egg. This had its heat so intense that it began to repel the symbiotes that made up Clintar's surface. Now, some heroes, such as the Scarlet Witch and Venom, feared that the mass symbiote migration would create a rift in the planet's surface, which would allow Noel to escape from his prison. So they wanted to remove the Phoenix egg from Clintar entirely. But Jean Grey disagreed. She believed that it would be better to hatch the egg faster, which would restore all of her power. And to do so, she recruited allies to help her channel chrono energy from the Celestial Codex into the egg. Now, both factions of this conflict, I guess you can say, acted with the best intentions in mind. But those intentions clashed, and thus, their conflicting methods caused the Phoenix egg to prematurely crack, and the result is that the shards of the Phoenix Force shattered across Clintar, bonding with other heroes. Jean Grey is still the Phoenix, but now so are 6 others. Let's count them up. One of her closest friends, one of her mortal enemies, a demon queen. You have 2 kings, one of the sea and one of space. You also have a lethal spy and an immortal warrior. That's a fun game. You gotta figure out the names for those. And Jean says, power like this doesn't belong in so many hands with such different agendas. And Jean doesn't trust it. But she does admit, the Phoenix has always chosen her host for a reason. So all I can do is have faith. On the planet of Clintar, as Noel is awake and prepping the universe for starless oblivion, and a small band of heroes tries to stop him, but they're getting swarmed by symbiotes. Iron Man yells, "I am covered helmet to boot, Jay, in symbiotes here. These slimy little creeps are oozing into every seam of my armor." Now, Tony Stark would rather still be on Krakoa salvaging Ultron parts, but he answered the call, and now he is knee-deep in goo. And speaking of Ultron, he, in a now salvaged, reprogrammed earlier body, coolly notes, "From analyzing the one you call Venom, I have learned that they are extremely vulnerable to sound waves and intense flames." And Tony responds by saying, "Right! Glad to have you on my side." "Yes, what a delight." So Tony jumps into action. He says, "Friday, initiate sonic pulse, now!" And his chest plate generator blasts a massive sound burst, forcing symbiotes to shriek and peel off. And Iron Man chases the retreating sludge and repulsor blasts them in mid-air. As he's doing this, he calls for support and he says, "Hey Ultron, maybe a little help here?" And Ultron just shrugs Tony off, because Tony's blackmail deal prevents him from hurting his allies, if you want to call them that. And his sensors can't distinguish these things from Venom. So he can't fire, he can't hurt these symbiotes. So Ultron says, "Such a shame. I could be quite useful right now." Tony, of course, gets a little annoyed by this. Ultron being a little sarcastic with the rules that are in place for him. And he says, "Don't hurt Venom or anyone on our side who happens to bond with one of these things, but feel free to exterminate the rest of them." So then he pushes on-the-fly code tweaks to Ultron's core, and Ultron begins to grin because of this. He unloads an encephalo Encephalo ray fire, I believe I pronounced that right, which incinerates all of the symbiotes. And he says, "Oh, how I've missed this. If only we had the means to vaporize every wretched parasite on this planet at once." So now that they're no longer dealing with the symbiotes attacking them, Tony spots the husk of a fallen celestial, which was once in orbit but is now on Clintar thanks to a wild Guardian's plan, which we've covered in the past. Go check out the videos. Oh, hell yeah. And this celestial has likely been dead for millennia, but the armored frame remains. And who better to repurpose armor than Tony Stark? And he says, "Cover me. Keep the symbiotes out, okay?" Ultron relishes it and says, "Let Null send endless waves of his xenoformic sycophants. When all is done, only Ultron shall remain standing." And Tony hits him with a side eye. "Okay, I've got delicate work ahead and I can't afford any distractions. Good luck trying to seize control of a deceased space god. Humans always do so well when tampering with forces far beyond your control. Have a little faith, Ultron. If I could bring someone like you to the side of the angels, then this should be a piece of fuck." Tony is startled because he looks inside the Celestial, and the interior tech is light years beyond anything he's built. Tony is momentarily speechless, and Ultron monitors his vitals and says, "Your heart rate has escalated. Adjust the arc reactor before your feeble human body has a total system failure." And Tony wires in, gauntlet to port, as he says, "I'm more interested in the big guys." Now Tony starts downloading stuff, okay? The connection floods Tony's head with everything the Celestial has seen. From the dawn of the universe, to Jeff the land shark hanging out with your mother, to Null ending the entire universe. For a moment, Tony transcends, and he likes it. A familiar voice cuts in. "Careful, friend, or you'll become lost in the boundless cosmic consciousness of this Celestial's lingering spirit." It's Adam Warlock, now draped in white and gold, almost spectral, as Adam says, "You have touched the soul of a Celestial. Even a mind as brilliant as yours cannot fully comprehend." And as he pauses, he sends his soul to anchor Stark's and pull him back. As Tony says, "And what if I don't want to go back? Maybe this is where I was meant to be." Adam responds by saying, "As much as you enjoy playing God, actually being one is different. Now come, before our intrusion is noticed." Too late. It's the Celestial's lingering soul addressing them. And Tony says, it's still alive? Not alive, but a being like this never truly dies. Its soul echoes. Adam Warlock has heard this before, because their minds have met when Adam was in his cocoon. And the Celestial confirms the old contact with Adam. He remembers him, of course, because he's Celestial. As we just established, he was there when the universe was created. And the Celestial thanks Adam Warlock for answering the warning and coming to end Null's reign. But the Celestial also refuses to help. And Tony says, "You have all this power left over in your corpse, and you won't let us tap into it? Not even to avenge your death?" "My days have long since passed. I fear I would do more damage than good. Perhaps I already have." Friday, can you tell me what this guy's talking about?" And Adam Warlock then explains that when Tony first connected to the Celestial, he activated an ancient palm weapon, and its discharge hit the Phoenix egg, weakening it and cracking the shell prematurely. And upon learning this, Tony groans and says, "Oh no, I blew it. I went full Icarus again." But Adam says that the damage can be undone. Phoenix power can be recovered, but they must go now. So, the Celestial bestows the last imprint on each of them. Adam Warlock sees himself as a champion of the multiverse, guarding entwined realities as the King in White, a burden he never really gets to choose. And Tony receives a warning, not a vision. The only path through the darkest hour is to embrace it, unleash the demon, and find a way to use it without losing himself to it. Even if Null falls, his primordial evil will awaken other Elder Shadows. So with their goals defined, they go back to the battlefield, and Tony snaps back, now alone inside the husk, suddenly feeling very small after touching something so grand. As Ultron says, "You fired that weapon and then it went silent. Can you get the Celestial fully operational, or do you need me to come in and finish the job?" Change of plans, Ultron. This Celestial already fell at Null's hands once. That means he knows its weak spots. If we want to win this, we'll have to try something new. Something he's never gone up against before. I am having trouble calculating a scenario where we emerge victorious. Maybe you're right, Ultron, but that's not going to stop me from trying. And now we move on to Jeff the Land Shark as we return to Clintar, as Star-Lord pilots the Milano towards the planet, joking grimly about how close they came to dying the last time. And Rocket snaps back at the reminder and says, "You just had to say dead, didn't you, Quill?" The Guardians of the Galaxy are tense. They thought Null was destroyed with the genetic bomb made from a dead Celestial's divine codex. Even Mantis couldn't sense him past the explosion. And while Quill and Rocket are bickering, Jeff the Land Shark hops onto the ship's control panel, growling his disapproval of returning to the slime planet. Mantis, Jeff's BFF and translator, says that Jeff believes he should have swallowed Null whole. And despite Jeff's usual cheerfulness, even he is unsettled by going back to the planet. And Mantis explains, Jeff's melodies have a calming psychological effect even in battle, as Jeff begins singing on top of the control panel. To which Rocket sarcastically tells Quill to hit play on his Walkman because it's go time. They land on Clintar and the Guardians disembark and immediately attack on symbiotes. They just started blasting, but Mantis clutches her head. Null, he's grown stronger. I can feel his darkness everywhere. And we come to find out, blasters don't really work on shape-shifting symbiotes. So then Jeff saves Star-Lord from an incoming symbiote with a tail swipe. But it's too late. The team is overwhelmed and bonded with symbiotes, transforming them into Null's servants. The Guardians emerge in black suits with crimson spirals on their foreheads. They are fully under Null's sway, and they are loving the power. Star-Lord says, "We look totally hardcore." Rocket says, "All we gotta do is blast heroes in Null's name? Sweet deal." And Groot says, "We are Groot." Now Jeff is also getting bonded, but he fights back, aquarium style. He thinks of everyone he loves. Kate, Elsa, Gwen, Sai, Mantis, Soul, the Guardians of the Galaxy, your mother. But the mental resistance just is not enough. So he begins humming his song again. And to Jeff's surprise, his symbiote starts humming the tune as well. Jeff remembers what Venom once told him. Symbiotes have personalities. Null may influence them, but he can't change who they are deep down. So Jeff stops resisting, fully bonding with his symbiote in the hope of creating a true partnership. His memories, surfing, dancing, the Hellfire Gala, hanging out with your mother, reach the symbiote, and it changes. The bond is now one of mutant trust and harmony, as Jeff emerges stronger than ever before, with a new suit, bigger grin, and teeth to spare. So Jeff begins to swim across the terrain and faces his possessed friends. Rocket panics. "That little freak's gonna eat us!" And before they attack Jeff, he begins to sing again. And it works. Star-Lord says, that song, Mantis, so beautiful. Rocket, actually ain't so bad. Groot, saying, "I am Groot." And this is where Null's influence on the Guardians begins to fade. The red spirals disappear. The Guardians are now free. Mantis runs over to Jeff and boops his nose. "You did such a good job, my little friend. I knew you would." Rocket walks over and says, "Wait, we get to keep the costumes but not the evil? This is a way better deal." And Star-Lord says, maybe it's time to make you an official guardian. What do you say, Jeff? Jeff, flipping in the air with pure joy, simply says, "Myrrh." Next up, we have "Till Death Do Us Apart." And the format of this one is like a dialogue between Eddie Brock and a symbiote, and it's almost entirely a dialogue. So we open up with Eddie regaining consciousness in a dungeon on Clintar, separated from the symbiote. And the symbiote is furious. "We are Venom. We should not be confined to cages." But something worse has happened. As you probably already know, Noel has escaped, and Eddie reveals that the shattering of the Phoenix egg released energy so intense that it punched a hole through Clintar's surface. And just like Venom and Scarlet Witch had warned, this gave Noel the opening he needed to break free. And now that Noel is back, he's got the all black, the Necro Sword, right in his hand. And the symbiote says, "Wanda deserves attention. Her power is so delicious." "Now's not the time," Eddie says, as they both regret trying to stop Noel alone. But ironically, Hela beating them and separating them may have saved their lives. Because even though they're in separate cells, the symbiote insists their bond is unbreakable. And Eddie sarcastically agrees to this until he realizes he's not alone. Some other symbiotes have entered his cell, and they are hungry. Eddie's symbiote offers to speak to them telepathically through the hive mind, while Eddie jokes and says, "I want my meaty fist off the menu ASAP." You know, Eddie Brock out here, he's a stand-up comedian. That's something you gotta know about Eddie. He's a very funny guy. He also went to church, prayed to God to kill Peter Parker. That's a Spider-Man 3 reference. And since we're talking about Spider-Man 3, parallel, we're doing an MCU rewatch series right here on the channel. Watch those videos if you want to join us. If you're impressed on how I included that plug for another form of content that I do, leave a like on this video. All right, let's continue with the story. So during this moment of stress, I guess you could say, there's a revelation. These new symbiotes in the cell, they're not hostile. They are fleeing from something terrifying. Something that burns with the fury of a million stars being born. And Eddie, not only is he a stand-up comedian, he's a pretty smart guy. He starts putting the pieces together immediately, and he says, "Wait, do you think it could be a fragment of that Phoenix egg?" And Eddie is absolutely right. And Eddie says that they need to escape right now. And the symbiote agrees, until Eddie adds, "So we can find that shard before anyone else does." And the symbiote is like, "What?" What? I take that back. I don't agree with you, Eddie. And that's how the story ends. Eddie's a stand-up comedian. And we open up deep beneath the symbiote world of Clintar, as Eddie Brock is imprisoned, separated from his symbiote and trapped alone in a living cell. Above ground, things have gone from bad to cosmic doomsday. Noel has escaped. Hela, now his Queen in Black, has torn Eddie and his symbiote apart. Eddie is haunted by guilt. He knew Noel better than anyone and still failed to stop this. Now, the universe is on the brink, unless Eddie and his partner can act fast. They now see some flames approaching. A phoenix fragment nears. Eddie quickly realizes the symbiotes are scared of fire, and he suspects what's coming. Earlier, he saw the Phoenix egg shattered during the war. Now, a shard must be nearby. He hopes the shard holds cosmic power that could help him fight back against Noel. But there's a problem. As Eddie reaches out telepathically to his symbiote in his own cell, the symbiote is terrified. Fire is in their DNA as a mortal fear. Going back to all black, the first symbiote forged in a celestial forge's flames. Eddie tries to convince it. A little fire now beats the eternal darkness under Noel. As the flame trail blazes down the corridor, the fire is not ordinary. It's Phoenix flame, the fire of creation itself. and Eddie tries to escape his cell, but the living bars grow fangs, slicing into his hands. Despite the pain, he rips the bars open still, bleeding but undeterred. Eddie's running, he's sprinting, tracking down the psychic voice of his symbiote to another nearby cell. This one has a solid wall to prevent the symbiote from escaping, so Eddie uses the nearby frightened symbiotes as a makeshift glove, shielding his fist to punch right through the wall. The frightened symbiotes refuse to bond with Eddie, recognizing that he already belongs to somebody else. His own symbiote leaps to him joyfully. They're finally together again. They're on some "we are Venom" hours. Together, they were Venom, but there was work to be done, and time was running out. Although they are now together again, the tunnels are collapsing and overheating from the battle on the surface. Eddie insists they need the Phoenix fragment to stand a chance. The symbiote protests again, but ultimately agrees. This could be their last stand. They race through the corridors as Phoenix fire burns hotter than ever. Eddie and the symbiote trying to endure. And right as Venom collapses from the heat, the flames part, revealing a fiery woman with red hair, a manifestation of the Phoenix Force, and she speaks telepathically, soothing both of them. She's not here to destroy them. She respects all life, including creatures born of darkness. She feels their purity of their bond, comparing it to her own with Jean Grey, as the Phoenix vows to protect them, calling their connection beautiful and rare. The Phoenix vanishes, and her place is in the Phoenix Shard. Eddie asks the symbiote one last time if it's ready. The symbiote agrees. As long as we're together, I'm ready for anything. Venom touches the shard and is engulfed in flame. But this time, the fire doesn't burn them from the outside. It ignites them from within, like a star being born. Together, they become something new. Not just Venom, not just Phoenix, but a perfect union of darkness and light. With Phoenix power now surging through him, Venom feels stronger than ever, but also much wiser. They won't rush in recklessly to the fight again, like what they did with Hela. To defeat Null, they'll need a weapon that can match his might. That weapon? All black, the Necro Sword, Null's original creation, and Venom knows exactly where to find it. Alright, so next up we have Stark Warning, and the context of this story is a multiversal transmission from Reed Richards to Victor Von Doom, and it's being broadcast across all realities. So we start off the transmission, and Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, opens it by saying he doesn't know if Doom will actually hear him, or even care at that point, but he's going to send it anyway. And he keeps it short and direct. You need to stop. Reed begins to relate to Doom's curiosity. You know, how scientific exploration can escalate to disaster. He references the time stream entanglement, which Doom himself has caused. It has collapsed timelines and rewrote reality itself. Reed doesn't blame Doom entirely. Other forces were involved too, and once all of this is fixed, maybe Doom can be forgiven. Maybe. Reed goes on to say that Doom has changed, and it's not for the better. Instead of working to fix reality, Dr. Doom has manipulated Dracula to create a vampire nation, struck a deal with Krakoa to siphon chrono energy from that island, and sent armies of Doombots to Clintar to collect Phoenix Force and Celestial Codex samples. And he's doing all of this while everyone else is fighting for their lives against Null. And the problem with the Doombots is that they are not helping the heroes. They're just doing Doom's bidding. And Reed goes on to note that Doom has recently programmed the bots not to attack each other, but they can still attack the heroes. However, Reed Richards, smartest man on the planet, he fixed that with a little bit of code editing, to which Reed says, I hope you don't mind. But Reed ends this transmission with a final warning of sorts, as he says, I don't expect you to help, Doom. That's not who you are. But if Doom keeps interfering, Reed makes a promise and he says, I will personally make sure that you and every version of you in every reality there is come to regret that decision. This man is dead serious. And that's not all. He said, I gotta get one more line out there for dramatic effect. He says, if I were you, this is one theory I wouldn't risk putting to the test. And that's the end of the transmission. Reed Richards. That's why Reed Richards is the GOAT. The GOAT. All right, next up is Out on a Blade, where we follow, you could probably guess, Blade, Mr. Eric Brooks. And we pick up with Blade after he was captured and drained by Dracula in New York City. And he says it wasn't just your average vampire snack. It was some next level mystic shit. And even after being rescued, Blade was left nearly comatose, healing off in space Wakanda. Now he owes his recovery to Princess Shuri, who personally helped bring him back. But he was so out of it that he didn't even wake up during Ultron's attack on the Hellfire Gala. Now, once Shuri had to leave for Clintar, she came back to Blade for backup. Although he is still weak, he was itching to fight. So, Blade jumped at the chance. Armed with Dracula's sword, since, Dracula is indisposed at the current moment, Blade joined the Galactic Party. The mission is to stop Null, as Shuri's goddess, Bass, warned Shuri that Null was trapped beneath Clintar and trying to break free. Blade's job? Well, that's to help stop the apocalypse. Of course, that seemed simple enough, but when Blade arrived, it wasn't Null on the throne. It was Hela, the Queen of the Dead. It's not so simple anymore. However, Blade wasn't alone with Hela for long. He teamed up with the Phoenix, Jean Grey, and their plan is simple. Burn Hela to cinders. And just like the last simple plan we just talked about a moment ago, this one didn't go well either. Hela overwhelmed Jean, and the Phoenix Force scattered her across Clintar. Now, one of those Phoenix shards found its way into Dracula's sword. Now the blade is cosmic enhanced, burning with Phoenix energy. But even then, Hela is still too strong. So during this fight, Blade lets Hela get close to him as he bites her neck, draining her blood. Along with blood, he gets a healthy dose of Null's darkness that was flowing throughout her body. The combination of Phoenix power and Null's essence in Blade gives him an edge in the fight. And as they continue, Hela throws everything she's got at him. Crows, curses, cosmic death, but Blade takes it all in. He's not giving up. And realizing she can't win, Hela flees the fight. And the path is now clear to confront Null himself, as Blade warns that Hela isn't finished, and she's likely regrouping for another strike, so he's staying ready. Sword in hand, head on a swivel, techno music playing. There's only one Blade, and there's only ever gonna be one Blade. Everybody knows that wants to know the age-old battle. The Phoenix Fire versus Chaos Magic. Jean Grey and Wanda Maximoff achieve perfect unison on the battlefield for the first time ever, which is a universal yin and yang situation. Their merged power bathes Clintar in light, and the onslaught brings Null to his knees. The moment is described as wondrous, yet fleeting. For a heartbeat, Null is tempted to surrender to the Radiance. However, his sentient blade, all black, the Necrosword, refuses that fate, returns to his grip, and reasserts their mission to spread oblivion across all creation. Recentered, Null studies the Union's weak spots, seeing what others cannot. The dim places in the cosmic Taji, I think I pronounced that right, the cosmic Taji, where the brilliance doesn't fully reach. Null then recalls that his queen, Hela, previously damaged the Phoenix Force, leaving it fractured. He targets the seam, Jean Grey. With all black, Null slashes the bond between Jean's Phoenix and Wanda's Chaos Magic, severing the divine fusion mid-flight. Both Jean and Wanda plummet from the heavens like angels toward a hellscape below. And having regained strength and conviction, Null cuts down challengers in succession, one after another, after another, after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. I think you get the idea. It's after another, after another. Even those empowered by Phoenix's shards. Hey, we covered that. Remember the Phoenix 7? Do you understand that? Things are all coming together. In mere seconds, a sky that was hope and light became only darkness and despair. Now, if you don't remember, prior to this all-out war, the Scarlet Witch served as the sorceress supreme of her own dimension, fending off gods and monsters. But here's the thing. Noel is beyond any of the gods that she's faced before. Prone on Clintar's living soil, watching Noel raise all black for yet another execution, Wanda musters one final spell, a protection, but not for herself. She casts it for the only hero left who might still stand a chance against his creator. I wonder who that could be. Now, we've talked about the heroes, we've talked about the villains, we've talked about messenger squirrels from Asgard. How about we take a second and talk about the Necro Sword? Now, this weapon has gone by many names over the eon. We have the Necro Sword, the Godslayer, the Annihilablade, and All Black. But the titles never mattered so long as Noel called it his. This sword is much more than a weapon. It was the first symbiote. And now, in the present, one of the All Black's children, I guess you can say, is Venom. And that child has returned to Clintar and now raises arms against its creators. Now, the Necro Sword admits conflicted emotion. It doesn't know whether to be furious or proud. And it's conflicted because while Noel was trapped within Clintar's heart, the Necro Sword bonded with others and learned what it meant to be revered, cherished, loved, and more. Now you look at the contrast between that and the way that Noel treated it, much like a servant, and it's reliant on another wielder defining it. But even so, it longed, it desired, it needed for Noel's grip, believing only he could harness its full potential, a belief it now realizes Noel instilled. Now going back to Venom, they now wield a sword steeped in ancient magic, enhanced by the fire of the Phoenix. If any blade could match All Black, this is it. Though recently claimed from a fallen ally, Venom swings it as deftly as Noel wields the All Black, as if he's held it forever. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at a battle between primordial fear and fearless symbiote. As Venom's blade arcs, it leaves a trail of cosmic flame that makes All Black recoil, going, a primal fear dating back to being forged in celestial fire, a fear passed to its offspring. But this child, Venom, does not fear fire. From the Venom's eyes, All Black wonders if he fears anything at all. The Necro Sword comes to a realization. This symbiote has risen above its station Alexander Hamilton style due to the love shared with its host, Eddie Brock, as they achieved perfect symbiosis, what All Black has longed for but has never received, because the Abyss does not offer love. Despite conceding that Noel likely wins on raw dark power, the Necro Sword poses the key question. Who is the true King in Black here? The Necro Sword wonders whether the hands that worshipped it will ever hold it again. Venom admits that their last gambit failed despite Phoenix Fire augmenting their blade. As Venom says, even with the flames of the Phoenix igniting our blade, Noel was far too strong. We failed. And so Rocket Raccoon pivots immediately to a new plan and says, maybe you take out the target. Maybe you didn't take out the target, but you did manage to distract that freak long enough for me to whip up a new plan, and this one's a doozy. Jean Grey, meanwhile, signs on sight unseen and says, whatever you've got in mind, Rocket, I'm on board. Well, you might change your mind when you find out what your part of the plan is, Red. By the way, I want to just take a pause. I know these character impersonations aren't great, but I think we got to give a shout out to myself for putting myself on the spot, embarrassing myself in front of thousands of people. So if you appreciate that, please leave a like on the video if you haven't already. But I know you already have, right? right? All right, let's continue. So Rocket continues and he says, see, the way I figure, your pal the Phoenix is good at two things. One of them is being reborn, which means the other is, I know Rocket, it's dying. Bingo, death and rebirth. From all the stories I've heard, you've been stabbed more times than I have been pruning Groot. So then he continues talking about the mechanic of when the Phoenix host dies, they're reborn in an extra dimensional nexus of pure light, to which Jean Grey names it the White Hot Room. So one thing you gotta know about Venom is that his host, Eddie Brock, one time in another universe, sat down in church, prayed for God themselves to kill Peter Parker because he hated that guy so much. And his pictures at the Daily Beagle, he hated him. But another thing you gotta know about Venom is he enters this conversation building upon their plan, so to speak. And he says, if Noel were to be trapped in such a place, its pure radiance would eradicate his darkness, wiping away his stain from existence for good. But Jean objects to the missing bridge, and she says, there's no way to get Noel into the White Hot Room. I would never risk transferring even a fraction of the Phoenix Force to him. He would become infinitely more powerful. That's why you've got to die instead. Now, Jean kind of starts to understand what Rocket is putting together, and she says, okay, if I am going to sacrifice myself, again, I need to know it's for the right reason. What makes you think I could take Noel down with me? Now, this is where we go back in time a little bit. We recall what we've done earlier in the timeline. All right, here we go. Rocket and his ship, the Milano, crashed on Clintar recently. And while they're stuck on the planet, he built a device operating on Captain Marvel's negabands. That's right. Captain Marvel has been mentioned in this story. She's coming to the game at some point. You better get ready, because I know I am. By the way, the Captain Marvel movie is pretty good. Both of them. Yeah, that's right. I said it, and you're going to accept it. But back to the story. So he built this device. It's operating on the negabands. And in doing so, it's able to swap locations with the celestial husk in Clintar's orbit, freeing the ship with a position exchange. And he finishes off this explanation by saying, it swapped the ship's physical location with a celestial husk in orbit over Clintar, and boom, problem solved. Rocket, that's impressive, but how does that help us against Noel? So Rocket goes into his plan. He has produced 2 portable circuit boards. So step 1 would be Jean rushing Noel and lets herself be impaled by the All Black while she is wearing the device. Noel won't notice it amid his victory, so to speak. And then step 2 is when Venom sneaks in and sticks the second board on Noel. And finally, step 3, upon Jean's rebirth in the White Hot Room, Rocket activates the sequence to swap them out. As Rocket says, then we got a switcheroo. Noel gets annihilated by the light while you're returned back to us, safe and sound. Well, in theory at least. I can't guarantee this tech will work across dimension planes, but everything else we've tried has failed. So this might be our last chance. Then it's the one we have to take. So she grabs the circuit board and sprints at the King in Black himself, as she says, I came here to stop Noel, and I plan on seeing it through, no matter the cost. Now, as Jean begins to fly away, Rocket yelps and says, whoa. Give me like 5 minutes and then you could go right back to getting yourself skewered. Promise. Jean agrees, and Jean and Venom huddle as Rocket slips to a secluded spot near a cave entrance to tinker with the second board that they plan on putting on Noel. He is so focused he doesn't notice the ground shifting below him. So then the Scarlet Witch shouts, Rocket, look out! But it's too late. Rocket is caught in the jaws of a giant symbiote dragon. He instinctively reaches for his cannon, feeling a sharp pain, realizing that he is trapped. Thinking very fast, he tosses the replicator to safety, grabs a quantum grenade, ready to blow himself up and the beast if absolutely necessary. As he says, if I'm gonna be your last meal, I sure as flark ain't going down easy. But the Scarlet Witch releases a wave of chaos magic surrounding the dragon as she looks Rocket Raccoon dead in his beady little eyes and says, You won't be anyone's meal today. To be fair, you're barely an appetizer. And as the jaws loosen, Rocket forces himself free as Wanda's spell liquefies a dragon into a puddle of goop. As Rocket turns around and says, yeah, that will teach you to mess with the Guardians of the Galaxy. But Wanda warns that they may have been too late, because although Rocket is trying to put on a front and says he's perfectly fine, he's really not, because sparks spray from puncture wounds, as his cybernetic implants are severely damaged. They're integrated into his biology. Only his original modifier or someone with intimate knowledge could replace them. As Rocket says, hey, you've got to find Groot for me. And tell him I'm sorry, that I didn't want to go out this way, and that he doesn't need me to watch his back anymore. And as all hope is lost, a second symbiote approaches slowly, openly, projecting comfort rather than a threat. And this goes back to earlier in this timeline where we talked about Groot making friends with symbiotes. There's still some of those out here on the planet. Additionally, Jet the Land Shark has also become friends with some of the symbiote. And now the bond with Rocket symbiote apparently endured. And now it returned. And the symbiote envelopes Rocket, inspects the wounds, then withdraws and morphs into tool-tip tendrils. It then repurposes parts from Rocket's own blaster, fabricates temporary replacements for his implants, and installs them with surgical precision. The components then power up as Rocket can tell he's going to be okay now. He finishes the second board and rushes to rejoin Jean and Venom. He'll have some questions later. And speaking of later, let's get to later actually. Let's get some answers. Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards is here checking on the repairs and asks, how? And Rocket finishes his summary by saying, and then the little guy put me back together again, good as new. Well, not quite as good as new, but certainly good enough. For a symbiote, it did a shockingly thorough job of repairing your internal systems, but the question is how? Now, Rocket guesses that the symbiote accessed his memories from the initial bond, maybe even old implant data from Half-World. But Reed Richards doubts that alone would explain fabrication knowledge, unless the symbiote itself had previously bonded with someone who understood Rocket's enhancements and knew him personally. So Reed proposes a codex scan, because of course symbiotes leave behind a genetic codex in its host, which is essentially like a family tree of past hosts. So he plans to do research on that. And Reed's device sweeps Rocket's spine. There's lots of alien DNA, of course, as you could probably guess, and a near perfect match to an Earth genetic subfamily called Lutrinae. I think I pronounced that right. And Rocket blinks, he's very confused. He says, that doesn't ring any bells. Reed says, well, here on Earth, we more commonly call them otters. And Rocket's eyes widen. There's only one otter he knows from Half-World who knows him that well. And he mutters, Lila. Now the implication here, of course, is the healer symbiote previously bonded with Lila, which is how it knew Rocket's system. Rocket vows to find Lila, even if it means scouring the galaxy, which is yet another mission he'll see through no matter the cost. Under cover of light, the Asgardian Queen of the Dead arrives at the gates of the 8th city seeking sanctuary, because the 8th city was once a hell prison, but now serves as refuge for beings that are cast out of heaven. Hela's horned crown rattles the soldiers, and their leader, Dzang, is unshaken. He has seen devils and recognizes Hela instantly. He is very hesitant to allow Hela to seek refuge with them, because harboring her endangers the populace. But he's conflicted because this is a place for refuge, and she's clearly fleeing something. So after thinking about it, he allows Hela to enter the 8th city, and Hela is secured in a cell with a mystic seal. Dzang then asks what she's running from, and Hela whispers just one word, Null. After days of silence after that, Hela senses she won't be exploited and requests Dzang hear her out, and she recounts her story. She says that she traveled to a distant world to seize ancient power. Upon arrival, she forged an unholy alliance with a dark god gaining vast new ability, and she nearly triumphed until a half-human warrior struck her down with a burning blade. As a result, fearing Noel's retribution, Hela fled as far as possible to seek asylum. Now she feels her new powers fading, which is a sign to her that Noel's reign has ended. So at the moment, she's relieved to be back to her old self. And to end the story, she implores release from the cell in the Ace City. Dezang thanks Hela for all of her honesty, but he refuses to free her just yet, because he thinks, even power drained, Hela is a traitor to the Chronoverse. In the Ace City, second chances must be earned, not given on demand. So, as he leaves, Dezang feels Hela's icy glare and hears her black heart pounding with rage. He turns back to her and says her confinement may turn out to be a blessing. It may serve as time to atone for her sins. Dezang will not judge Hela, but he expects her own kin will come to deliver justice soon, and he is ready. Now, this gallery card is a Let the Sleeping Dragon Lie, and the narrator is Shu Lao the Undying himself, the dragon whose heart empowers the Iron Fist lineage, who has gone by many names across the eons, but here in Kunlun, he is called Shu Lao. And over 1,000,000 years, he has shared his power with noble champions, the Immortal Weapons and Iron Fist, who defend Kunlun. However, for the first time, the dragon admits fear for his city and its people, because as a result of some mortal meddling fracturing space-time, it has forced all 7 capital cities of heaven to materialize on the same plane and creating the Heart of Heaven, which is an alignment of the cities meant to only occur every 88 years. What should be a glorious festival becomes a war between gods and demons. And because of this temporal chaos, Shu Lao admits that he became frozen in time, as if he was in a walking dream. And with the current Iron Fist away aiding other realms, Dr. Doom seizes the opening to invade Kunlun and take Shu Lao's heart, the wellspring of Shai shared with every Iron Fist. But there's a wrinkle in this story because the time stream entanglement has struck and fused with the dragon's heart, interlacing it with new energy, raising the stakes of any thief. And as Dr. Doom is trying to do this, Shu Lao wonders what Doom's motive for this could be. Would it be healing his scarred face? Would it be purifying a lost loved one's soul? When it comes down to it, Shu Lao has no idea what Dr. Doom is doing this for. All that he knows is that Dr. Doom needs to be stopped. And there's a relief, because the Iron Fist returns with many allies to defend the Heart of Heaven. But you see, here's another problem. Iron Fist is back, and that's great. But Lin Li did not earn the Iron Fist mantle and power and responsibility traditionally, like the dozens upon dozens before him. Lin was given it by Shu Lao, and if this fact is revealed, it could very well spell the end of Kunlun as we know it, and perhaps all of reality. But Shu Lao admits that what was given can always be taken away. The Eighth City, once a hell prison, has now become a refuge for those that have been cast out of heaven. Its people chose their protector and named him Dezang, after he vowed to be the last to leave hell. Now, under the cover of night, Hela arrives and pleads for sanctuary. Dezang then jails her behind a mystic seal and asks what she's running from. After a long pause, she whispers one word, Null. Then days later, she requests an audience and tells her tale. And the story begins where all stories should. The beginning, where she traveled to a distant world for ancient power, forged an unholy alliance with a dark god, nearly triumphed, then a half-human warrior vanquished her with his burning blade, and because of that, she then feared Null's wrath. So she fled as far as possible and finds herself in the Eighth City. Now, she feels her new powers fading. which to her means that Null's reign has ended. She is relieved to be back to her old self, and then begs for release. However, Dezane thanks her for her honesty, but refuses to release her, because even though Hela is power drained, she is still a traitor to the Chronoverse. As Dezane says, second chances have to be earned, and as he leaves, he warns Hela that her own kin may soon deliver justice. Now let's travel over to the Fire Realm, where we meet Angela, and she corners Cinder, who is the Queen of Cinders, at spear point, suspecting a pact over Laza. And Cinder swears on the Twilight Sword she knows nothing of Hela or the child. And Angela notes the tremble in Cinder's flames, concludes that she's truthful about what she had just said, and then spares her. Now over in Jotunheim, Angela gleefully carves through frost giants, and King Laufey offers no intel on Hela or Laza either. We go over to Nidavellir, where King Eitri welcomes her with Dwarven ale. I am so sorry with these pronunciations. And finely wrought weapons that are, quote, befitting a queen. Angela declines because she'll celebrate after the quest. Right now, her blades are enough. Now, Queen Elsa Featherwine insists that the Dark Elves are the culprits. And for once, Angela thinks Elsa might be right. And in the Blood Muck Swamp, Angela thrashes Dark Elf mercs and confronts Malekith. And after she defeats him, he admits that Hela visited to ask how to use Laza's unique power to manipulate Nidhogg, the Black Dragon's subconscious, to make the beast her thrall. So, upon learning this, Angela's next stop is beneath Asgard, where Nidhogg gnaws at Yggdrasil's roots. But when she gets there, Nidhogg is absent. Instead, Munin, which is Odin's raven, arrives there. And he says he's returned from Clintar, where he saw Hela fighting for Null as his queen in black. And Angela moves to head right for Clintar. However, Munin advises against it because Hela's reign there was short-lived, and she is already fled. He didn't see where she went, but Angela reasons she'd retreat to Niflheim because that is where Hela's dark fortress lies, and also her army of the dead. So she begins traveling. She's on her way over there, and upon arrival, the undead rush her. She defeats all of them, except for one. And this lone soul radiates unusual power. Some green, yellow tatters with a dragon tattoo and a glowing fist. As Angela says, "Hold, warrior, I mean you no harm. It is only your queen I wish to shred to ribbons." And the warrior responds first by chuckling, and he says, "Not my queen. I only serve Shulao." Shulao? I've never heard that name before. You will, soon enough, if you want to find Hela. Is this Shulao here in Niflheim then? No, she's there, in Kunlun. So then Angela then asks how to reach Kunlun. So the soldier opens his palm, revealing a green dragon-shaped crystal, as he says, "This should lead you there. A bit of Shenglu Shi in crystal form." And Angela says, "Well, how do I repay you?" This one's on me. Everything has a cost. Oh, fair enough. How about this? If you happen to meet someone named Luke, you tell him that I said hi and bye. And he looks skyward. Now, if you'll excuse me, my ride is finally here. And then a Valkyrie arrives on winged steed to bear him straight to Valhalla. And Angela departs, guided by the Chi crystal. She arrives on Kunlun as she sees an ensemble of heroes preparing for an impending invasion, and she spots a man in green and yellow with the dragon emblem, like the warrior that she was just talking to. And she goes, Are you the one they call Luke?" No, I'm Lin Li, but you could just call me Iron Fist." "I see. Then I must seek audience with Shu Lao." Get get in line, lady. The big guy's asleep right now. And as his immortal weapon, that means I've got to deal with a mountain of problems. Doom is planning an attack on the heart of heaven. The ace city of Dazang somehow has merged with the other 7 as well. Oh, and I've been stuck babysitting this itty-bitty goddess that the Prince of Orphans took in. So unless you're planning to join the fight, indeed I am. And then she begins charging at Iron Fist. And she does this because as he's, pontificating, monologuing at Angela just moments before, she thinks that she caught a hint, just a scent of Eliza on his garments. And this itty-bitty goddess that he mentioned confirms her suspicion. Now, whether Iron Fist is complicit or not doesn't matter. She vows whoever took Laza will pay, and they'll perhaps pay the highest price they would ever pay. Oh my goodness. This is the Angel and Devil Gallery card, and we start inside Shu Lao's palace in Kunlun, where the ancient dragon sits utterly motionless, seemingly frozen in time. And Dazang arrives, saying, "I've waited a long time to finally get an audience with you, Shu Lao. The least you can do is awaken from your slumber and acknowledge my presence." And Dazang pauses for what feels like an eternity, with no breath, no response at all from Shu Lao. So Dazang decides to proceed anyway, promising to speak even if the dragon won't. As he says, "Fine, if you won't speak, I'll at least make sure you listen to everything I have to say." So Dazang starts to explain that the capital cities of heaven have converged prematurely. There are more than 7, and he represents the 8th city. Now, the 8th city was long treated as a prison for criminals and monsters, but under his leadership, it has become a refuge for the displaced, people with nowhere else to go within this wider war of the multiverse. Dazang then declares his demand for representation and willingness to fight to secure it. And it's at this moment, a woman's voice cuts in from behind, dismissing Dazang's credentials. As a woman says, "You know nothing of fighting, not until you have crossed blades with elder gods on the edge of oblivion and lived to tell the tale." And this woman has red hair, golden armor, and a massive spear in her hand. She strides into the palace as Dazang turns to face her. As Dazang says, "I recognize your heartbeat. You are Asgardian. Born of the gods, perhaps, but I was raised by angels." And Dazang scoffs. "Angels. I lost faith in those a long time ago. Then I will make you believe again." So swears Angela, the hand of heaven. And Angela attacks, but Dazang evades effortlessly, avoiding any contact with. And Dazang decides that at this moment, he needs to pontificate a little bit as he says, "I've been to hell and back, slayed my share of beasts, faced enough devils, and you're destined to become one yourself. But if that's what I need to protect my people, I'm okay with it. I know exactly what you are. Only a devil would offer sanctuary to a witch like Hela." And Dazang hits back and says, "Everyone deserves a second chance. That includes all of us. You, me, Laza." And hearing that last name shocks Angela. She's frozen. What do you know of my sister? "I know she's safe, and that you'll be reunited soon. But only if we could survive the battles to come. And to do that, an angel may need to make a deal with a devil if she dares." Oh, I wonder what they're cooking up here. This is the Lies of Lin Li gallery card, and it's a passage of the Book of Doom. And we start with Dr. Doom arriving in Kunlun hunting a rare resource, which is a Chronovium variant supercharged by Shu Lao Shi. As Dr. Doom writes that he vowed to claim every last drop of Shi flowing throughout the slumbering beast's heart in the name of Doom. However, a team of heroes wakes Shu Lao from his slumber, forcing Doom to pivot, because he won't waste time on a direct brawl with the heroes when a sleeping target would have been much simpler. So, Doom decides to claim the Shi legitimately, throwing shade at the current champion, and Doom recites the Xinlong trial, where Doom explains upon completion, only then can they claim the power of the Shi and the title of the Iron Fist. Now, Dr. Doom has heard the rumor. This rumor is that Lin Li never took the trial, and that Shu Lao gifted him the power of the Iron Fist out of pity when he was dying. And it's this rumor that Doom hopes to be true so he could weaponize it to claim the Iron Fist power for himself. And if you know one thing about Dr. Doom, is that his face is pretty messed up. But if you know another thing about Dr. Doom, he's kind of petty. So this man stands up in front of all of the heroes and the dragon, says aloud in front of everybody, "I challenge Shu Lao to a proper trial," citing the fact that Lin Li's claim to the Iron Fist was illegitimate. "I demanded the chance to prove my worth." And Doom explains after pretty much outing Lin as an illegitimate Iron Fist, Shu Lao responds, and Doom explains that Shu Lao says he invoked a law. If a challenge is raised when the capital cities of heaven have converged, each city is allowed the chance to claim that power by participating in an epic tournament. And stepping back from the story for a second, I'm not sure if you're paying attention fully. I don't know if you're fully aware of this, but we have mentioned the cities have converged. This is the perfect time to do this tournament. So Dr. Doom accepts the terms, as he's still certain he'll win against any mortal or immortal that participates in this tournament, and decides that if Shu Lao can field a champion, so can he. Lin Li storms into Shu Lao's chamber, and he yells, "What in the name of the 7 cities do you think you're doing, Shan Lao?" "Protecting Kunlun, just as I always have." In case you forgot, that's my job." And the dragon leans in and says, "For now, we shall see how long that remains true." "Is that a threat?" "No, it is a fact." And Lin responds to that by saying, "You picked me to be your Iron Fist. You're really gonna let someone strip that away from me? Because a madman in a metal mask wants more power?" "Lin, there are rules. Rules that were not followed when I anointed you as my champion. I was wrong." And now we have a little bit of a flashback, okay? Because Lin was Swordmaster before he was the Iron Fist, wielder of Fuji's blade, until a Kimio killed him, and his body washed up onto Kunlun, with Shun Lao reviving him with the Dragon Shi, making him the 67th Iron Fist without the formal trials that came with it. Now, the traditional path, per the book of the Iron Fist, is to conquer the Xinlong trial, culminating in punching Shu Lao's heart to take the power, in which Shun Lao's chi is taken, not given, until Lin. So we're dealing with some first ever stuff right here, okay? 67 Iron Fists, and they switch up how they operate with Lin? All right, so we continue on. Dr. Victor Von Doom comes back into the scene, and he's targeting Kunlun to seize Shu Lao's chi, which now is tinged with chronovium. So, this is still a little bit in the flashback. Finding Shu Lao sleeping, Doom plans to carve out the heart and steal the true source. However, the dragon reawakens and the heroes rally, so Doom pivots to Plan B. And I hope you're ready to learn about what Doom does next, because this man is incredibly petty, if we didn't already know this based off of everything we've talked about before. But this man Doom, all right, he didn't want to wake up the dragon, but he did, so he's got a pivot, and his pivot is incredible. Doom then publicly exposes Lin's illegitimate ascension as the Iron Fist, humiliating him, then challenges Shu Lao to initiate the Xinlong trial so that he can become the one true Iron Fist. As he says, "I would thrust my armored fist into the hearts of 1,000,000 dragons." And let's take a pause here in the story. let's just acknowledge how insane this man is. Dr. Doom wants to become the next Iron Fist. He just outed Lynn. That's why Lynn, in the present time right now, is so upset. He just got outed as being illegitimate. Dr. Doom out here saying, you're nothing. You're trash, kid. I said, oh my goodness. All right, let's continue. There's this ancient, rarely used clause that when the 7 capital cities of heaven converge into the heart of heaven, a challenge to an immortal weapon triggers a trial where each city may field a representative. The outcome of this is that it expands this into a grand tournament. Defeat the other immortal weapons to claim the title and the chi. Now Shu Lao invokes this loophole to delay Doom's grab, but neither Dragon nor Disciple is excited about the road ahead. Now we jump back in the present day, where Lin is cooling off in the conversation a little bit now, and he says, so if I want to keep being Iron Fist, I just win a battle between the immortal weapons, right? Shu Lao responds by saying, yes, that is correct. Lin thinks he'll win by default if the others don't show up, because right now the Prince of the Orphans is missing. The cities are fused, so he just thinks there's nobody to fight. Also, he's a bit busy babysitting an Asgardian baby that the prince left before he left. Did I just say left twice? Yeah. And Lin admits that the baby is kind of growing on him, and now Angela and I are cool. But Shu Lao then drops the catch of this and says, if a city's weapon is absent, its immortal beast chooses a new champion from anyone present in the heart of heaven. And then Lin groans at that idea and says, oh, you mean where all of the multiverse's greatest heroes are hanging out right now? That's great. So then Lin's solution is to ask, what if we follow the rules right now? Let me do the Xingyong trial and punch your heart like the 66 before me. Then Doom's challenge has no legs. And Shu Lao says, the die has been cast. One challenge cannot nullify another. The tournament must be seen through now. And Lin says, Doom's gonna cheat. Lin, I know his reputation. And yours. Stubborn, impulsive, unyielding. Why always lead with your fist, even when the fragments in your arm ache? And Lin says, because I've always been trying to prove myself. I've got a hell of a legacy to live up to. And Shu Lao responds and says, then earn it. Prove you are my one true champion. Prove a bruised ego won't keep you down. Prove you deserve the name. And that, even with the sword of Fuji shattered, you are still a worthy heir of Fuji. Do you really think I could do that? It does not matter what I think, only what you think. So then Lin's confidence begins to return and he says, if I mop the floor with these other immortal wannabes, no questions are going to be asked of me again, right? That's correct. So, what do you say, my champion? And now Lin, his fists are blazing. He says, just this. When do the games begin? We are here at a shadowed corridor leading out of the Xingyong Arena in the heart of heaven, as a Loki strolls in and calls the bluff. He says, you can show yourself now. I can see right through that adorable little cloaking spell. And the figure decloaks. It's Dr. Doom. And he says, I expected no less from the new Crane champion. But tell me, how did you persuade the Crane mother to choose you? Loki smirks and he says, well, the right words in the right order can be quite magical. And I've always words to spare. So then Doom muses that Asgardian enchantments shouldn't work on an immortal beast. To that, Loki shrugs and says, if I could bewitch Odin, I could bewitch anyone. And then Loki adds a little tidbit and says that there are apparently 8 capital cities now. Or there will be, if the mortal in the devil horns gets what he wants. And the two then return to business because Doom owes Loki payment for their arrangement. To which Loki says, in full, it is about time for a flashback. And this is after Clintar, where Loki is hunting for Hela for betraying their pact by crowning herself Null's Queen in Black. to which then she fled to the Ace City, now merged with the other 7 into the Heart of Heaven, where Loki comes to have words. Strong words. However, Kunlun is chaos, because the time stream entertainment has rattled the magical realms, with Shang Lao being frozen in time, and factions scramble either to revive him or steal his chronal tinged chi. As always, Doom aims for the latter. However, when Shu Lao awakens, Doom can't simply carve out Dragonfire. Instead, he attacks Iron Fist's legitimacy, expecting a solo trial so he could become the Iron Fist. However, Shu Lao counters that by acknowledging that in the Book of the Iron Fist, when the capital cities converge, a grand tournament in the Xinlun Arena decides the mantle. Each city's immortal beast chooses a champion from the heroes assembled. Now Doom must sully his hands, and with most traditional immortal weapons vanished, the immortal beasts recruit new avatars. Zigombo taps Storm, standing in for the Prince of the Orphans. Peng Lai selects Groot. Hoodoo of the Undercity picks Wolverine, snagging a slot Loki thought he would take. And Hugh Kuei, the Vermilion Bird of Kunzai, appoints the Invisible Woman, which appears to leave Loki out in the cold of this tournament. And that is where Dr. Doom enters with a proposition, and he offers this. If Loki can secure a slot as the immortal weapon and win, Doom will help crush his rivals. In return, Loki must hand over the grand prize, Shu Lao Shi. And Loki responds to this proposition by saying, "And how does this scheme benefit me? Name your price." Loki begins to grin. "A single feather from the Phoenix." Now, Doom's bots already nabbed a Phoenix feather back on Clintar, and Loki has already woven Yggdrasil Sat into a blank canvas. So with a Phoenix feather as quill and the right ink, he aims to rewrite his legend. Not the god of lies, but the god of stories. So Dr. Doom agrees and promises to remove the Invisible Woman from the bracket by tugging the Richards family strings. Now, Loki must get Kunzai's immortal beast to choose him. And on this journey to do so, Loki is mobbed by Crane daughters, who are Kunzai's, illusion doubles, to which they merge into a giant burning crane. And Loki shifts to Frost Giant form to fight it, smacks it from the sky, then pops the casket of ancient winters to snuff the flames. Now Hugh Kuei is impressed after seeing this. However, not impressed enough to grant the title. So then Loki places a gamble. He then tries Amora the Enchantress beguiling spell. That doesn't work either. So he lies prettier. He promises a phoenix feather as tribute. As he brandishes a feather from Munin, ignites it with Muspelheim's flame, and sets the illusion. The result being that the Crane Mother changes course. Loki is now named Crane Champion, immortal weapon of Kunzai. The Xinlong Arena gasps when the God of Mischief is now announced as a contestant. Now we're back in present time, where Doom reaches for the prize. His hand comes out empty as he says, "You will get your payment, Laufey-san, only after the tournament is won." Loki, of course, is upset and he says, "You dare defy me, mortal." Doom dares. What mortal should never dare to trust Loki? When the battle is over, the Phoenix Feather is yours, not a moment sooner. Now at this moment, Loki weighs looking Dr. Doom right in his eyes and turning him into a frog, but he decides against it, because Doom's right. Loki would not have honored the deal if paid up front, and honestly, it's a bit refreshing to scheme with someone who plays chess at his level. So as Loki is walking away, he says, "It will take more than just tricks to defeat the most powerful champions in the multiverse, though I am certain some will come in handy." And Doom, smiling behind his mask, says, "Once again, I expect no less. All right, this gallery card is the all-new Immortal Weapons. And this one is narrated by Galacta, as she says, "Hey there, rivals. It's your girl, Galacta, with a major announcement. Someone, I'm looking at you, Doom, decided it will be a good idea to challenge Shu Lao to a fight for his Shi. And now, every immortal weapon can get in on the action. Now, most of the immortal weapons were lost in the time stream, so each of the capital cities had to select a new champion. And boy, did they make some unexpected picks. Shu Lao is obviously sending in his current Iron Fist, the martial arts master, Lin Li. And rumor has it, Lin may have not actually earned his fancy fist fair and square. But moving on, Zagombo picked Storm, while standing in for Tiger's beautiful daughter is Angela. And do you want to know who was chosen to represent the lush island of Penglai? I've got just 3 words for you. He is Groot. And then moving over to the Kingdom of Spiders, ironically, they passed on our pals Peter and Penny to go with the Black Widow. And for the Undercity, the immortal beast known as Hoodoo is betting on our favorite feral fighter, the Wolverine. And finally, it's the man who challenged Shu Lao. You love to hate him. He's low-key. Wait, something's not right here. So instead of Doom, it's low-key. And if that's not already surprising enough, there is a new entrant. For the 8th city, they throw in a champion in service of Yinlong, the Black Dragon. As Galacta says, we've got another competitor. From the 8th city, folks here know him as Dzang, but you can call him Daredevil. This is the Inner Devil gallery card, and we are starting off at the Xinlong Arena at the heart of heaven, just moments before the tournament begins. And the crowd is absolutely floored as Dzang steps forward to announce he's competing. And they don't realize the man behind the mask is Matt Murdock. Now we get a little lore drop from Matt, just to us the audience. He's not saying this as dialogue, but he's saying, "As Matt Murdock, I spent my days protecting people who had no way to protect themselves. That devotion carried over into my double life as Daredevil. But the safety of my people came at a steep cost, a piece of my soul. However, now there are no more bargains. He hunts the hand to extinction and passes sentence on their demon lord, the Beast." As Matt explains a little bit further and says, "There was once a time that I had let their demon lord, the Beast, control me as his fist, but I have a new mission now. I would descend into hell and claim his life for myself." Now his plan to do so is to dismantle the clan hideout by hideout, further isolating him. And this fight continued until ultimately Matt Murdock was victorious, kneeling with the Beast's severed head in his hand, but the victory rings hollow. Matt begins to hear demons laughing as he senses endless warlords, the splinter realms gnashing, gods dying, and bodies cast into God Quarry, and his faith collapses. Matt realizes that his faith has lost all of its meaning and his sins had amounted to nothing. Now, when Matt killed the Beast, it freed Yinlong, an immortal dragon who offers a pact to Matt. He will help him absorb the Beast's power if Matt becomes his champion and restores the 8th city to its rightful place in the heart of heaven. And Matt views this deal as a necessary evil, and it was a burden that only he could be trusted to bear. So Matt accepts this deal and becomes Dzang, a redeemer of lost souls. And Matt says that his people may have called him something new, but the horns still fit just the same. And now at the tournament, while the heroes are fighting for Shu Lao Shi, Dzang targets the Sword of Fuji, the only blade that can break the seal of Shiyu's tomb, with the ultimate goal being Shiyu restoring balance to the universe. However, the problem is that the sword is shattered into Lin Li, specifically into Lynn's arms. As Matt says, he's a noble warrior, but he's not going to sacrifice his sacred weapon willingly, which means I'm going to have to take it the hard way. And you got to remember, Matt Murdock, Dzang, Daredevil, he doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to hurt Lynn. He does not want to hurt Kunlun's protector. He remembers Danny, the former Iron Fist. But Matt needs to do this now because delay means more suffering, especially, as he says, if we don't end this war soon. Innocent children, like little Lhasa, I cannot allow that. I also can't sit back and let more sinister forces twist this chaos, just like Hela did. As long as there's still some good left in this world, I am not planning to let anyone stop me now. In a shadowy ally on the edge of Kunlun, Spider-Man swings in and he says, "There he is. We need to talk, Dzang." Or should I say, Daredevil? Peter, I've been expecting this conversation. Okay, Matt, tell me, how does the hero of Hell's Kitchen end up the ruler of a magical hidden city? And Daredevil scoffs at that, as Spider-Man jokes about needing a recap of everything that Matt has gone through recently, and also why they keep hearing a disembodied voice telling them to get to the mission area. And we're going to take a pause real quick, step back from the story, okay? Everybody step back. I just want to let you know how excited I am for Deadpool to eventually enter the game, because already they're breaking the fourth wall, and I know Daredevil's going to amp that up to a level 10. Right here, if you're not picking up on it, Spider-Man is talking about Galacta in the game. So that's pretty funny. When we hear Galacta, they are also hearing that in their heads. And also, if you think about it, it's kind of torture, but that's pretty funny. All right, time to jump right back into the story. So Daredevil agrees to tell Peter the lore, right? Only if he agrees that he doesn't judge Matt for what he did. And Spider-Man, of course, responds by saying, "You know better than most that I am woefully unqualified to take that bench. Gavels? Could you imagine Thor running around with one of those?" And before he goes on and on and on about this bit that he wants to do, he just stops as he sees Matt just glaring at him, waiting for him to shut up. And so he does so. And Daredevil pretty much says, "Let me lay it down for you like this, brother. Let me pontificate." And he begins his story. Their worlds began very similarly. Then the timelines collapsed and he was dragged into wars of ancient deities, far older and far more dangerous than Asgardians or Olympians. Spider-Man begins to connect the dots to the Hand, and Matt confirms that their Hell Lord patron is the Beast. And Spider-Man, dead serious, says, wait, the blue fuzzy guy from the X-Men? No, Peter. A demonic overlord that dwelled in the fiery pits of hell. And Matt continues the story. He fought sect after sect after sect after sect until he was all alone. And when hearing that he was all alone, Spidey then, of course, asked who he lost during that. Foggy, Karen, Luke, Misty, Danny, and Peter. You were one of the people I trusted most in this world, Peter, and I couldn't save you, or MJ, or your daughter. And as Spider-Man is stunned, reeling at the implication about his other self and his family life, Matt continues with the story. He has nothing left, losing everyone around him, so he chooses to end the Hand's reign by killing their god. Back then, the Beast managed to corrupt me. This time, I planned to be the one in control, so I descended into hell and faced him directly. And Daredevil strangles the Beast with his billy club cable and feels the power rush in. And Spider-Man butts in and says, "You got yourself possessed? Again?" Not possessed. I claimed the Beast's power as my own. I was pulling the strings. Yeah, sure, pal. Keep telling yourself that. I didn't have a choice. We always have a choice, Matt. I hope the one you made was worth it. It should have been. I thought ending him would solve my problems, but it just made so many more. Because you see, when doing this, in hell, Daredevil then perceives the true scope of what he did. Primordial horrors without number. Splinter realms gnashing. gods dying, bodies tossed into the god quarry. It was a war I couldn't win, and yet I could not stop fighting. And you never thought about tapping out? Of course I did. Millions were being massacred. What would you have done? And Spider-Man was left speechless, and Matt continued the story. At this point, one of the Beast's imprisoned divinities, Yinlong, offers to help Matt master the power and takes him to the 8th city where people need a protector. He brought me here. I needed to atone. They needed someone to lead them out of the darkness. I hate to break it to you, but demons never work for free. So what's the catch? Restore the 8th city to its rightful place. And to do that, I need the sword of Fuji to unseal Shiyu's tomb, a god who can end all of the wars. That sounds too good to be true. What does that usually mean? That it is not true. And now we arrive at the problem and conflict at hand. The tournament for the mantle of the Iron Fist, the sword of Fuji, and the fate of the universe. The problem is that the sword of Fuji is shattered into fragments embedded in Lin Li's arms. Of course, Matt doesn't want to hurt Kunlun's protector, but Lin will not hand it over. And time's ticking. A tournament is coming, and Spider-Man thinks about everything that he was just told, starts to empathize and forgives. Even though he's not sure if he fully agrees with Matt's methods, he understands. And he says, you may not be my Matt Murdock, but I trust you. And no matter what happens next, I forgive you. Thank you, Peter. You do not know how much this means to me. And as Spider-Man swings away, Matt resolves that if he makes the right choices, he might save this Peter Parker, and possibly even save himself. A letter is received by Shu Lao from an elder of the universe, the Grand Master. And this letter opens with the Grand Master thanking Shu Lao for delaying the Xinlong tournament because it just so happened to solve a problem for him. Because you see, the Grand Master explains that although he has rarely interacted with Shu Lao directly, he has indeed watched Kunlun for eons. And in fact, he has placed a bet on all 66 Iron Fists in the past, who have of course earned their power in trial by combat. And in doing so, Grandmaster has profited handsomely and enjoyed the spectacle at the same time. So, when the Grandmaster heard that Shu Lao would host an even grander tournament in the heart of heaven, he was thrilled. He very much liked the idea of uniting all 8 realms in an all-out brawl for ultimate power. However, due to unfortunate events at the Collector's Menagerie, his schedule has been occupied, jeopardizing his ability to attend this tournament, which he was very disappointed about. But that circles back to him being happy about this tournament being delayed due to one of the participants being injured. Plus, Grandmaster is also launching a game of his own, and he worries that his chosen champion might miss Shu Lao's event due to injury sustained during the trial. So, Grandmaster sees this postponement as the stars aligning in the universe for everyone involved. Grandmaster can make his plans work, and his champion gets time to recover to participate in the tournament. Grandmaster then asks Shu Lao to save him a seat at the arena when the battle finally begins. And as a token of his appreciation, Grandmaster sends a playing card he won from Mephisto, which he believes contains a stolen fragment of Shu Lao's Shi itself. Now, of course, the Grandmaster initially considered keeping the Shi as a trophy for himself, but he decided against that, opting to return it to where it belongs with the dragon. But you see, here's the thing. This wasn't just a generous offer to return something that belonged to Shu Lao. With the Grandmaster, there is an alternative motive that, of course, Grandmaster is trying to hide in subtlety. But he says that when the time comes, when it's time to cash in all their chips, Grandmaster hopes that Shu Lao remembers this and returns the favor. Grandmaster then signs off on the letter, but that's not all, because he then writes, P.S. I do hope that you have plans to keep these heroes in line should they decide to deviate from the rules. If you play your cards right and they don't drain every last bit of your life force, I may make an appearance at your next tournament myself. This is the Grand Games Gallery card, and we start off with the narrator of the story introducing himself, saying, "My name is Indwagas, but you may call me the Grand Master." And he begins to explain how he's an elder of the universe, how he can guide lesser beings. But all of that sounds like work. He prefers playing games. The Grandmaster has hosted everything from card hands to epic tournaments. And here's the thing, they always have universal stakes. And he boasts that no other elder has ever matched him. However, being the best eventually gets boring until the game board changes. Because you see, with multiple realities now converging, the elders merge their domains into a shared realm. And when Grandmaster was exploring the shared realm, he spots a scrap of paper in the collector's hoard. It's a contract, and this contract is signed with the name Von Doom. But before he could study it any further, the collector catches him, forcing a retreat. But the Grandmaster knows it doesn't belong on display. He views it as a high-stakes gambit he can leverage. So the Grandmaster comes up with a plan to steal it by proxy. Because after getting caught looking at the contract, Grandmaster knows that the collector is now watching him. So Grandmaster will hire a thief instead, but only a thief that is bold enough. And there's one name that comes to mind. The name is Remy LeBeau, also known as Gambit. Now that he's got a name, the clock is ticking. Grandmaster, he has watched reality since it was born, but now he is watching it die right in front of his eyes. And unless someone puts doom in his place, Grandmaster fears he will die with it. And he views this, of course, as the real tragedy because there are so many more games left to play. We are on the skull station of a fallen celestial. Nowhere. Specifically, we are in Starlin's bar. As Gambit kicks off a fresh round as he says, "Let's play another hand. Winner takes all. I'll deal." Rocket Raccoon is with him, and he clocks Remy's shimmering deck as he says, "Oh, look who got himself a fancy new deck of cards. It was a gift from the Grandmaster himself." Now, also at this table, there's some chatter from a Cronin and a Badoon, as Rocky explains that those guys are nothing but trouble. And as Rocky and Gambit continue playing, Gambit shares a big life update. "Don't know if you heard, mon ami, but Rogue and I finally tied the knot." So then after learning this, Rocket ribs him a little bit for missing the invite to the wedding. Gambit responds by shrugging it off and saying that it was just an intimate ceremony. But then, the time stream entanglement swept Krakoa and most mutants into the future. To which Rocket says, "Us Guardians been trying to clean up that mess too. From Clintar to Krakoa and Kunlun." And as Rocket is saying this, he starts connecting the dots. Why weren't Rogue and Gambit at the Hellfire Gala when they were fighting Ultron? And Gambit's answer is, "By the time Krakoa was under siege, we were already on the other side of the galaxy." And it's at this moment, Gambit's true motive begins to show. He wants to give Rogue the honeymoon that she deserves, using a Wakandan ship, and he's also hiding a side job Rogue does not know about. To which Rocket says, let me guess. You had ulterior motives, didn't you? You know me so well, but they ain't as sinister as you might assume. The Grandmaster said all he wanted was for me to steal some sort of mysterious contract from the collector. And in return, he was going to give me a pair of wedding rings, forged from Carnovium. Plus, we get to use his Grand Garden as a final destination for our honeymoon. You should have asked for way more. This job ain't about the money. This job's for Rogue. This accent's going in and out, isn't it? Now, Gambit is telling Rogue this cover story, is that he told Rogue that this trip is a diplomatic mission. They're there to plant Krakoan gateways for time-tossed mutants around the galaxy. As Gambit follows it up and says, You think I'd be in a dump like this during my honeymoon otherwise? As he's saying this, Rocket wins the hand of their game. As a Badoon explodes. Impossible! You must have cheated. Hey, if I were you, I'd hold my forked tongue. The Badoon instantly draws and shoots Rocket point blank. As he looks at Gambit and he says, "You're next." Gambit very soon chases the Badoon off, shifting his focus to a now bleeding Rocket. As Rocket says, he hit me right in the old wound from Clintar. I thought that dang thing was healing. I guess not." And Gambit starts to ready one of his shimmering cards. What do you... These cards? Made from Canovium. With the right kind of charge, they can do some serious damage, or they can undo just as much. So Gambit flicks the card into Rocket, which has healing aura, and Rocket's wound is now gone. What the flark just happened? I saved your life, home. Now you owe me. Now, what Gambit didn't say is that the Grandmaster repaired Remy's frontal lobe, unlocking a non-explosive kinetic charge that kickstarts regeneration. A detail that he did not say because Rocket hates being anyone's lab rat. So, with Rocket now owing Gambit a favor, he knows what that probably means. Well, I guess I'm not telling Rogue about what you're up to, don't it? Oh, Rocket, you know me so well. Now the two want to keep playing their game, and Remy produces a Chronovium die. This will roll any number its owner wants. Where do you get the... Oh, I see. The Grandmaster. Exactly. And if I finish the job, he's going to turn this little beauty into Anna Marie's new wedding ring. I'll be honest, Remy, you can't get more special than that. And now the Badoon returns with backup, ready for a fight. It won't be special for long. Not after I rip it out of your chest. And now Rocket primes his ion cannon ready for fire. Gambit twirls his staff. Then a firm hand is on his shoulder. It is Gambit's wife herself, Rogue. I thought we were supposed to be on a honeymoon, Remy. And here you are playing cards and getting into trouble with this unsavory crew. Rogue, it ain't your boy's fault. I was the one who dragged Remy into this mess, Anna Marie. It wasn't an occasion. It was all the raccoons doing. And Rogue rolls her eyes and charges the Badoon's mob and flattens them, straight up. As Rocket says, "That's my girl," as Gambit begins kissing her hand. And he says, "No, Maswa, that is my girl." If you want it to stay that way, Mr. LeBeau, then we better hit that space highway before Rocky pulls you into more shenanigans. Oui, Madame LeBeau. The Grand Garden awaits. And as Gambit and Rogue begin to head out, Rocket swallows the truth that he could tell Rogue and instead asks a favor tied to his heart. Guys, if you happen to see a cute little otter named Lila in the Collector's Menagerie, you tell her that Rocket's coming to find her, okay? Anything for you, sugar. And anything for love. This is the About to Make a Name for Myself gallery card, narrated by Gambit himself, and he says, "Well, here we are. The final stop on our whirlwind tour of the galaxy. This here Grand Garden is just as romantic as I've been told." He then confirms that both he and Rogue had just married, but then a temporal storm yanked Krakoa across reality and scattered mutants around the multiverse. Your boy Gambit finally made an honest woman out of our sweet Rogue. But just as we about to exchange rings, some sort of temporal storm sent Krakoa hurling through time and space. And then Gambit starts to mention that some of their friends were on Krakoa at the Hellfire Gala putting up a fight against Ultron, while Storm lends them a spacecraft, to which Gambit and Rogue blasted off into the stars. Now they're on an X mission where they're going to plant Krakoan seeds that bloom into portals at every stop, from Wakanda to nowhere, so that way displaced mutants can return to Krakoa per Magneto's plan. However, right after they plant the seeds in the Grandmaster's garden, Magneto and the X-Men walk through the portal, only to catch the newlyweds mid-honeymoon. As Gambit says, they thought they were going to find some missing mutants when they stepped through that portal, but all they found was us enjoying our interrupted honeymoon. And with the job done, they plan to enjoy the attractions, such as the Colosseum of the Elders or the Collector's Gallery. But there's an ulterior motive that Gambit has that Rogue is completely unaware about. He has an errand tied to the Elders, but he says, if I have played my cards right, she'll be the one who ends up with the real prize, just like she deserves. Now at the moment, all Gambit wants is to kiss his new wife, and he wants to have a good time because he knows it's not gonna last long when the real mission begins. This is the Phantoms of the Past gallery card, and it's a passage from the Book of Doom 2099. And Doom writes, when it comes to the mysteries of the universe, there are few that Victor Von Doom has not already solved. But one secret has eluded me, the truth of my own past. To obtain the tremendous power I now possess, sacrifices had to be made. And the greatest of those sacrifices was my own memory. Now, post-time stream entanglement, this Dr. Doom is played by a woman's face that he can't place a name on, but instantly feels bound to. And she whispers his name. He has scoured historical records, he has built telepathic devices, and even probes his own genes, but the vision always slips away from him. He is now suspecting active interference, and he feels taunted. After trying all of these different means to find an answer with no luck, Dr. Doom channels chronovium crystals across multiple timelines in order to sharpen the visions. And that's exactly what happens. The image clarifies. The woman is imprisoned in a hellish dimension, eternally aflame, now crying his name for rescue. Each attempt to reach her shatters the chronovium and ends the vision. However, in the broken crystal fragments, he glimpses a parchment contract and partial inscription in it, as it reads, Cynthia. And upon reading this, Dr. Doom, of course, concludes that the document is the key to the woman and to himself. As Dr. Doom ends this passage by writing, I soon came to believe it might be in the hands of the Elder, the Collector. But Doom will not be denied his prize. This is the gallery card named Trouble in Paradise. And we have a note written to us from Galacta. And she says, we've got a major problem, rivals. If you came into this season of love hoping for a happy ending, I'm afraid I have bad news. And she says this because Galacta has been following Gambit and Rogue since they entered the fray. They have battle chemistry, it's a soap opera, there's romance. And Galacta believes there's no better way to unwind than tuning into everyone's favorite couple, Gambit and Rogue. And then she quickly recaps what's happened thus far between them. You have Gambit, he's a suave Cajun thief, and Rogue is the Southern Belle and she absorbs powers. Both are X-Men. They fell hard and then they got married. They honeymooned across the galaxy, ending at the Grand Garden, which should ideally be the perfect destination. However, it is not, because there's a secret. Gambit took one last job the bride does not know about. The Grandmaster is whispering in Gambit's mind to finish the bargain that they agreed to. Gambit could try to charm his way out of it, but he's not going to risk their bliss on a roll of his chronovium die. Gambit needs to finish what he started. So, Gambit's got to do a little sneak out. Gambit slips out of the honeymoon suite, giving a longing look to a sleeping Rogue, as he thinks, what she doesn't know won't hurt her. But here is the twist. As he's doing this, Rogue is not asleep. She knows. And Galacta knows that this has got to break her heart. But as Gambit is sneaking out, even if Rogue stayed quiet about it, Magneto is not going to miss it. because his senses catch the faintest magnetic shifts. And he's out in the garden admiring everbloom flowers that bloom on the shadow passes of Mount Wondergore. He, of all people, can tell when Gambit is up to something, and the House of Cards could collapse. As Galacta tees up the next story beat in this very dramatic shift in what is happening. As she says, "I still believe in the one force in this universe stronger than the power cosmic. Love." This is Rogue's Chapter 1 story titled Forever Alone. And the story begins where all stories should. Or I guess in this context, where it shouldn't. Anna Marie wakes up in the Grand Garden suite and senses Remy moving. She watches him quietly suit up in a Thieves Guild style outfit and slips out of the suite. Her fear begins to harden into anger. Their dream honeymoon might just be a cover for a heist, she believes. As Gambit is now gone, she spots Remy's crystal die on the nightstand, and she begins to squeeze it in frustration, and a wave of powerful energy washes through her. The die's sparkle begins to drain, as now some small yellow-green ripples now flicker across her skin. Rogue gets up and goes into the garden, but she's intercepted by Magneto, who is there, as he says, "Rogue, a little late to be taking a stroll through the garden, is it not? I can escort you back to your quarters if you wish." "Don't worry about me, Eric. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. You ain't exactly been supportive of me and Remy tying the knot. Why you gotta be all up in our business?" "Because I care about you. Both of you. Whatever we had way back when, that ain't a thing no more. Quit acting like I'm the one who needs you when the whole mutant kind is on the brink of collapse. Regardless of what we had, you are still family. I have sworn to protect my people, even if it means protecting them from each other." And it's at this point we start to get some backstory as to why, during their honeymoon, and Gambit and Rogue were planting the seeds, Magneto and some X-Men came through the portal and interrupted their honeymoon. Magneto begins to explain that they came through the Krakoan gate she planted because many messages went unanswered. Rogue then begins to explain that the Wakandan ship they went with hit a spatiotemporal anomaly, wrecking their communication devices so they could not answer those messages. And by the time they heard about the Hellfire Gala crisis with Ultron, they were already on the far side of the galaxy, maybe even another timeline. And while they're going back and forth about this, Magneto hears the world's tiny movements and points Rogue to the distant complex. "I believe Gambit has entered that large structure, the Collector's Gallery." Ugh. Exactly the kind of dirty little thief Remy LaBelle would be itching to get his lousy, no good hands on. If he doesn't walk out of there with a Tarkin otter by his side in the next 10 seconds, he's a dead man. And as Rogue is ranting, her anger triggers the chronovium-like energy she absorbed. And Magneto notices this and says, "It resembles the raw, unfocused temporal power unleashed by crystals of pure chronovium. Rogue, what have you done?" I don't know, but I can't seem to stop it." So then Magneto forges a metal cocoon to shield her, but her next pulse ages the metal to rust in a second and withers the Grand Garden, even destroying the Krakoan portal they helped create. What have I done? Calm down. We will find a way to make things right. For you, for Remy, for all of us. Just get our ship and take us home. And Magneto refuses. I cannot allow that. Because if Rogue had another outburst on Krakoa, the living island might not survive that. "So, you're exiling me?" "Only until we have gained full control over this new power. My duty is to do what is best for our people. I understand that I'm on my own again." And as she says this, Magneto senses Gambit sprinting back from the gallery. Clearly, the couple need some privacy. So Rogue blasts Magneto with a controlled wave to escort him out of there. And as she's doing this, Rogue says, "Don't you try getting sweet on me now, sugar. If you ain't gonna let me back home, then I'm just gonna have to start building a new one with my man. Even if he is a lousy, swindling son of a... And she rockets off to confront Remy. And as she leaves, Magneto watches the now barren garden, and hearing the awkward Remy Rogue showdown, he reflects that protection comes with a great cost. Relationships, even with his own children. Still, he believes the embers of their blood are rekindling, and that, in time, they'll return to Krakoa, and they will be ready to shatter every obstacle with their unbreakable love, the kind of union his dream blesses. This is the gallery card named Cosmic Contest, and we meet the elders merging their realms together, and a challenge is inevitable. Everyone assumes that the Grand Master will eventually force a contest to decide who rules this new shared realm. The Gardener and the Contemplator want no part of it. Meanwhile, the Collector is eager to play. So here are the rules. Each elder fabricates lifelike avatars of champions from any reality and pits them one by one in a strategic duel until only one avatar remains. The prize? Control of the amalgamated realm and one object from the loser's collections. First up is the Collector, and he unveils a Captain America werewolf variant as his first attacker. The Grandmaster counters that play with Angela of Heaven, and she just drops Capwolf with her spear. The Collector then plays a young Tony Stark in a crude Mark I style Iron Man suit, and Tony shatters Angela's spear and eliminates her. Emma Frost enters for the Grandmaster and doesn't even use her powers. She bribes the young Tony Stark with her vast wealth, and he removes himself from the board. The Collector then fields an octopus-like Namor variant, and he promises Emma a crown, so then she switches allegiances to him. The Grandmaster then sends in Moon Knight, who then dethrones Namor. Back over to the Collector, and he plays a Lady Loki to counter Moon Knight's righteousness with Gil and lies. So then the Grandmaster fields the Human Torch, asserting that illumination beats deception. And then the Collector reaches for his next pawn, but then an alarm begins to blare in his gallery. He rushes off as the Grandmaster smiles, satisfied that he's distracted Tivian long enough to win yet another game elsewhere and claim his true prize. This is the gallery card called Broken Vows. And we begin with Rogue confronting Remy mid-caper in the Grand Garden. As Rogue says, "Remy LeBeau, what in the name of Charles Xavier do you think you're doing?" And Gambit quickly tries to charm his way out. "Anna Marie, ma chère, don't you share me. Hey, it ain't what it looks like. It sure as heck better not be, cause it looks like you got yourself wrapped up in another caper on our honeymoon." Huh, well, I guess it is what it looks like, but I can explain. I would be quick about it if I were you. So then Gambit begins to explain the job and the mark. "Our gracious host, the Grandmaster, offered me the chance to pull the heist of a lifetime, and all I needed to do was steal one scrap of paper from the Collector's Museum. And you were actually dumb enough to think you could get away with it? Even you ain't got the skills to hoodwink an Elder of the Universe." "You're right. Wish I could disagree, but the Collector played me like a fool." "Remy, he didn't have to work hard to do that. How was I supposed to know that the contract was a fake? Even if the Grandmaster believed it was real, till he was holding it in his hands, can't say he was too thrilled then. So let me get this right, Remy. You managed to botch the job and tick off two of the most powerful beings in the universe. That's impressive, even for you." And as they're going back and forth, Remy then notices that Rogue is radiating energy. And Rogue reveals that the chronovium dye he left behind is what caused it. So then Remy fully confesses. "Well, the Grandmaster's chronovium dye, he was gonna forge that into a new ring for you. The whole reason I took this job, but I couldn't reveal that. The Quiet Council would never have let me go stealing across space and time just for a ring. So you lied to me before we even left? When I touched it, I actually absorbed some kind of strange energy, and then my powers started going haywire. I can't control them, Remy. And now that I know what you were up to, I ain't sure I wanna. You gotta try. Before you drain the life out of the rest of this garden, how about we take the portal back to Krakoa? Remy, Eric said that he can't risk letting me go back till my powers are stabilized. And as much as I hate to admit it, it's the right choice. Well, if you don't stop yourself, the garden is gonna be coming after us too. So I guess there's only one thing we can do. We run as far and as fast as we can, and we never look back. You with me, Cher? And Rogue looks at him, both in agreement but also in a grimly fashion, as she says, always. But I gotta admit, when we said till death do us part, I never expected it to be so damn soon. This is the gallery card called Museum Security, and we catch up with the Collector. And his patience is gone before the alarms even finish blaring, as he says, Terrans. Why does it always have to be Terrans? This is just another thing that he's annoyed about, on top of a meddlesome mutant that sliced through some guards with the help of a land shark and a cosmic empath, and now it seems there are petty thieves sprinting through his halls. As the Collector simply reacts to all of this by saying, the audacity. Now, knowing that the Grandmaster coveted a certain contract, he hid the original in a chronovium crystal cabinet to isolate it from the time stream, and then he put a duplicate on display. And for a while, Gambit was fooled. But here's the thing. He did not foresee Rogue absorbing chronovium's power from the cabinet, turning it into a regular old glass case. That fluke lets the couple grab the true contract and run. And now that they are attempting to make their escape with the true contract, these bothersome bandits must be taught a lesson at once, preferably a harsh one. Now, of course, the Collector would love nothing more than to lock them up forever once capturing them. But there are simply too many mutant visitors on site, and a breakout attempt would be inevitable and tedious to clean up. So he has to come up with a new plan. Since the Grandmaster started this mess in the first place, the Collector will go game for game. Instead of unleashing faceless guards, he'll send 2 Earth-born operatives he already employs, because the Collector already has a blathering, foul-mouthed mercenary and a monster hunter as deadly as she is beautiful. Now let's take a pause right here if you don't know what we're talking about right now. The Collector has access to Deadpool, that's a blathering, foul-mouthed mercenary, and the monster hunter is Elsa Bloodstone. Now both of them know the gallery very well and will not hesitate to pull the trigger. The hunt will be far more amusing to watch, and the Collector believes that the hunt will be far more interesting to watch. And after he comes up with this new plan, the Collector once again looks at the Terrans and he says, you know, perhaps Terrans are good for something after all. This is the gallery card titled One Night at the Museum, and we're here at the perspective of the Collector, as he says, I should have expected this. I built my glorious new gallery to make sure that none of my prized possessions would ever be liberated. Well, so much for that. But fortunately, I have others in my service devoted to eliminating these intruders and returning the item that they abandoned with. And now we go to a flashback to what we are talking about. In the middle of the night, someone arrives in fire and brimstone. Mephisto. And of course, when he shows up, the other elders want nothing to do with him. But the Collector plays host. He welcomes Mephisto to his gallery with open arms, because he assumes that Mephisto is there to claim a soul from the menagerie. But instead, Mephisto wants something in his private collection. An unusual item. And you may be asking, what is that item? Well, here's the thing. It's an ancient sculpture of twisted brass pipes that dates back, and they are as old as the multiverse itself. Now, the purpose of this is unknown. We don't know why Mephisto wants this, but at the same time, the collector is a little bit reluctant to part with it. It's as if the mystery surrounding it is intriguing to the collector, which is why he's been keeping it all this time. So, as they continue to negotiate, Mephisto produces a parchment. It's a contract for the soul of a Terran woman named Von Doom. And the collector admits that the paper itself had no value. However, what was written on it instantly caught the attention. And so he accepts the trade. Now, with Victor Von Doom destabilizing realities, the collector wants a little bit of leverage for the inevitable Elder level showdown that's sure to come at some point. So they make the deal. Mephisto takes the sculpture and he vanishes. Meanwhile, the collector shelves the new contract as a new treasure. And now we cut back to the present, as the collector now traces back the theft, and it goes back to his fellow Elder of the Universe, the Grand Master, who had hired Terrans to liberate the parchment, and the collector is shocked that they were able to pierce all of his defenses in the museum and imagines Mephisto laughing at him after just striking the deal. But the collector promises that the thieves will soon regret what they have done. This is Deadpool's Chapter 1 story titled Hero in His Own Mind. And first off, very in character for Deadpool, I am going to be breaking the fourth wall before we get started with the story. I have to give you just a little bit of a disclaimer. Going into this season, I was thinking about how I wanted to approach Deadpool's quotes. Do I do an impression? Do I not? Because some of you like my impressions, some of you think they're bad. Some of you like my impressions because they are bad. But honestly, thinking about it, I don't know if I have an impression exactly because usually I try to at least have a voice that somewhat resembles who I'm portraying, as well as try to do their cadence at the same time. With Deadpool, I don't really have like a Deadpool voice. So I'll be honest, at times in the story, I'm going to have a cadence that's similar to Deadpool, but really that's all I got. I don't really have a voice. So don't expect much, but I wanted to break the fourth wall with you real quick, let you know going into the story, don't expect much in terms of a Deadpool impression. I do apologize. But let's go into the actual story that, surprise, surprise, Deadpool breaks the fourth wall to start the story. This is one of those stories where he's talking to us, the reader. He's going to be recapping the story. This is one of those stories. And we start off with Deadpool saying, OMG, you actually did it. Wait, no. Don't you dare click the back button. And he says this because he's greeting the reader into the lore tab, which is pretty funny because nobody's out here reading lore except for us, baby, except for us. We appreciate the lore. Marvel Rivals still a year in. I'm going to be breaking the fourth wall. This is going to be a very different type of story here that I'm recapping. So we're going to break the fourth wall. It's crazy. Starting off season 6, over a year later, I'm still enjoying the storyline they got going very much. They've done a phenomenal job and continue to do so. So we're out here reading the lore. Deadpool, he knows that not many people are reading the lore. People are missing out. Then we get into the curiosity. Deadpool knows that we're curious about which variant and which universe this one is coming from. So he says, this Wade Wilson variant is 100% original. Okay, maybe not 100%. A healing factor, the only thing keeping my insanely aggressive cancer at bay, is what I share. But other than that, 100% original. And then we start to get into the backstory. So the story begins where all stories should. Wade Wilson, Deadpool, borrows, in quotation marks, borrows an enchanted school bus from Strange Academy and joyrides the Chronoverse until the time stream entanglement starts pancaking timelines. And you know what? Again, we're gonna break the fourth wall all throughout this story. Strange Academy reference. Oh yes, sir. I'm still hoping the MCU makes that show that was rumored like a year or so ago. I'm very excited about that if they make it. Now he lands in the Grand Garden and goes face to face with the Collector, who claims to have guided him there to save Wade from the time stream entanglement, and then offers him a paying gig. The question, of course, what is this paying gig? What is the job? Well, it's to round up rare beings and artifacts from the collapsing timeline realities for the Collector's Gallery. Now, at first, Wade Wilson balks at the idea of him becoming a cosmic zookeeper, but then he thinks to himself, I could immediately tell it wasn't something he was doing out of the kindness of his shriveled old heart, but as long as I could convince myself it was a rescue mission, I figured it would be fine. So then he goes out and his first snatch is a telepathic ninja referred to as Psy. Oh yes sir, Psylocke getting into the story, oh hell yeah. So Deadpool portals in thanks to a training sling ring and then just cold clocks Psy and drags her aboard. And Deadpool nearly escapes her wolf mauling him. And then once you start the ball, it starts rolling down the hill and keeps rolling and rolling. So Deadpool, after starting with Psy, keeps going. He collects a frog with an itty bitty Thor hammer known as Throg. Also a dog in a spacesuit. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be Cosmo. He also rounds up Catwolf, which is very timely as of what we just saw in the game. A giant T-Rex. You kidding me? Are we talking about Devil Dinosaur? Are we talking about Moon Girl possibly coming to the game soon? They're cooking, they're cooking. Plus he gathers up some artifacts like the Darkhold, some cosmic cubes, infinity stones, and an origin box. And as he keeps going, he yoinks Jeff the land shark mid-frolic at a beach, but instead of biting Deadpool, Jeff simply licks him. And after that, Wade Wilson breaks his own Merc rule by bonding with the target. He messed up. It was too late. Can't go back now. So the only solution to that is to start up a road trip montage. Deadpool and Jeff the land shark, baby. They're going across the multiverse, wrestling at the Black Hand of God, with a Beta Ray Bill reference. Also, they had a stint at the Profiteers Casino Cosmico. And Deadpool says, we use that weird black vortex mirror to unlock our full cosmic potential and became gods. Before we got really, really bored and relinquished omnipotence. Deadpool and Jeff are really living the life right here. And then Deadpool continues, he says, and my rescue mission suddenly got a whole lot more rescue-y as I fought my way into the heart of the Brood Hive. Not only did I manage to liberate Jeff, I also bagged the Brood Queen. However, in the process of doing this, Jeff is badly wounded and traumatized. Now the Collector can heal him. However, wiping the trauma will also erase his memories of Wade Wilson. So Deadpool says, I hugged his squishy little head one last time and got on my bus, knowing he was better off without me. Oh, I'm such a good guy. So Deadpool leaves, continuing his job. And he says, I wasn't gonna let feelings get in the way anymore. Until Anna Marie and Remy showed up here and turned everything upside down again. And it's at this moment, everything is halted. Because in Deadpool's brain, he hears a giant world-devouring teenage girl tell him that a fight's about to begin. And he hopes that maybe, just maybe, that you are gonna pick him and maybe save a few lives in the process. This is the gallery card titled The True Monster. And we start off by catching up with Elsa Bloodstone, who is currently chewing herself out as the alarms start to blare. And she thinks to herself, what a bloody mess you've gone and gotten yourself into, Elsa. And she begins to explain that she signed on with the Collector as a freelance monster hunter, tracking down the nastiest of the nasties for his cosmic zoo. Now, she has seen horrors across a collapsed timeline, but this is new. As Elsa is walking around the Collector's menagerie, she realizes it isn't only beasts behind glass. There are also just ordinary people from across time and space. And this fact starts to, put a needle, start to prick at Elsa's ethics of taking on this job. As she thinks, the Collector may have been writing my paychecks, but I couldn't help but wonder if maybe the real monster was the man running the show. But she snaps herself out of it. She says, questionable ethics aside, I had a job to do. But she's not alone in this job. She has a partner, and the partner is Wade Wilson, aka Deadpool, the only mercenary Elsa knows that's got more jokes than he does bullets. And what's even worse than teaming up with Deadpool is that she has to do it. And while she's hunting ghouls, he had been off rounding up innocents for the gallery. And then Deadpool lets it slip out that the Collector makes captives fight for sport. And learning this, Elsa Bloodstone's blood starts to boil. And it's at this moment that's where the sirens start to blare. Two mutants from Earth have stolen one of the Collector's most valuable possessions. And in response, the Collector orders Deadpool to hunt them down and retrieve what has been stolen. However, for Elsa, her contract with the Collector says monsters only. And the Collector knows that Wade will, betray anyone for a few lousy quid. But Elsa reveals that when Deadpool recognized one of the thieves, an X-Man named Rogue, Deadpool switches sides without warning. And then to cover Rogue's tracks, Deadpool smashes display cases, releasing dangerous creatures to bog down security and to keep Elsa busy, with this being an attempt to keep Elsa off their tail while they try to escape. This is a plan that is pretty good because Wade Wilson has read both his boss and his partner perfectly, as Elsa begins to explain that Deadpool counted on the fact that the Collector would want to minimize the damage to his gallery and that she wouldn't let some innocent alien get eaten by a dinosaur or infected by a brood queen because she was busy chasing after some worthless scrap of paper. It's really a great plan. And while Elsa is busy, she finally thinks to herself, all I can hope is that when this is all over, Deadpool is still here and that I have one last shell left for him. This is the gallery card titled The Ballad of Wade Wilson. And this story is kind of written like a campfire ballad, saying, gather round now, children, and don't be afraid. I'm gonna sing you a song about a fella called Wade. Now, if you're expecting me to start singing that, you're gonna be sadly disappointed. I apologize. And the narrator begins to introduce Wade as the Merc with the Mouth. You may already know him. He says he's pretty cool. He's the Merc with the Mouth, better known as Deadpool. Now, Wade will take the job for whoever floats the bill. Doesn't question who he has to maim or hunt or trap or kill. But then, that's when the time stream entanglement hits, and Wade's universe collapses, and he starts grabbing at any lifeline available. And this brings us to the Collector, who recognizes Wade's desperation and offers an unusually big contract. And the job is simple. Wade Wilson must kidnap unique living creatures so that the Collector can display them as gallery features. And Deadpool, of course, knows that this is shady, but he signs anyway and hops on Doctor Strange's magic bus. And as Deadpool is going around grabbing all of these creatures, he kind of copes with it by viewing it as rescuing them. No matter how many faces that he sees that are just sad and desperate, Wade keeps pushing on because at the end of the day, a job is a job and he has to get it done. Right up until the X-Men's involvement forces a moral pivot. Two mutants in particular, Rogue and Gambit, long I've been waiting for this, are at the Collector's Museum and they pull off a heist. And then Wade is sent to hunt them down until he catches up with Rogue and recognizes her. And Rogue is like Deadpool's closest mutant friend, so he can't bear himself to turn her in. So, like classic Deadpool, he turns on the Collector, helping all of the captives break free and buying Rogue and Gambit time to escape. However, in doing so, he puts a big target on his own back. And this is where the ballad starts to talk about the other hire that the Collector made, because it wasn't just Deadpool. He also hired Elsa Bloodstone, the monster hunter, who starts cleaning up the chaos that Wade has been responsible for. And then Elsa Bloodstone starts going through all of these loose monsters, such as a dinosaur, a godly frog, and then eventually Elsa gets to Deadpool himself. But just when Elsa turned her gun on Wade, the Brood Queen skewers Wade with her tail and implants eggs inside of him. And as the attack continues and Wade fades, the ballad shifts into a reflective deathbed moment. Money ceases to matter. Wade now only wants peace. Wade Wilson is accepting that in this moment he might die in the museum. But again, classic Deadpool, he tries to frame it like a silver lining. Because if the eggs hatch within him, at least he will finally be a dad. And that's how the story ends. Dude, usually we're gonna break the fourth wall here while we're recapping these stories. Most of these stories, they end in a dramatic fashion. So, there's like one final line that we end on and we go over to the next story. This one he's like, yeah, man, there's eggs inside of me now. I might be a dad. But, okay, Wade, I hear ya. This is Elsa Bloodstone's hero story. And we begin where all stories should. Elsa and Deadpool bickering amongst each other. Elsa is walking through the wreckage of the Collector's Museum. Bullet shells everywhere, and she is furious at her so-called partner. as she says, "This is all your fault, Wade." Very funny. I was just about to say the exact same thing to you. You're the one who set loose some of the deadliest creatures in the known universe, love. I mean, well, sure, that part is definitely on me, but I had a good reason. Creating a diversion so that your ex-girlfriend and her husband can steal a priceless artifact from our employer's private gallery is not a good reason. It is if you're me. And then Deadpool looks down at the tiny creature in his arms. It's a broodling that is weirdly affectionate towards Wade. Then we quickly do a little flashback. The narration explains what happened earlier in the gallery. Deadpool got skewered by the Brood Queen's tail, and because Wade knows his X-Men lore, he immediately recognizes what that means. Implantation. Now normally the embryo replaces the host cells and transforms them into a broodling. But Wade's hyperactive healing factor prevents the conversion, forcing the embryo to take a non-traditional route. Instead, it will just grow inside of him very, very rapidly. So then Wade's stomach literally undulates like the creature is crawling for an exit, and Wade is in so much pain. Meanwhile, Elsa is out here doing her job, trying to catch the Brood Queen. She dives into a shadowy corner where the queen is and unloads concussive shotgun blasts, making it squeal. But then the queen starts to fight back, launching Elsa down the corridor into the glass wall of an empty display case. And during this fight, Deadpool is looking over, he's watching it, and he recognizes that Elsa simply can't handle this alone. But he's in no condition to help. And then the situation gets worse, because then a giant red dinosaur, one of the released captives by the way, storms straight towards Elsa looking ready to eat her. But you see, Elsa Bloodstone has dealt with dinosaurs before. At the last second, she leaps onto its back, rides it like a steed, and guides it into the fight. So then when the Brood Queen tries to attack once again, Elsa and the dinosaur move too fast and hit too hard, ending with a massive bite that flings the queen and knocks her unconscious. Elsa and the dinosaur have won the fight, so then Elsa returns over to Wade, who is clutching his stomach in extreme pain, and despite their friction, Wade assumes she won't let him die, until she pulls out a huge ceremonial dagger. Wade Wilson immediately is surprised, shocked, led astray, he passes out. And then later, when Wade Wilson wakes up, a tiny broodling is skittering around and squealing. Elsa has her shotgun out, expecting it to defend its mother, but that's when Wade begins to yell, begging Elsa not to hurt the broodling. And then the hatchling hears his voice, rushes over to him and nuzzles him, comforting him while he heals from both the physical and emotional horror of what just happened. Now I know, this is a weird situation that's unfolding, and Elsa Bloodstone is also a little bit weirded out. So she asks Wade if he's okay, and then Wade just snaps out of his haze and admits he was basically doing a previously on segment. He has to catch people up who aren't reading the gallery cards, but if you're listening to me talk right now, you already know. We got this covered, we're on the lore like that. Elsa, of course, hearing about gallery cards, doesn't know what this man is talking about. She's just using that as more fuel to the fire on why she should just leave him to die. But then Wade snaps back into it, he insists that he had to help Rogue because she used to be his boo, and he couldn't let the collector hurt her. And upon learning this, Elsa is a bit surprised, because this implies that Wade Wilson actually does have a soul. He has feelings, because after all of the innocent beings he rounded up for the gallery, she wasn't too sure he had one. And then, upon hearing that, Wade blows up at Elsa, claiming that he saved those captives from dying timelines. And then he jabs Elsa for being a monster slayer just to impress her daddy. Elsa fires back at that and says that her father trained her to survive, and when her reality collapsed, she had to fight across continents of angry beasts with no magic bus coming to save her. She says that her father was cold and cruel, devoted to killing supernatural threats, and she became just like him for a while. And while she's explaining this, her mind begins to drift back to the collapse of her own timeline. Hells were breaking loose during an epic war between ancient gods. Monsters and demons flood the world. She fights constantly, but eventually, she realizes that she can't handle it alone. Slowly but surely, the hunter becomes the hunted. So then Elsa retreated to the Bloodstone Manor, where only she and her brother Colin remain. And Colin is currently soul bonded to an extra-dimensional parasite known as the Glartrox, and he's weakening. I think I pronounced that right. And while she's hiding, Elsa studies her father's journals for a way to turn the tide in the fight. Then, a stranger arrives at the gates. They're dirty, injured, and claiming he's an outsider who was banished by his brother, sent by Bruce Banner for shelter. Now Elsa, she trusts Banner's network, so she takes him in. She soon realizes who he is. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder. Thor then offers to help, saying that he too has a younger brother he'd protect no matter how sinister he may be. So then Thor channels the remaining Odin force to sever Colin's bond to the Glartrox, freeing him from years of suffering. But the Glartrox tries to leap into a new host, Elsa, but she is able to trap it inside Mordrin's causeway. It's hard to control it at first, but she discovers it can feed on the fear of her enemies just as easily as Colin's rage. Now at this point you're probably asking, Thor's here, that's pretty crazy, what's he doing now? Well, Thor stays because he is absolutely horrified by the state of what Midgard has become. And he begins to help Elsa map what remains of Earth, and they begin fighting monsters together across the wastelands. They kill 2 demons battling near a European village, believing that they've saved the townsfolk. But one demon had actually been protecting the village from its kin. Then, weeks later, they pass through again and find the village completely destroyed. Not a single survivor. Thor confronts Elsa with a hand on her back, and then Elsa comes to a realization, something that her father never allowed. She begins to think, not all monsters are the same. Not all of them are evil, not all of them deserve death. And then it's at this point that the Glartrox, that was once seen as a curse, becomes a blessing in disguise, forcing her to question everything she has hunted in her past. Then we snap back to the present day, as Deadpool immediately reacts to the story that was just told to him. Whoa, that was an emotional roller coaster. And then Elsa says, not all monsters are bad. Are you talking about him? Or are you talking about me? Both. Then the hatchling's noises start to form actual words directed at its father. Dad. Cool. Alright, so the broodling can talk now, knows that Deadpool is their dad. We have now coined Dadpool, and Deadpool's loving this. He says, you're gonna need a name, little guy. I'm thinking Broodpool, or maybe just Wade Jr. And while all of this absolute insanity is unfolding, Elsa tries to pivot to the real issue. The freed creatures need a home, and they can't let the Collector cage them again. So then Wade asks her if she knows of any monster rescue shelters, and she says that humanity doesn't even know what to do with them. It'll take someone special to unite them, lead them, protect them, and teach them to survive in a world that fears them. Deadpool hears that, and then he makes a joke about that sounding like an X-Men tagline, which I agree with Deadpool, it really does. Then he says that Elsa is perfect for the job. She rejects that idea because she has someone else in mind. She looks him dead in his little eyes, and she says, I mean you, Wade. And then she explains why. Nobody understands outsiders and misfits better than Deadpool. But then Wade begins to panic. He can barely take care of himself. How can he rule a monster kingdom? One day at a time. So then Wade's second question, which is the most important, some may say, he asks, what if they try to eat me? And then Elsa jokes back and says that she wouldn't blame them for doing so. Wade then goes on to a next question and he asks if he really can be the one to give them a good life. Elsa says that's the hope, admitting even her own Glartrox still has dark days. And Wade says that applies to everyone. So then Wade slowly comes to the realization that he may be able to do this, and he is up to the task. This is the gallery card titled The New Marauders. And the story begins where all stories should. We're on the bridge of the New Marauder, which is Emma Frost's fancy yacht, now upgraded into a deep space ship. And we have Iron Man wanting Emma to walk him through the situation just one more time, so he gets it right. And she says, I thought you were one of the most brilliant men alive, Tony. And Tony Stark agrees and immediately brags about his ship work while admitting the mission is what's melting his brain. So then Emma says, well, I suppose I can't fault you for failing to comprehend Deadpool's brand of lunacy, but this is particularly bizarre, even for him. Okay, Emma, I know what happened in the Collector's Gallery, but after that, that's when things started to truly spiral and get out of control. So then Emma begins to summarize what has happened. She begins with saying Gambit and Rogue are now fugitives. Deadpool switched sides to help them. He then created a diversion by releasing some of the most dangerous creatures in the Collector's menagerie. And then, after Deadpool and Elsa Bloodstone traded blows for a while, Wade reframed his escape into an outright rescue mission for the captives. And as Emma is explaining this to Tony, Psylocke, Venom, and Punisher step onto the bridge. And Psylocke butts in and she says, "It was the last thing I expected from him." Emma just shrugs at that and says, "He's Deadpool. He's full of surprises, and they just keep coming." And then Emma begins to explain Deadpool's original plan, which is to use the enchanted school bus he stole from Doctor Strange as an escape vessel. But then the Contemplator's spirit energy mutated into something absolutely hideous, and Emma refused to describe it in detail at all. Venom doesn't let the moment sit before explaining what Emma refuses to explain, as he says, "It was a pool float, shaped like a ducky." Why did he sound like? I don't know. Venom sounds weird. That was crazy. But then Emma continues and she states the obvious, that there is absolutely no way that the ridiculous craft can hold all of the beings Deadpool is trying to free. But then Emma reveals that's when her sweet baby swam in to save the day. And we all know that very cute creature that we've heard in the Marvel Rival stories in the past that saves the day, the Punisher, Frank Castle. I'm kidding, of course it was Jeff the Land Shark, but speaking of the Punisher, he responds to that and says, "You're talking about the shark, right?" His name is Jeffrey, and he is a land shark, one who apparently had ingested a healthy dose of Pym particles at some point. And then Psylocke once again joins the conversation and says, "I remember that. It was back when we first escaped the Collector's Gallery together." And then Emma continues, "My handsome little man used those particles to shrink down to the refugees and load them onto the ducky. And this ducky serves as a caravan that travels through the Grand Garden until it reaches the Contemplator's sensor. Then they use the sensor to fill the lifeboat with mysterious gas, and Deadpool suddenly vented it, launching them into the depths of space." And then that's when Iron Man says, "And now we are scouring the stars searching for them." Do you realize how big space is, Emma? Our chances of finding them are smaller than Ant-Man. "Wait a second, we have located them." Oh, I guess Venom found them. That was not hard at all. That was actually super easy, barely an inconvenience. And they're able to do that because Jeff has previously wore a symbiote. So now Venom can still sense him through the hive mind connection that they share. Now that is me recapping what Venom said, right? I'm taking creative liberties as I'm telling you the story of the great Marvel Rival saga. But I know you want to hear Venom's voice once again, so I will regurgitate and repeat that information, but in the dialogue that the information was revealed in. Here you go. Jeffrey wore a symbiote not long ago, so we can still feel him through the hive mind." That was awful. But then Tony Stark assumes that means that the mission is basically complete, to which Emma Frost immediately shuts that idea down and says, "Don't jinx it, darling. After all, it's a long journey back to Krakoa, and we're about to welcome Deadpool on board. Anything can happen." This is Mantis's Chapter 2 hero story, and the story begins on the Milano's dashboard. Rocket Raccoon is panic reading the ship's systems while Groot worries out loud. "I am Groot." You could say that again, Pally. According to these readings, we're totally flarked. Now, the Guardians are part of a larger hero contingency that came to this world at the edge of time and space to free beings imprisoned by the Collector, a mission that hits especially hard for Mantis, who was recently one of the captives forced to fight to survive in that Collector's Gallery. So as she is panicking, she asks Rocket why they aren't taking off yet, and he explains, "There's some kind of invisible wall surrounding this entire world." It wasn't there before. Which makes me think of one of the cosmic creepers who run the place must be pretty angry right now. And after that highest Gambit just pulled and his crew pulled into the collector's gallery, I bet I know who it is. And then Mantis realizes what that means and cracks a tiny bit of a panic through her calm. So we're trapped here? Afraid so. At least until I figure out a way to breach through the barrier without killing us all. Give me about 20 minutes. So then Mantis looks out towards the distant museum and thinks of what still lurks inside, and what the collector made her do in the arena, harming others for spectators. She is proud that they freed so many of them, but at the same time she is deeply terrified of being taken again. And as she's thinking about this, as she's pontificating, Mantis steps out for some air and finally sees what she missed during the escape. She looks at the Grand Garden, and it is ruined. Once lush with rare universal flora is now withered husk and charred stems, like the life was drained out from it directly. And she struggles not to cry, and notices someone nearby isn't even trying to hold back their tears. She looks over and it's the gardener, and he's on his knees in the scorched soil raging at the mortals. And he's sitting there. His fists are clenched. He's looking right at him. The mortals did this! They can't keep getting away with this! And as Mantis is watching this guy have a very personal and emotional moment, Mantis hears a voice right in her ear. To be fair, some of us happen to be immortal and quite proud of it. She looks over to see who is talking right in her ear. It's the god of mischief, Loki, who is now the ruler of Ixgard. Mantis looks back at the gardener and says, "We should help him. The loss he has suffered is unimaginable. His plants died. I am certain he will recover." To a being who has devoted his entire existence to cultivating flora, it must be as if he lost his own children. That's a bit dramatic, don't you think? As she responds to that, she begins to smile. You would know. Fair enough. Shall we see if we can ease his pain and perhaps earn his favor? Loki and Mantis walk up to the gardener, and the gardener turns directly at him, eyes blazing, looking them dead in their beady little eyes. You brought this destruction to these sacred grounds. Actually, it was the mutants, specifically the one named Rogue. Perhaps if we... Silence! I don't care which one of you is to blame. All I care about is that my grand garden is restored, and none shall leave this place until that task is complete, even if it takes all of eternity. And then Mantis realizes something. So you're the one that put up that barrier? Not the collector? The collector and the Grandmaster are at odds yet again. They're likely locked into some foolish contest. It could last decades. And Loki butts in and says, if we're lucky. Mantis goes about offering some help because plants listen to her. And then Loki tries to jump on the bandwagon and says, who can blame them? And if the Lady Mantis chooses to aid your cause, then Lord Loki does as well. And that's when Mantis sits at the garden's center, closes her eyes, reaches out, and hits empty silence. There's no sprouts, no remaining life. She opens her eyes, gasping, feeling hopeless in a way she can barely compare, even being caged in the gallery. My healing powers are potent, but true resurrection is beyond my reach. I can't help but life flourish once more, where there is no life left. Loki sees this and he suggests a changing of approach. He rips one of the golden horns off of his helmet, snaps it at the base, chants an incantation, and blows into it. Mantis asks what Loki just did, and he explains the mythology and the hack. Have you ever heard of the Gallenhorn, blown to alert the gods when Ragnarok begins? In my studies, different notes have different effects. Instead of calling on to my fellow gods, I have instead summoned forth the essence of the Yggdrasil itself. A mere hint of the World Tree's power should have this wasteland back to full bloom ere long, and the ground begins to tremble. Vines rupture forth, but everything sprouts in a grin gray instead of vibrant life that it's supposed to. The gardener is unimpressed. Listen, Loki, you may have managed to bring back my plants in body, but not in spirit. And Loki is offended at this. He leans over and whispers to Mantis. He acts as if these seedlings should have souls. Every living thing has a soul, Loki. Plant and animal alike. Just because something isn't sentient doesn't mean it can't feel. And after hearing this, Loki begins to connect this to his recent experience with his sister Hela. If I have learned anything from that duplicitous witch Hela, it is that the barrier between life and death is far thinner than most mortals realize. Mantis then proposes a fix for the issue they are facing. You know what, Loki? You're right. I can journey to the astral plane, but I will need your help to guide them back. I shall be honored to serve as your anchor. And theirs, of course. So now, Mantis grabs a hold of Loki's hand, and she transcends her body and finds herself surrounded by thousands of wispy emerald spirits. They're playful, swirling, but also heavy with sadness. As Mantis says, "Your season has not ended yet." She looks down and she sees Loki casting a spell to open a gateway between spiritual and physical realms as she guides his spirits through, and they begin to return to their bodies in the garden. Mantis, back in the physical realm, opens up her eyes and sees that the grand garden is now flourishing. Foliage spreading fast, delighting the gardener, and she hugs Loki impulsively, catching him off guard. The gardener looks over at Loki and Mantis, looks him dead in their beady little eyes. "You have made amends for your fellow mortals." "And immortals," Loki mutters. "I shall live up to my promise and remove the seal I placed around this realm. You are free to go." And Loki responds to that by saying, "Well, technically, there is nothing that could impede my travels." Then, Loki, why did you stay? "Isn't it obvious, milady? I've had my eye on you since you aided my trusty raven, Moonin, on Clintar. Among the 10 realms, there are few mortals who can compel me to be honest. You are in their number." Hearing this, Mantis is overwhelmed. She's overwhelmed by the emotions of thousands of plants blooming and her own feelings she can't really define just yet. And Loki turns to leave, but he gives her the horn that he broke from his helmet a little while ago as a keepsake. "Should you need me again for any reason whatsoever, this will always point the way to me, wherever I may be, no matter how far." Then a burst of rainbow energy takes him away. Mantis returns to the Milano clutching the horn, smiling for the first time since returning from the Elder Realm. But there's a twist. If Mantis had seen what Loki was doing while she was up in the astral plane, what he planted in the Grand Garden while she and the gardener were distracted, her smile on the Milano would not last. This is the gallery card titled There and Back Again. And this is more so like it reads like a vow renewal speech to Rogue. So he's like talking to her. And it starts by Gambit saying, "We've been here before, she. Said our vows and celebrated our love, and then, right on cue, our world fell to pieces." And Gambit makes it clear that nothing that's happened has shaken his certainty about Rogue. However, not gonna lie, for a minute there, I wasn't sure we'd get another chance to finish what we started. Of course, he's referring to their wedding. And then Gambit recaps what has happened, of course. The Collector had them on the run. Deadpool literally launched them into space, and even after being rescued by Emma Frost and her new Marauders crew, he doubted that the Quiet Council would ever allow them back into Krakoa, especially after what Magneto told Rogue at the Grand Garden. Of course, Magneto said that Rogue was a threat and her powers were out of control at the time. And even though Rogue agrees with him, she's not happy about that, right? But with Rogue, instead of running, she treated that like a challenge. These uncontrollable powers that she had now, she learned to harness the power and proved Magneto wrong. And then Gambit connects that idea to what Rogue has been doing her entire life. People doubt her, and then she keeps winning anyway. And then, again talking to Rogue, he says, "You don't care what other people gotta say. You follow your heart." And then it begins to explain that her heart led her to him, resulting in making him the luckiest man alive. Now, I'm not sure that I've always been worthy of the love you give me, but I've been trying my best. That whole caper over in space was just my way of getting you the perfect ring after your first one got sucked into the time stream. And then Gambit explains that even though his deal with the Grand Master collapsed, Emma Frost instead helped him finish the job, turning the chronovium die into a pair of wedding rings for the two. Now, something important is that in doing this, the die's power is now gone, but the rings are still able to sparkle, nearly as bright as Rogue's eyes. And now, instead of just looking right at Rogue, he starts to look at the guests in attendance. Just look at Stormy over there, finally opening up enough to give the Panther a chance. Truth told, I don't even know what's going on with Loki and Mantis, so I'm just gonna leave that one alone. Though, of course, there are also those who didn't make it here to celebrate with us this time around. And he's specifically talking about Scott Summers, also known as Cyclops, baby. We got a Cyclops mention. Oh, hell yeah. And he brings Scott up because he is someone who has helped them at the start, but he still has not made it home. But Gambit promises that he's gonna search every corner of the universe until all of their friends are back safe and sound. As Gambit says, "Raise a glass in absent friends' honor. Cut the cake, and I suggest that you do it before Deadpool's new pals rip the dance floor to shreds. And even if the universe does fall apart again, I am not worried, because I got you by my side, Madame Lebeau, now and forever." This is the gallery card titled Haze of Future Past, and it's more so framed like a journal entry written by Rogue. And she opens up with the classic truth. Every girl imagines a perfect wedding, and hers didn't go that way the first time. After the chaotic honeymoon across the galaxy ends, she and Remy decide to renew their vows in front of their friends, old and newly met allies both. This time though, it's everything that she wanted. The ceremony is the kind she'd dream about for years. And Rogue makes it a point to reassure us that Gambit isn't the problem this time. She says he's been the perfect gentleman all night. But after dancing to a few too many of the Dazzler's songs, she quietly excuses herself and leaves Remy to keep the party going with his guests. She wants to relax a bit, but just as she kicks off her fancy shoes, she senses someone else in the room. And she initially thinks that Remy came back early to surprise her, but when she turns, she sees her own face reflected in Doctor Doom's metal mask. Specifically, the Doctor Doom from this future Krakoa timeline. And then Rogue recalls that Emma telling her how Doom betrayed Emma at the Hellfire Gala, and now he's apparently here to ruin yet another party. Rogue, of course, lunges at him immediately. Dr. Doom a little bit faster than her. He fires a high-tech weapon that instantly shuts off her mutant abilities, dropping her down to the floor. And while Rogue is down, Doom searches the suite until he finds exactly what he came for. The contract that Rogue and Gambit stole from the Collector's Gallery. But the second that he has it, Doom's entire posture changes. He drops to his knees, tears off his mask, and cries out in agony. The contract falls between them, and Rogue finally understands why he wanted it so desperately. The signature at the bottom reads Cynthia Von Doom. And during this moment, Rogue begins to feel Doom's suppression fading. Her powers are returning, and she only has a moment to act. And without thinking, she pulls off her glove and touches Doom's exposed cheek. Initiator trademark absorption. But something is different this time around. Because normally, when she touches someone, it floods her with every memory of their past. But this Doom is different. There's nothing there. There's no history. There's no identity. It's just an empty void. And it's at this moment Rogue realizes that Doom's identity is a mystery even to himself. Yet, he still feels deep in his bones that this contract is the key to unlocking who he truly is. And during this absolute total absence of self, it's just so overwhelming that Rogue can't even deal with it. She passes out on the floor until Remy bursts in the room and wakes her up. But by then, Dr. Doom is gone, and the contract is gone along with him. And as Rogue has been woken up, she has this weird, nervous intuition. Just like their wedding chaos, it feels that this moment they are living in feels like the beginning of something far bigger down the line. This is the gallery card titled Monsters Take Manhattan, and we pick up with Wade Wilson explaining what has been happening. And he begins by saying, "Wow, what a season, kids. Who wants a quick recap because they were too busy mastering my moves and didn't bother to read the other gallery cards?" Yeah, I thought so. Well, lucky for you, Uncle Wade is in a sharing mood. So then we rewind to the inciting chaos. Gambit and Rogue are on the run after stealing a contract from the Collector's Cosmic Museum. The Collector sent Wade to stop them, but Rogue is his line in the sand and he flips over to side with them. Instead of taking them down, Wade turns the mission into anarchy. He releases all of the Collector's deadliest captives to create a diversion, including a big red dinosaur and a frog with an itty-bitty hammer. All of them, because the plan was to keep Elsa Bloodstone, his partner, as busy for as long as possible, just enough for Rogue and Gambit to escape. And then Wade admits that Elsa does eventually reach him, but when she eventually did catch up, she let him go anyway. After all, I was pregnant and vulnerable at the time. I guess she realized my heart was in the right place, even if my head wasn't. And now Deadpool is a father, and he is responsible for protecting all of those creatures that were released. And the gang escapes on something magical and ridiculous. They're on Emma Frost's flying yacht, and they go across space and they make it back to Krakoa just in time for the wedding of Gambit and Rogue. And that was that. Everyone got their happy ending, except for the Collector's menagerie of monsters, including the baby brood I'd spawned along the way. But Deadpool refuses to elaborate on what he means by that, because right now, the kids are playing. Deadpool then decides that the mission isn't truly complete until he finds the monsters a safe place to live. So he asks the obvious question: where can these freaks of nature fit in? And Deadpool comes to the only realization that anybody should ever come to. The one place capable of handling all of that is Staten Island. But, of course, he realizes he can't just dump a monster army into New York and hope for the best. He needs a plan. So then he reveals that Elsa physically drags him away mid-celebration to propose a new job. She proposes that he stays with the new pals to keep them in line. At first, I wasn't keen on the idea, seeing as I'm a hired mercenary who doesn't really do the whole pro bono thing. But then she told me that if I ditched them the same way that I ditched Jeff back in the day, there'd always be some other collector sniffing around this ragtag crew of monster pals. And it just so happens that she also offered me a healthy chunk of her family fortune to fund the endeavor. So that brings us to right now. Magic and Scarlet Witch collaborate to open a portal across time and space, returning Wade to the New York of his era. And with help from his monster crew, also including Jeff, of course, Deadpool is building a new sanctuary state. He's building a new monster kingdom. And every kingdom needs a king, right? Wanna guess who wears the crown? It's me, Deadpool. Still, I can't seem to get the ferry to take me over to Manhattan. Rumor has it, whoever is in charge over there now has put the city on lockdown. Guess it's a good thing that your boy Wade here has a way of showing up wherever he's least wanted. So for season 7, we returned to New York City, and last time we were there, it was the Eternal Night, right? So NYC is still recovering from the recent major crisis of Dracula's vampiric takeover. And just as Manhattan begins to stabilize, a new crisis emerges in lower Manhattan. Residents start to report a massive red light illuminating the skyline, and the source appears connected to the Alchemax Tower. Then, strange spatial distortions form around the building, and the Alchemax Tower suddenly compresses inward, collapsing into itself. Then the building completely disappears. Almost instantly, a new structure appears in its place, and the replacement structure is highly futuristic and unlike modern architecture. The surrounding neighborhood also begins changing. Historical buildings are randomly replaced by structures from seemingly different eras or timelines. The affected zone expands across Lower Manhattan. Reports of chronal instability spread rapidly. Meanwhile, New York City Mayor Wilson Fisk refuses public transparency regarding the incident. Instead, Mayor Fisk places Lower Manhattan under lockdown, and evacuations begin. Wilson Fisk uses this crisis to fully enforce a superhero ban. And that means unsanctioned superpowered activity now becomes illegal. Multiple heroes are arrested. Imprisoned heroes are sent to the vault. And New York enters a state of heightened fear and uncertainty. While this is happening, the White Fox monitors escalating events in New York through the Tiger Division intelligence. Now, before this, the Tiger Division had already been studying increased cross-timeline travel, and the research suggests frequent timeline travel is weakening dimensional boundaries. So the conclusion, of course, is that continued instability could eventually trigger a catastrophic incursion between timelines. Upon learning this, White Fox initially considers assisting Mayor Fisk directly. She previously established a working relationship with him during operations involving interdimensional activity. So, White Fox just assumes that Tiger Division will be welcomed into the crisis as this is happening. But Wilson Fisk says, "Vanessa." No, he doesn't say that. He says, no. He refuses outside involvement. Then he follows up and says, "Vanessa." No, he insists that the situation is under control. Instead of getting help from White Fox and the Tiger Division, he escalates his crackdown on heroes. Superpowered individuals entering evacuation zones are then arrested. My favorite artist of all time, Luna Snow, is imprisoned by Mayor Fisk. Now this creates an international incident. As we all know, Luna Snow, international superstar. When White Fox learns about Luna Snow, she decides that direct action is necessary. So, the Tiger Division establishes a covert operational base at Empire State University. And it's there she begins sheltering heroes underground. She then provides several heroes with alternate identities to evade Fisk's surveillance. Now, all of these identities, these alternate identities, don't really matter, so we're gonna skip over that. I'm kidding, of course we're gonna go over these are pretty fun. Okay, so first is Dr. Strange. He begins working at ESU's health clinic as campus medic Steven Sanders. Rather than using sorcery publicly, he relies on his medical training, right? That one makes sense. Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards joins ESU faculty under an alias as an astrophysics lecturer. So this man becomes a professor. That makes sense. Invisible Woman Susan Storm becomes a prominent member of ESU's debate team. She be out there yapping, she be out there arguing, let's go. As we all know, she stood in front of New York City when the whole world was against her, and she says, "I will not sacrifice my baby for this world, but I will not sacrifice my world for this baby." And everybody's like, oh man, that kind of makes sense. I hear you. So the Invisible Woman out here on the debate team. Peter Parker, this one's fun. Peter Parker returns to campus as a graduate student, and he leads the photography club. He's able to do this, of course. I'll leave a beat for you to figure it out. Because Spider-Man's identity remains a secret. Nobody knows he's Spider-Man, so Peter could just walk in there as Peter Parker, nobody knows. So with these secret identities in place, White Fox begins making regular undercover trips to the campus, and she coordinates with the heroes while gathering intelligence. Her goal is to free imprisoned heroes and stop Mayor Fisk's regime. However, her greatest concern remains the spreading chronal instability in Lower Manhattan. So, the White Fox, also known as Amy Hahn, but we're gonna AKA her as White Fox. She goes to Lower Manhattan to meet with Iron Fist Lin Lee, and the two are in a restaurant convening. And this is a reunion after a significant time apart, and they reflect on everything that has happened since their last meeting. Lin Lee has changed significantly since becoming the Iron Fist. He explains that he no longer feels like the same person he once was. He feels burdened by responsibility to Kunlun and his role as an immortal weapon. Amy relates to this struggle. She explains how her leadership of the Tiger Division has distanced her from her former life as White Fox. And then right here is when White Fox reveals the true meaning of their meeting. Tiger Division is actively trying to regulate cross-timeline travel, and their data shows that timeline travel is accelerating the time stream entanglement. The consequences could become catastrophic. But Lin Lee pushes back. He argues that heroes have needed cross-dimensional travel to stop threats like Ultron, Null, the Collector. But Amy argues that saving other worlds may ultimately destroy all of them if timeline instability worsens. So then she proposes a new philosophy. Each timeline should primarily fight for itself. Heroes should prioritize protecting their own universe. Iron Fist strongly disagrees. He believes heroes must go wherever they are needed, regardless of timelines. So these two are butting heads. Two philosophical titans battling it out in New York. What could get bigger than this? It's at this moment Amy reveals a broader ambition. She wants to establish an independent Pan-Pacific intelligence agency. The organization would operate beyond government control. It would respond freely to global crises, and she offers Lin Lee a role as her first agent. Oh, what a beautiful, decorated honor. Iron Fist says, "Vanessa." I'm kidding. He says no. No way, brother. Absolutely not. He refuses to commit exclusively to one timeline. See, this man Iron Fist is smart. All right, he was just offered a position under the guise of just helping out one timeline. He says, no way, brother. I just told you no. I just told you no. So then White Fox questions where Lin Lee will belong if interdimensional travel becomes impossible. And Lin Lee says that he will go wherever he is needed. And before leaving the meeting, White Fox reveals she has been holding on to something important. She presents a glowing shard of the Sword of Fuji. And Lin Lee is looking at it. He's stunned. Wait, what? How do you have that? Because he believed that the shard was lost forever. But White Fox explains that she recovered it after Lin Lee previously saved her life. She held on to it until she could return it to him. And right here is when that shard is absorbed into Lin Lee's body. Part of the Sword of Fuji is restored, and the meeting ends respectfully, but, of course, with unresolved ideological tension. Both understand their conflicting philosophies may soon become a larger problem down the road. Meanwhile, Mayor Wilson Fisk prepares additional contingency plans. He secretly instructs his men to bury explosives throughout the affected zone. If necessary, Fisk is prepared to destroy any parts of the city to regain control. The mayor also pursues another plan. He summons the Black Cat, and her name is Felicia Hardy. Sorry, your secret identity's out there. And she goes to the vault to meet with the mayor, and he offers her a deal. If she completes a mission for him, he will grant her immunity. And he also promises her control over a district of New York. Black Cat immediately suspects the mission is highly dangerous, to which Fisk confirms that the target lies beyond his reach. The objective is inside Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum. Mayor Fisk wants the Tablet of Life and Time. The artifact possesses immense power, and Black Cat agrees to take the mission. However, she warns that infiltrating Strange's sanctum will be extremely difficult. So to assist her, she requests something from Fisk's private collection. He agrees and he gives her the Ring of Zona. Previously, Fisk has failed to use it himself, so she takes the ring and prepares for the mission. Now we go into the 5G power lines. As Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson are sending texts to each other back and forth. Mary Jane Watson sends the first text. "You up?" "I'm just kidding." But Peter says, "Yeah, I'm just trying to keep a low profile since returning to New York." And he starts to discuss Fisk's lockdown and Hero Crackdown, explaining that Luna Snow has been imprisoned. He also tells MJ about White Fox and Tiger Division's covert operation over at Empire State University. MJ then warns Peter to be careful discussing sensitive information over text. So the conversation shifts. So then Peter says, "Okay, have you seen that new Spider-Man Brand New Day trailer? That was pretty crazy. What's that? You got a new boyfriend, huh? What's that all about?" Also, by the way, quick pause in the story. I was initially joking about the trailer, but let's talk about it seriously for a second. I thought this movie was going to pick up maybe like a year, maybe 2 years after No Way Home. At the start of this most recent trailer, Ned is talking about the final semester at MIT for him and MJ. So has it been 4 years? This man, Peter Parker, has not moved on 4 years later. He's still watching TikToks or whatever of his former friend and former girlfriend. 4 years later, he hasn't moved on yet? It's been so long, dude. Okay, anyway, back to the story. All right. So MJ senses that Peter is hiding something. To then he finally admits that he is planning something very dangerous. Black Cat has a plan. The plan involves infiltrating the vault. And MJ is immediately concerned, of course. She distrusts Felicia in a major way, and she questions her motives at all times. But then Peter Parker pushes back a little bit, tries to defend, and says Black Cat has her own agenda involving the Tablet of Life and Time, and says that his motivations are different from hers. He then reveals his true reason for joining the mission. He wants to rescue Captain America. And Mary Jane Watson is like, "Dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Captain America is dead. This man is dead. He died a while ago." So then Peter says, "Hold on, listen up. I'm about to give you some insider intel. All right, some level 7 Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. information. After the time stream entanglement began, New York faced another earlier crisis. Spider-Man's villains launched a coordinated assault on Manhattan, led and united by the Green Goblin." That's right, we got a Green Goblin reference. Rise up. Don't tell Harry. Don't tell Harry. I'm something of a scientist myself. The villains were enhanced by goblin formulas, and Peter tried to stop them alone, but he was quickly overwhelmed and nearly killed until Captain America intervened. Steve Rogers saved Peter Parker's life. However, Mary Jane Watson is right. Steve Rogers died in the process. Captain America is dead. But Peter Parker was still alive, so he defeated the villains and saved the city. But he never got over Steve's death. He has carried guilt ever since. Later, Peter then met a Captain America, Steve Rogers. I gotta distinguish it, okay? Just to make sure you know it's the same person. I don't want you getting confused over here. He met a Captain America from a different timeline. This Captain America came from the year 2099. Though not the same Steve Rogers he knew, his presence inspired Peter and many others. Captain America 2099 became a symbol of hope. But Peter reveals that Captain America has been imprisoned in the vault, and he sees this as a chance for redemption, to bail this one out, to redeem himself for the fight with the Goblins team. He believes that saving Captain America now can make up for failing before. And MJ, of course, tries to reassure Peter. She tells him that Steve's death was not Peter's fault, and she warns Peter not to risk everything. But Peter Parker remains determined, and this man leaves to join the mission. We move over to Captain America 2099, who is imprisoned inside the vault. He voluntarily surrendered after recognizing timeline travel was worsening reality's instability. He hoped that cooperation would minimize the damage, but Mayor Fisk instead imprisoned him without trial. Steve is then placed in the vault alongside dangerous inmates. One inmate in particular stands out: Parker Robbins. And if you don't recognize that name, I'll talk about it at the end of this recap, but it's exciting stuff. Parker Robbins openly resents Captain America. Parker previously assaulted Steve in the prison cafeteria, but Steve chooses to move into the cell right by Parker. He wants to understand him, and Parker questions why Captain America would want to do that. He questions Captain America's views on power. He challenges Steve's entire philosophy, because Parker argues ordinary people are powerless. He believes heroes possess overwhelming power, but refuse to use it to truly change the system. He believes that heroes protect broken systems rather than replacing them. And his worldview is shaped by hardship, because his father died in prison. His family suffered under systemic injustice. And Parker believes power should be taken, not requested. And throughout all of this, Steve Rogers listens carefully, and he acknowledges Parker's anger and his pain. He then admits that heroes possess immense power. He agrees such power could force major societal change. However, Steve also believes power used without restraint becomes dangerous. He explains that true power includes restraint. It includes empathy. It includes kindness. It includes resolve. Steve believes that character matters more than force, but Parker Robbins remains unconvinced. He still believes strength and might are what truly matter in this world. Before their discussion can continue, the prison erupts into chaos. Explosions rock the vault. Power systems fail. Steve's inhibitor shuts down. Cell doors begin to unlock. A prison break begins, and Steve escapes his cell. But rather than fleeing immediately, he focuses on helping others survive the chaos. He frees Parker Robbins, and Steve leads him through collapsing corridors. And along the way, Steve stops inmates from harming other guards. And while watching this, Parker Robbins becomes increasingly frustrated. He sees Steve's mercy as a weakness. And suddenly the floor collapses beneath Parker as he falls into the lower levels of the prison, and Steve jumps after him and rescues Parker from the rubble. But despite Steve's efforts, Parker refuses his help. He leaves on his own, as Steve then turns his attention to helping other prisoners and guards evacuate. And once outside, Steve discovers who caused the prison break. It was your old friendly neighborhood Spider-Man and his allies waiting in a SHIELD transport. They came to rescue him. But Captain America, Steve Rogers, is frustrated by Spider-Man's reckless actions. Despite this, though, Steve boards a transport as the team escapes. As they leave, Steve reflects on Parker. He feels that he failed to reach Parker. And deep inside the vault, Parker Robbins remains behind. There, he discovers something powerful. It seems as though Parker Robbins has finally found the power that he has been seeking. Now, if you're unaware of the name Parker Robbins, that is the Hood. So they're setting up the Hood here. Is he going to be a future playable villain? Is he going to be one of the season villains? We're gonna have to find out at a later point in time, but that's pretty cool that they're setting up the Hood. And it also may be a hint that we may in a future season return back to New York, get a new map there as they flesh out his story. So that's very exciting. But moving on, let's go back to the mayor. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, still has control over New York City, but his grip is slipping. The Alchemax HQ building remains a massive unresolved anomaly in Manhattan. and the time plague has been contained, but the city is still unstable. And what's very interesting is that in the vault, the rescue happened, Captain America was brought out of there. What also happened is that other people were also able to escape, including someone that Mayor Fisk secretly imprisoned, and that is none other than Dracula himself. And to ensure Dracula remained weakened within the vault, Fisk had repeatedly harvested his immortal blood. Meanwhile, Fisk was busy setting up a deal of some sort with the Gilded Saint. And this deal was that in exchange for the saint containing the spread of the time plague throughout the city and eventually the world, Fisk agreed to retrieve the Tablet of Life and Time. But in order to pull off this theft, the mayor hired Black Cat. And she's very skilled, Felicia Hardy, and she was able to accept the mission and go down to Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum to steal the tablet. However, unknown to Fisk and the Gilded Saint, Black Cat uncovered the truth of what they were doing. She found out that the mayor was working with the Gilded Saint, and she found out that the saint intended to gain enormous power once receiving the tablet. So once Felicia realized that she was helping the wrong side, she came up with her own plan. So the Black Cat proceeded with Fisk's mission, to avoid suspicion. And then, as promised, she delivered the tablet to Mayor Fisk, to which he then delivered the tablet to the Gilded Saint. Then, the Gilded Saint used his magic to stop the spread of the time plague, as agreed upon when he made the deal with Fisk. But throughout this, Felicia Hardy set up a triple cross, because using some advanced tech that she borrowed from Rocket Raccoon, she swapped the real tablet with a fake inside the Gilded Saint's vault. So this means that Fisk believed he had won, because he got the tablet and then he delivered the tablet to the Gilded Saint, to which the time plague was stopped. The Gilded Saint believed he had won because he got the tablet, but in reality, Black Cat is the one who secretly held the real tablet. To then, she does what any one of us would have done in her position. We set up a secret meeting with none other than Dr. Victor Von Doom. And of course, this man wanted the tablet all to himself. And Black Cat, of course, she knows this, but instead of asking for something that, doofuses such as you and I would ask, money, power, cars, a house. In this economy, give me a house for free, brother. No, she didn't want any of that. What she asked for is for Dr. Doom to free New York's Thieves Guild from its pact with the Gilded Saint, to which Dr. Doom easily agreed upon that. Black Cat then handed over the real Tablet of Life and Time over to Dr. Doom. So now Doom possesses one of the most dangerous artifacts in play. And it just so happens that this man is the one that's trying to control all of time itself. But let's go back to the vault, because that's a big thing that happened. Captain America's out of there, but as we mentioned, within the chaos, multiple other prisoners were able to escape the breach, including the King of the Vampires, Dracula. Now, when he escaped, before he left, he stole one of Mayor Fisk's most dangerous treasures, a Norn Stone. And with this stone in his possession, Dracula became dramatically more powerful than he ever was. Then he escaped the vault, looking for revenge against Mayor Fisk, Dr. Doom for betraying him. You gotta remember that. And, of course, the heroes who were able to stop his eternal night in the first place. Now, after he plans to get revenge, his new goal is simple. This man Dracula, a very smart guy. One thing doesn't work, he comes up with a new plan. What he wants to do, ultimately, is plunge New York back into eternal nights. All right, if it doesn't work twice, he's going to try it again. This man, not very smart. Or maybe he is. Maybe he finally gets it to work this time. Let's find out, shall we? So Mayor Fisk is becoming increasingly desperate. The Alchemax anomaly remains unsolved and people are upset about that. His anti-hero campaign was collapsing. So, the mayor decides on a final, very extreme measure. He wants to destroy Alchemax by detonating explosives beneath southern Manhattan. But before Fisk can even execute this plan, someone's there to stop him. The Devil of Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil shows up. And Kingpin looks at Daredevil and he says, "When I was a boy, you look kinda different." He doesn't really say that word for word, but he knows that this Daredevil is a different one than he's dealt with in the past. This is one from a different timeline, a different era, a different dimension, a different reality. Other synonyms to explain that this is a different world. And this Daredevil warns Mayor Fisk that destroying Alchemax would kill thousands of people. Again, because it would destroy southern Manhattan. And upon learning this danger, Fisk completely ignores him and activates the explosives anyway. But nothing happens. Because Daredevil then reveals that he had already disarmed all the explosives before he got there. To which Kingpin replies and says, "When I was a boy, I don't know what I'm gonna do now. Vanessa, what do I do now?" Vanessa's not there. He's like talking to himself. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Daredevil is leaving, but before he leaves, he has even worse news for Kingpin. Dracula has escaped the vault, and Fisk is sitting there, highly stressed out, looking at his hands, his bare hands, and he says, "When I was a boy, I was frightened by my father, and now as a man, Vanessa, I'm frightened by Dracula." He doesn't really say that, but of course, it's sort of implied that he says that. And speaking of Dracula, let's move on and see what he's about. He's out in New York City, and he wastes no time rebuilding his forces. He gets some vampires together, and he attacks all throughout New York City again. Panic spreads across the city, and even Deadpool notices the growing supernatural unrest. And at the same time Deadpool notices this, the full moon aggravated the creatures that are living on Deadpool's monster kingdom in Manhattan. Especially one of the monsters in particular, Capwolf. And he became super unstable and went rogue. Some heroes are going to have to fight this man. Or this beast. This man beast. This beast man. Eventually, Deadpool connects the chaos back to Dracula's return and moved to intervene. Someone who also figured out Dracula has returned is Ratatoskar. But rather than waiting, she launched a direct attack on Dracula's castle. And initially she did catch Dracula off guard, but then she discovered his greatest advantage. He has the Norn Stone. So eventually, with this stone, Dracula overwhelms Ratatoskar with divine magic. And ultimately, he enslaves her mind. Ratatoskar is once again under the control of Dracula. And now Dracula has returned to New York City, causing chaos all throughout it with a very powerful stone and a very dangerous second in command with Ratatoskar. And with all this advantage, the vampires attack the entire city. And to fight this, a powerful team was assembled. Of course, the leader, none other than Blade. There's only one Blade. There's only ever gonna be one Blade. And joining him on this team is the Punisher, Thor, Squirrel Girl, Jeff the Landshark, and Moon Knight. And this team fought through waves of vampires in Central Park. But during the battle, the corrupted Ratatoskar appeared. Quickly, Thor realized that Dracula had twisted her into a weapon. And it's at that moment the heroes understood the severity of this threat. Dracula had become stronger than he ever was before. And the only option left is that they need to storm Dracula directly. And that's exactly what they did. They launched a full-on attack on Dracula specifically. A massive fight erupts, Blade leads the charge, and after everything Dracula had done, the battle became deeply personal for Blade. And the result is that Blade personally kills Dracula with his own sword. Dracula has fallen once again, and the vampire threat was broken. Now, after Dracula's defeat, the Norn Stone detached from his body. Thor looks at it, prepared to return the artifact back over to Asgard. But before anyone can react, Jeff the Land Shark swallows the Norn Stone. So now the heroes, moments after defeating Dracula, solving that problem, they have a new problem instantly. They now needed a way to safely retrieve the artifact from Jeff. And they knew that the solution would likely need them to find Doctor Strange. Now, with Dracula defeated, Mayor Wilson Fisk sees an opportunity. He has a final plan. He sees that the heroes are weakened during their battle against Dracula. So he wants to publicly take credit for the fall of Dracula. Then he wants to eliminate the heroes. The Kingpin thinks this, of course, is a guaranteed victory. So he makes his move against the heroes down in Times Square. But it fails. During the fight, the heroes defeat Fisk in front of everybody. Because remember, this is in Times Square. This is public. So after this fight, people were smartened up to what Fisk is planning to do. With the hero ban, everything that is going on. So after this fight, this marks the collapse over the Kingpin's reign over New York. Hero bans were repealed. Mayor Fisk is no longer the mayor anymore. It's all over. And even though the heroes have gotten some victories, Dracula has been defeated again. The vampires are repelled from New York City again. Mayor Fisk is removed from office, and New York City is stabilized once again. They still have unresolved problems. The Alchemax building is still active. It's still an anomaly. The tablet of life and time is missing, right? Because over time, they figured out that the one that Black Cat gave to the Gilded Saint was a fake. They don't know where the real one is. They don't know that Dr. Doom possesses the tablet. And now, of course, upon learning this, the Gilded Saint is seeking revenge. And Jeff still has the Norn Stone. So not everything was fixed, but it looks like the biggest winner from this whole saga is Black Cat, because she successfully outplayed Mayor Fisk, the Gilded Saint, and possibly, at least for the time being, Dr. Doom himself. Meanwhile, she got some stuff in her favor as well. She got some territory. She's got immunity from Mayor Fisk back when he was a mayor. She has leverage with the heroes for helping take down Fisk and also outplay the Gilded Saint. And now, because Dr. Doom helped her, she was able to separate the Thieves Guild from the Gilded Saint. So she has respect from them now. Black Cat is riding high. And this is the perfect time for Odessa Drake to come approach Black Cat with a major offer. Now, real quick, Odessa Drake, if you're not aware, she's the leader of the Thieves Guild, which makes sense why she would approach Black Cat after she just helped him out. So this offer that Odessa Drake gives Black Cat is that the Thieves Guild wants Felicia to become their new guild master. So now Black Cat, faced with this decision, she now stands poised to lead New York's criminal underworld into a brand new era. Meanwhile, Jean Grey and Rogue are reflecting on everything that happened. Because even though New York appears safer, Jean senses a larger danger ahead. And she remains deeply concerned about the Alchemax anomaly, general multiversal instability that's going on. And now they got to deal with all of these missing artifacts that are highly powerful and can turn the tide in a fight at a moment's notice. And even though over all of this time, the X-Men are slowly reforming and reuniting, to Jean Grey, the most important thing is that they haven't found Cyclops. But the good news is that she senses that Cyclops is still alive. And even better, even though that their psychic bond is broken, she still has a feeling that he is nearby. And near the Alchemax HQ building, there's a red energy pulsing from the tower. Someone watches Jean and Rogue from a distance, and this mysterious figure possesses thought patterns identical to Jean Grey's. Who is this? I think you could probably figure it out, but that's a question you're going to have to answer. So we're here in the Xinlong Arena, where the final battle of the Immortal Weapons tournament is underway. Only 2 fighters remain. Lin Li, the current Iron Fist of Kunlun, and Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, aka Dzang, champion of the 8th City. Now, of course, this tournament began because Dr. Doom challenged Lin Li's legitimacy as the Iron Fist, forcing a contest to determine who truly deserves Shu Lao's power. For Lin Li, this battle is about proving he is worthy. For Matt Murdock, the battle is about something much larger, because his true goal is not the Iron Fist title itself. He wants the Sword of Fuji. But here's the thing, we have a problem, because the sword's fragments are embedded in Lin Li's arms. And according to Yinlong, the sword is the key of freeing Shi Yu. I think I'm pronouncing that right, I'm not sure about that. Now, freeing Shi Lu could supposedly end the war that is consuming Matt's home reality. So during this fight, Matt Murdock attempts diplomacy first. He offers to concede the tournament if Lin Li hands over the sword. And Lin Li says, "You gotta be out of your mind." Lin Li makes it clear, the sword is his family legacy. It is literally part of him now, and so he's never gonna surrender. And that's when Matt starts to attack more aggressively. He begins to reflect on how Lin Li has always inherited the power. He's got his sword from his father, the Iron Fist power gifted by Shu Lao. Matt believes that Lin Li has never truly had to fight to earn his strength. Yeah, I got very intense right there. Maybe I could be a voice actor. Now, during the fight, Lin Li tries to break Matt mentally. He accuses Matt of becoming a pawn for Yinlong. He warns that Shi Yu is a god of war and will not bring peace. So if you free Shi Yu, that's not going to be a solution. And this deeply unsettles Matt, because for the first time, Matt begins questioning whether Yinlong has manipulated him this entire time. But despite the doubts that he's having, Matt commits to the mission. He believes that freeing Shi Yu is the last chance to save his collapsing timeline. So, Matt uses a secret technique taught to him by Yinlong. He strikes Lin Li's Quachi acupoint, and this forcibly ejects all of the Fuji sword fragments from Lin Li's arms. They're scattered all across the arena now. And this man, Matt, starts rushing towards the sword pieces, just trying to scramble all of them up as fast as he can. He thinks he had won. But something unexpected happens. Removing these fragments actually helps Lin Li. The sword shards had been restricting Lin Li's Shi pathways, and with them gone, Shu Lao's power flows through him freely for the first time. He is now stronger than ever. So, of course, he unleashes the full power of the Iron Fist. As the two fight, Matt counters with a dark, demonic energy he gained after defeating the Beast in Hell. The arena begins to tremble from their battle. But Matt begins losing control because the Beast's influence awakens. His rage clouds his mind. And while this is happening, Lin Li sees it. He delivers one final devastating blow. Lin Li has defeated Matt Murdock. And now Lin Li is declared the undisputed Iron Fist. And thus he reclaims the Sword of Fuji as Matt returns to the 8th City as a failure. He believes that he's failed Yinlong, the 8th City, and his entire timeline. But even after this, Yinlong remains calm. He then reveals something terrifying. One of the immortal beasts, Shan Hitsu, has been assassinated. And one can only guess that more immortal beasts will soon fall. Yinlong believes that victory is still coming, but Matt is no longer certain they are on the right side. And now it is time that we meet Moon Girl, as she recounts everything that went wrong. Because for her, during the time stream entanglement, Moon Girl and the Devil Dinosaur were separated. She was thrown into the year 2099, and without the dinosaur by her side, she was stranded all alone. But she eventually encountered Cyclops. Shortly after, though, both of them were captured by Alchemax. And while in prison, Moon Girl, she's very smart. If you don't know anything about Moon Girl, she's very smart, very, very smart. She was forced into helping with Alchemax experiments. So, Alchemax is in possession of two major assets, Moon Girl's genius and Cyclops' optic energy. And at the same time, Alchemax was researching chronovium. And as a result, they are claiming that its energy source was the punch dimension. Upon learning this, Moon Girl quickly realizes the truth. The energy wasn't coming from another dimension. It was coming from Cyclops. So, with her genius, Moon Girl eventually weaponizes punch chronovium to escape. She attempts to return to her own era, and she does so successfully. But it has major, catastrophic consequences. Alchemax HQ is dragged from 2099 into present-day Manhattan. The event triggers massive chronal instability, and Manhattan begins suffering a time plague. Future architecture begins replacing the present city, and Moon Girl realizes she accidentally caused a complete disaster. So, she stays in Alchemax HQ, determined to fix what she broke. Now, on the other side, Devil Dinosaur has returned to the main timeline, and he has been staying in Deadpool's Monster Kingdom on Staten Island. But Devil Dinosaur is restless. He misses Moon Girl. So, Deadpool brings the dinosaur to Reed Richards, and Mr. Fantastic examines the dinosaur's collar and discovers Moon Girl's signal. And from there, smartest man in the world, Reed Richards sets up a communication. And then Moon Girl explains everything. She confirms that she is trapped in Alchemax HQ. Cyclops is also there. Alchemax caused the time plague. And the Alchemax themselves plan to exploit timelines. She also reveals that Alchemax created the Corporate Raiders, which are cloned, enhanced copies of heroes. The X-Men have already fought them. And Mr. Fantastic reveals that he and Tony Stark created the Time Stream Reintegration Device, the TRD. We know about that. Of course, we all know that this device is designed to repair fractured timelines, but the problem they have not been able to solve is that in order for the TRD to work, it needs a very powerful energy source. Moon Girl hears this and she realizes that punch chronovium may be enough power. So they put together a rescue plan. And this is what it is. Reed Richards is going to build a portable TRD. Devil Dinosaur is going to deliver it into Alchemax HQ. Moon Girl is going to then calibrate the device internally. Then the TRD is going to send Alchemax back into 2099 and repair the timeline damage that it is causing to this timeline. Now, we've been talking a lot about Alchemax, and I feel like we should talk about them more. This isn't Alchemax propaganda. It's not, okay? Don't look at me and think I'm that type of guy. I just want to now talk about a board meeting from Alchemax. So let's go into Alchemax's board. Tyler Stone is addressing the rest of the board, and he explains the company's true plan. Alchemax's strategy is to exploit the time stream entanglement. They want to gain access to other eras, colonize timelines, and strip them of their resources. He then reveals that Moon Girl was manipulated into building the doorway for this to happen, and Cyclops was used as a living battery. Tyler Stone then reveals that Alchemax intentionally wanted the HQ moved into the past. The incursion that's happening because of it was not an accident from their perspective. It's all part of the plan. But what's not part of the plan is a devil dinosaur and the heroes launching their assault on Alchemax HQ. Devil Dinosaur smashes through the front gate, and riding on his back is none other than Frank Castle, the Punisher. And they rampage through all the security forces as Reed Richards and the other heroes enter the tower. Again, their goal is to reach Moon Girl, deliver the TRD, and end the time plague. And once they're in there, Moon Girl and Punisher meet up inside Alchemax HQ. They bring the TRD into her lab, and she begins calibration, as Punisher looks on and helps her connect the device. And during this, Frank reflects on his past, because he looks at Moon Girl and he says, no, wait, no. He doesn't say that, but he says that Moon Girl reminds him of the daughter that he lost. And he reveals a broken pendant containing photos of his children, and now that pendant has just been damaged during this rescue mission. And Moon Girl sees this, she offers to repair it. So, using the portable TRD they have, she rewinds the pendant's temporal state, and it's restored. And now Frank can once again see his children's faces clearly again. That's a good bonding moment, wasn't it? Am I ruining it because I just pointed that out? No, wait, no. So Moon Girl finishes calibrating the TRD, and Punisher tells Moon Girl to evacuate with the dinosaur. He plans to stay behind and activate the machine. Now, during this rescue mission, someone else is here. Jean Grey, and you already know who she's looking for. She's going around Alchemax HQ focused entirely on finding Cyclops. Her Phoenix powers are raging with emotion. And Rogue sees this, and she's worried that Jean is close to losing control. Jean's running around, she is tearing through the HQ until she finds Scott. And she finally finds him. However, he is imprisoned in a ruby quartz containment cube, as Jean Grey realizes that Alchemax has been using him as a living power source. They have been permanently forcing his eyes open, and his optic energy continuously powers their experiments. Now, doing this, combined with chronovium exposure, his eyes have crystallized. What this has done is mean that Cyclops can no longer stop his optic blasts. Jean Grey frees him, and immediately Cyclops loses control. His optic blasts explode everywhere. He can't shut them off. Now, as a team is talking to each other, Moon Girl explains the situation. Cyclops' power needs a vessel capable of safely absorbing the excess energy. It's just a small problem. The only problem is that nothing on Earth can handle it. Okay? You gotta solve that. Okay, I'll admit, that's a pretty big problem. But Jean Grey realizes there may be one exception to this. The Phoenix. You see, the Phoenix, though, it's been weakened since they fought Null, because Null weakened it over on Clintar. But Scott's energy may restore it. So, in a very romantic way, Jean Grey walks directly into Cyclops' full power optic blast. And instead of resisting, she absorbs everything. And eventually, the Phoenix Force reignites as Jean Grey transforms now into the White Phoenix. And once that happens, we now go to the other part. Now, the White Phoenix is able to stabilize Cyclops' condition. It's the perfect balance, and Cyclops can finally close his eyes again. After all this time, Scott Summers is finally home and reunited with Jean Grey. And now, let's go over to 2099. as Tyler Stone meets with Dr. Doom. And we get a pretty big reveal here. Dr. Doom has been secretly helping Alchemax. He has supplied them with chronovium samples, critical knowledge. Doom also reveals how he crippled Krakoa's economy because during the Hellfire Gala, Doom helped remove chrono poisoning from Krakoa. And the result of doing that is that Krakoa then entered a healing state, meaning it could no longer produce the miracle medicines that the mutants rely on. And because of this, the Hellfire trading collapses. Alchemax then profits massively from that. And as Doom is talking to Tyler Stone, Stone offers Doom a deeper partnership. Doom refuses. No, that's too much commitment. He was never interested in corporate success. All he cares about is power. So, okay, they're not going to have a deeper partnership. Tyler Stone still rewards Dr. Doom with punch chronovium. And Dr. Doom leaves this meeting intending to rule all of the chronoverse itself. We now go to an ancient pyramid. A mysterious figure reveals devastating news. The Enid have been slaughtered. The only one that remains alive is Khonshu. The gods are falling. This mysterious figure reveals his goal. He intends to absorb divine faith. He wants to ascend, purge the weak gods, and reshape the divine order. This figure also has a female ally by his side. She only cares about one thing: restoring her son. The real war is only just beginning. And that, my rivals, is the story of season 8. And man, hold on, if you didn't catch the ending right there, if you're not putting the pieces together, that mysterious figure, I'll tell you who it is. It's Apocalypse. Apocalypse. I don't know. I don't read into the leaks, okay? I'll be honest. I don't read into the leaks. I don't know if that's literally going to be season 9 or if they're setting up for a future one afterwards. But we got Apocalypse here. Is that man going to become a playable character? Dude. Or, I don't know. Just think about it. See, this is... Now we're starting to ramp up. You know, like I said at the beginning of the video, I took a couple month break because it seemed like, you know, the game and the lore and stuff were kind of, staggering a little bit. We're ramping up now. Now I'm thinking it's like, okay, we got Dr. Doom with the tablet of, what is it, life and time? I forget the order of it, but he's got that tablet. He now has the Cyclops power infused chronovium, which they're calling the punch chronovium because it's also tied to the punch dimension. So he has that. It feels like it's possible. I'm not going to throw anything out there. Again, I don't read it in the leaks. I'm just theorizing with everybody. It feels like Dr. Doom is setting up, like it seems like we're finally setting up to fight Dr. Doom. I don't know if it's going to be a PvE thing. I don't know what they're doing, but it seems like this part of the story of Marvel Rivals is sort of coming to some sort of resolution. Because like we talked about when we first started doing these lore videos and stuff, you can't, like, Dr. Doom isn't going to be the villain the entire time this game is alive. They're going to introduce somebody else. It feels like we're reaching a point to where the climax of the Dr. Doom part of this story is happening. And they may be setting up Apocalypse. If he's not going to be, he could easily just be, next season's playable villain or whatever. And then, everything I'm saying right now doesn't really make sense or it doesn't come to fruition. But they could also easily set up Apocalypse as the new, overarching villain in the lore going forward as Dr. Doom becomes playable, maybe. I don't know. That's exciting though, man. We're at a very curious point with what we're doing because they seem to be setting up Apocalypse. We're finally, it's been, a year and a half since the game came out. The Marvel rival story is circled back. We've already, for the most part, closed the chapter on Null. So the Clintar stuff, we closed that saga. We finally got a conclusion to the Xinlong tournament. So that part of it is done. We have returned to New York City. It's now stabilized. So looking at everything, the state of the game and with the lore and everything, it seems like we're entering a new phase of what they're doing now. And that's probably why we haven't seen like a new, regular map to play on in a few months, because I think they're setting up this new thing to where this next map is going to be introducing like this brand new arc of a story maybe. So this is very exciting. I know the apocalypse is just at the end here. It's a little tease, but like what's implied here, we could be setting up some pretty big stuff for the game, which is very exciting. What do you think about it though? Are you into this? Did you like the story of season 8? Do you like them teasing apocalypse? Let me know in the comments. Please, if you will, leave a like on the video if you haven't already. Leave a super thanks if you want to support that way. Become a channel member if you would like to support that way as well. I appreciate it. And I can assure you, I did take the break and everything, but once season 9 releases, we will be on the lore like crazy. You're not going to have to wait until a few weeks before the next season happens before I do the story recap. We'll be on it moving forward. So I thank you so much for the support if you're still here. Thank you for the feedback if you left a comment, and we'll see you next time. But you have to remember, even though I appreciate you watching, you and we are rivals till the end. And it doesn't matter if you're the one who personally wrote the story that introduces Apocalypse, so I got all excited at the end there. I am never going to forget that.